Apana ngapa, apana pe to pe.
You got it. Mumbo jumbo.
But you got it.
But at the beginning, apana ngapa, apana pe to pe.
No, birthday, you know. So you just get to pay your.
Met requirements of residing in those houses for more than 5 years. Those houses are supposed to become their owner properties, but unfortunately, the housing scheme program were done through corruption, as most of the beneficiaries were deprived and lost their properties, which they supposed to call their home. As a result, they are homeless today. This program was under the Mass Housing Government Scheme for 1992, 1993, 94, and 1995. The way forward, I recommend for the investigation to be conducted by the Independent Anti-Resource Commission I so submit. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I give notes that on Thursday, 29 May 2025, I shall ask the Deputy Minister for Agriculture, who is also the acting Water and Land Reform, Honorable Ruthie Masake, my relative sister, the following questions. Why is that Namibia still imports fresh vegetables from abroad, such as fresh tomatoes, fresh potatoes, and so on, while we have adequate land, which is totally not distributed accordingly? We have higher rates of unemployment in the country, particularly the youth. My suggestions are, what if the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform, through traditional authorities, initiative to cultivate crops or cutting some hectares to Minister of Agriculture to cultivate vegetables that can feed this nation. We want to every region to have a huge green scheme, and they must be tasked to cultivate certain vegetables, and so on. Boreholes must be set up, and the youth should be employed in those green schemes. Initiative and the Minister of Agriculture must be responsible for paying their salaries and all vegetables that will be harvested. The government must buy all the farm. It's a question. It's a question. Yes, if you can give me a chance, Honorable Speaker. And I greet you, you have so long time, I have seen you. Government must buy all them and ban all local retailers and the shops from importing fresh vegetables from overseas, particularly those vegetables similar to those produced locally. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we have a green scheme to Omusati region called Itunda Green Scheme Immigration Project. During the late founding father of the nation, the administration, local crops were produced in Itunda, of which Namibian people consumed such maize, watermelon, groundnuts, nuts, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and carrots. Just to mention few, local Namibian people used to buy this locally produced food to feed their families and the livestock. But in this current government, the opposite is happening. I advise the government to abandon importing fruits and vegetables. The Namibian people must eat locally produced food, but we have given land to foreigners to produce food which is not eaten by majority masses of this country. And as a result, all the production will be exported to Europe, and the government of Namibia will continue giving drought relief to citizens, which is totally unacceptable. I saw submit. Yeah, the question why? Why not? Produce our food here, as I mentioned, Itunda, and also that the local. Yes. So other questions are which remain. They are continue. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, any further questions? Honorable Mongo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yakundi, listen, please.
I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 5th of June 2025, I shall ask the Minister of Health and Social Services, Honorable Esperance Luvindao, the following. There has been a spike in the growing number of concerns by nursing graduates from institutions across the country. These graduates have deep, justified concerns regarding procedural barriers imposed by the Nursing Council that are impeding their entry into the profession workforce. Despite having successfully completed the academic and clinical requirements of their programs, these young professionals are subjected to administrative delays, excessive financial burdens, unclear evaluation standards, and a lack of institutional accountability. Their plight not only affects their livelihoods, but also represent a lost opportunity to strengthen Namibia's public healthcare response at a time when qualified nurses are urgently needed. The concerns, Honorable Minister, raised span across multiple aspects, including delayed registration, high evaluation fees, lack of regional access to test centers, communication failures, and policy inconsistencies. Many of these graduates are unemployed and unable to afford repeated fees or long-distance travel. There are also allegations of non-compliance by certain institutions with council-mandated student intake limits, further complicating the matter for these graduates. I thus find it prudent to ask the Minister the following questions. Are you aware of these complaints raised by nursing graduates? And if so, why does the Nursing Council require nursing graduates to wait for formal graduation ceremonies, which are often held months after the completion of academic and clinical requirements before allowing registration and evaluations? What is the average waiting time between the submission of evaluation applications and the actual scheduling of evaluation tests, and what steps can be taken to reduce these delays? Why does the Nursing Council not implement provisional registration for graduates who have met all academic and clinical requirements pending official graduations to prevent unnecessary unemployment? What is the rationale for the high and repeated fees for nursing evaluation, especially for these unemployed recent graduates? Why is the evaluation test pass mark set at 65% per module, significantly higher than the 50% pass mark used by accredited institutions overseen by the Council itself? Why are evaluation tests held only in Windhoek, forcing students from remote and far areas to incur additional transport, accommodation, and food costs? And lastly, why are students being compelled to adhere to Council's policies when institutions themselves are violating admission regulations and facing zero repercussions? I so submit.
Any further questions? Notices of motions? Oh, okay. Honorable Ampanda.
Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 92(5)(d). You will notice, Speaker, that in the previous session, I didn't want to be disruptive.
Okay, 92 what?
92(5)(d).
5D. On a procedural. Okay. Yes, please.
Yes, so we have here, in terms of our minutes, I decided to let it go because I wanted the Assembly to proceed. I rose to ask an urgent question, oral question. It was not responded to. The Minister wanted to respond, but he wanted to get an opportunity by the presiding officer. I did check with the presiding officer. The presiding officer informed me that it slipped his mind, so I let it be. In the minutes now, it is written there that the question is to be put in writing. There was no such a ruling. Nothing of that sort happened. It was just a human oversight that has happened. So what is it that's supposed to happen procedurally? Because the minister was ready to answer that question on that particular day, but I decided to let go so that the Assembly cannot be, I didn't want to be disruptive, as some people might see it. So what do we then do?
Honorable Member, was that presiding officer myself or?
No, no.
Oh, okay. What was the question? Unfortunately, I don't know the specific issue that you are referring to.
Okay.
Can the honorable members, which minister is it?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Of Works and Transport.
Yes.
Okay, honorable minister. Okay, you may take your seat. Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, are you recollecting what the honorable Ampanda is saying?
Como Speaker, I recall there was a question asked, and I think Honorable Kandorodo asked about the bridge thereafter, but I think his was then put that I must answer, and his was kind of slipped the mind of us, I think, I don't know, in that line. But there was such a question. It was asked, I think, last week, that regard. But I can't recall exactly the substantive of the question, but I recall in that context.
Yes, honorable members, the honorable member, I think, is disputing the accuracy of the minutes. And the only thing that we can do is to ask the front desk to assist us to confirm what actually transpired so that we'll be able to move forward. Because I can't recollect, I don't even know what the question was. I am therefore not in a position to say whether what is contained in the minutes is actually what what transpired.
So there is not necessarily dispute. The minister just confirmed that the question was indeed asked and not answered. So we know for sure. My issue is not necessarily the minutes. Just to say, for a purpose of record, there was no ruling that it must be put in writing. So I was asking for procedure. What do we do with that? The remedy could be, for example, I could ask the question again, so that we dispose of the matter. I was simply just asking for your guidance. Because the minister have also indicated he does remember the question being asked. He does remember that the question was not answered. So it's not in dispute that the question was asked, but I can be of assistance to ask the question again, then we proceed. Or maybe you could direct how do we proceed.
Regards to the accuracy of the minutes, in order that the minutes are an accurate reflection of what happened in the House, I would want to request the front desk to confirm that for us so that the minutes are accurate. And then with regards to the specific question, I would want to get the gist of the question and say to the honorable members, as I have said previously, many of the questions that are asked are questions that are supposed to be notified. The general rule is that all questions are supposed to be notified in writing unless if they are of an urgent nature, with the presiding officer having a discretion to determine what question is of an urgent nature and can therefore be posed orally and be responded instantly. So having dealt with the first one, then I will ask Honorable Ampanda to give me the gist of the question so that we can determine the nature.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Last week I was conveying to the House that I was in a public building. There was an elevator. A woman who was on a wheelchair could not go up. The answer by the management of the building was that no, we have an elevator. The elevator is ready, but it cannot be used because the Ministry of Works and Transport, the inspector of these elevators, must certify the elevator before it can be utilized. Now, in terms of our laws, it can be the Minerals Act or the Labor Act as far as safety is concerned, that you cannot make use of your elevator until it's so certified. The question was therefore to the minister, that is it true that we only have one such inspector of elevators in the whole country? Yeah? If it's not true, how many inspectors do we have? That was actually the question, Honorable Speaker.
In writing, and the minister would provide an answer. For records also, for us to be having the proper records. And for me also to start, because now we are in May, we started in March. So I believe that all of us now are better acquainted with the rules and orders. So I will start to increase the strictness with which I apply the rules. Yes, so that one is dealt with now there. Then we proceed to notices of motions.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice that the proceedings on votes 7, 13, 16, 17, 18, 21, 27, and 35 of the appropriation bill be in terms of Rule 159A of the standing rules and orders not interrupted if still under consideration at 17:45. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Day. The secretary will read the order of the day.
resumption of committee stage, appropriation bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the Assembly now goes into committee? No, that is not true. She qualifies for the position. Is it moved that I leave the chair? Any objection? Who seconds? Agreed to. I now call on the chairperson of the whole House Committee to take the chair. You are suffering your sister now.
The Committee of the Whole House is called to order. The committee has to consider our Appropriation Bill, Bill 5 of 2005, Bill 6 of 2025. When progress was reported on Wednesday, the 30th of April 2025, votes 7, 16, 21, and 35 have been introduced, while votes 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 14, 26, 28, 30, and 31 had been agreed to. For the introduction of votes, I now put vote 13, Health and Social Services, 12,268,372,000 Namibian dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister. You have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I rise to motivate for the budget for vote 13 for the Ministry of Health and Social Services. I would like to start off firstly by commending Honorable Erika Shafuda, Minister of Finance, Honorable Dr. Karen Mbwembe, Director General of the National Planning Commission, for a well-crafted and well-articulated budget. For the 2025-2026 financial year, the Ministry of Health and Social Services has allocated an amount of 12,268,372,000. This is approximately 4.4% of the GDP, and then about 8.2% of an increase compared to our previous allocation for the previous year. Vote 13 is comprised of 5 main budget program items, which I will highlight. And today I will share with this August House some of the major achievements and program outputs under Vote 13. which were recorded for the 2024-2025 budget cycle, and then we will highlight how the Ministry of Health and Social Services intends to utilize the funds that have been allocated for the 2025-2026 appropriation bill. The summary of accomplishments and key activities proposed are as follows. For Program 1, which is Health System Planning and Management, achievements under 2024-2025 over the past year, the Ministry very importantly prioritized the development of Namibia's digital health infrastructure and data systems. This, of course, recognizing the critical role it plays in improving our service delivery, as well as, of course, for policy reform or formulation. Now, firstly, under this particular program, achievements, number one, digital infrastructure expansion. It is crucial for me to highlight that all hospitals, as well as 23 health centers, successfully have installed network infrastructure. This, of course, laying the foundation for Namibia's e-health system. Important also to note there that tenders have been awarded for additionally 18 health centers and 30 clinics for infrastructure extension. Additionally, 5 health centers and 18 clinics are already operational through this infrastructure expansion. Secondly, we have enhanced data management. The Ministry has expanded health data collection to over 90 clinics, and I wish to highlight this is important because data is the foundation by which the Ministry of Health and Social Services is able to plan for future and strengthen community health monitoring programs. Civil registration improvements, including increasing medical certification of cause of death, and this has been increased from 45% to 70%, with forensic autopsy reporting at over 90%, and these are remarkable achievements. And then for ICD-11, ICD-10 for mortality reporting, which has been implemented. ICD is simply the International Classification for Diseases, which helps us classify diseases that we have in the country and ensure that we are diagnosing appropriately. And then lastly, public health information, better mortality data has enhanced health planning, resource allocation, as well as targeted interventions across disease programs. Under this program, our planned activities for 2025-2026 are as follows. Building on this strong foundation, the Ministry is requesting for the allocation of 62,522,000. This is to further refine health data, as well as data policy support, including detailed epidemiological analysis and research, once again highlighting the importance of planning and understanding our research situational analysis within the country in order for us to be able to plan going forward. Additionally, the Ministry will prioritize the review of the National E-Health Strategy 2021 to 2021, to 2025. And this is so that we can advance work on the telehealth policy, which aims to improve access to essential health services in rural areas by leveraging digital technologies. Under the same program, the Ministry of Health and Social Services will also continue to expand and strengthen digital network infrastructure to include all additional clinics. Moreover, the Ministry will prioritize the rollout of the next edition of the National Demographic Health Survey, which is integral to establishing accurate and up-to-date health data, which will inform health policy development and implementation. I wish to highlight, therefore, this program, before I move on to Program 2, that once again, it is crucial for us to understand and have the necessary data to be able to plan going forward. For Program 2, this is curative and clinical healthcare services. The achievements in the 2024-2024 financial year, this past year we saw very critically the oxygen and medical equipment installation. We were able to install oxygen generating plants at Windhoek Central Hospital, in Okakarara, Swakopmund and Keetmanshoop hospitals, and this is in order to improve emergency and maternal neonatal care. This is crucial to highlight the fact that the Ministry of Health and Social Services sees the importance of learning from the lessons from previous years, including during the times of COVID, to ensure that we are better equipped going forward. a total of 152 infant incubators, 123 cardiotopographies, which you all would know as CTG machines, ICU monitors, ECG, upgraded neonatal and critical care capacities. Secondly, oncology services have been upgraded. We wish to highlight the Cobalt-16 radiation machine, which many of you, I'm sure, are aware of, at Windhoek Central Hospital was upgraded, elevating cancer treatment capabilities, leading to more precise and effective oncological interventions. Dialysis expansion. 2 new dialysis centers were established in Katutura and Oshakati, with 5 more nearing completion in Keetmanshoop, Walvis Bay, Katima Mulilo, Ochivarongo, and Rundu, expanding equitable access for chronic kidney disease patients. I wish to highlight the importance thereof because, as we are all aware, kidney disease is something that a lot of Namibians struggle with. And therefore, by expanding services, which we are well aware that this might not be enough, but we are well aware and we have started the journey. The ministry is requesting for an allocation of 11,570,164,000 to this clinical services. Under this, I wish to highlight that what we are looking at include key initiatives. Number 1, a procurement vehicle development. This is important because it is time we establish a dedicated procurement mechanism to streamline sustainable supply of medicines and clinical items over 5 years, reducing shortages as well as ensuring transparency, which we recognize is important. Sourcing strategies, very important. I wish to just highlight these 4 so that we provide a way forward. Number 1, sourcing strategies. We've highlighted exploring alternative procurement methods to ensure consistent supply levels. Number 2, distribution channels, improving logistics as well as distribution networks to ensure timely medication availability in health facilities, which is crucial, particularly when it comes to essential medicines. Construction of new central medical stores. This is important because we must develop a state-of-the-art facility to accommodate the increased inventory and improve service levels. Here, I wish to highlight that a lot of the times we have issues with storage because we have the necessary medications centrally. However, due to limited space and storage space regionally, we are unable to accommodate these. Then lastly, data systems. Enhancing annual quantification and quality data collection methods in order to achieve an 80% service level target through electronic inventory systems such as an electronic dispensing tool, stock cards, as well as a pharmaceutical dashboard to ensure transparency throughout the country. Supply chain resilience, upgrading the central medical stores, logistics, as well as storage capacity to achieve an 80% service level, up from 57% currently. This will involve procuring a new CMS storage infrastructure, enhanced logistics systems, as well as robust inventory management, which is crucial to the appropriate management of our pharmaceutical industry. And then lastly, critical care expansion, completing renovations for ICU units in Hobabas, Mariental, Rundu, and others, alongside expanding neonatal and adult ICU capacity, will bolster Namibia's preparedness for health emergencies. And I do not believe that we need to highlight this further, considering the fact that we are now aware that our country must be prepared for emergencies at all times. The third program is public health. Achievements in the 2024-2025 financial year. The ministry demonstrated boldness in strengthening Namibia's public health infrastructure and response capacity. Firstly, emergency preparedness. The establishment of the Namibia Institute of Public Health, approved in March 2024 as a department within the ministry, will serve as a central hub for epidemiology, outbreak response, research, as well as policy development, greatly enhancing Namibia's capacity for early detection and management of crisis, as well as, very importantly, research, because we want to be able to control our own data have our own research which will dictate the way forward for our own people. Outbreak response. The ministry effectively activated outbreak response mechanisms against cholera, mpox, and malaria. Public awareness campaigns, rapid response teams, as well as targeted spraying, diminished disease spread and boosted community confidence. Malaria control. Following the declaration of a malaria outbreak in December 2024, IRS campaigns, which is indoor residual spraying campaigns, covered around 85% of targeted structures and supported by insecticide procurement and the distribution of long-lasting nets. I wish to highlight the importance of this within the budget due to the fact that malaria being seasonal means that the indoor residual spraying and other activities must happen on a yearly basis and not once off. And then, HIV and AIDS response. Namibia has been applauded for making great progress towards achieving the UNAIDS 95-95-95 global targets, with Namibia having 93% of all people living with HIV aware of their status, 95% of all these people on antiretroviral treatment, ART, and then 98% of these people being virally suppressed. Above 90% of persons receiving antiretroviral therapy have transitioned to more efficacious dolutegravir regimen, which is what we know as the DTG regimen. The ministry continues decentralizing ART services through differentiated service delivery models, as well as enhancing ongoing prevention efforts through combination prevention methods, as well as to prevent mother-to-child transmission of HIV. ART coverage currently stands at 95%. The planned activities under this program for the 2025-2026 financial year, the ministry is requesting for an allocation of 114,365,000 to public health, focusing on operationalizing Namibia Institute of Public Health, disease prevention, immunization and maternal and child health, non-communicable diseases, and because of time, I will highlight those as such and go to the HIV and AIDS response. Although funding cuts have raised concerns about access to antiretroviral medication, I wish to clarify very importantly that the government of Namibia has been procuring these antiretroviral medicines since 2016 and will continue to do so. Recent waivers issued by the US government to Namibia have allowed some continued support under the US and CDC cooperative agreement, which takes us until about September, October. But once again, I wish to highlight that this is for support for activities and medication continues to remain covered by the government. However, the ministry remains committed to sustaining HIV and TB services through integrated health delivery models, recognizing the critical importance of national ownership of special disease programs previously funded and supported by the US and other international donors. To create a favorable policy environment for this commitment, the ministry developed strategic initiatives aimed at ensuring the sustainability of these programs. For instance, the roadmap towards the sustainability of HIV, viral hepatitis, tuberculosis, and malaria control in Namibia, which was launched in November 2024, outlines a comprehensive framework for long-term health strategies. Additionally, the social contracting for health policy launched in October 2023 enables collaboration between government and civil society organizations, fostering a coordinated approach to health service delivery and enhancing community engagement in the fight against these diseases. They're highlighting the fact that we understand that there has been a gap, people that were previously employed in these various programs. So yes, medication is covered by the government, but there is a gap in terms of employment. There, we find that it is crucial to find long-term sustainable plans, and we wish then to partner with local organizations in Namibia, and we have many of them performing similar tasks as what our partner organizations were doing, and through social contracting we can work together to ensure that we achieve the same goals. Program number 4, development of social welfare. The ministry advanced efforts to support vulnerable populations, rehabilitation and support services. The Etegameno Rehabilitation Center served adults through inpatient substance use treatment, with a capacity of 16 beds. The ministry developed pilot outpatient for alcohol as well as drug dependence and rolling them out across 3 regions, planning national expansion. I will move on to the planned activities very quickly. Under this same program, 37,423,000 has been requested for this allocation. The ministry, through targeted programs in all 14 regions, will prioritize the promotion of family well-being, parenting, prevention of alcohol and drug abuse, and rehabilitation of these patients. It is important to highlight that the ministry will also prioritize the expansion of the Etegameno Rehabilitation Center to cater for patients under the age of 18, which is important, and I am informed that this is in the final stages. And then lastly, Program 99 Policy Coordination and Support Services. For 2024-2025, facilities and equipment, we have the completion of clinics in Shamaturo, Oshikulifitu, TB wards at Keetmanshoop, as well as upgrades at major hospitals like Windhoek Central Hospitals. Human resources, it is important for me to highlight that an approval of 11,742 new positions was approved by the Ministry of Health and Social Services, and the necessary work was done. However, for the 2025-2026 financial year, an allocation of 150 million was made. I wish to highlight that in order to fill all 11,742 positions, an amount of 4,550,935,085 will be needed. The current allocation allows us to accommodate 434 positions. Policy adoption. I'll move on to the planned activities.
You will get a chance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I put votes. I now put vote 17, urban and rural development, 2,697,817,000 Namibian dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, esteemed members of this august House, allow me to thank the Excellency, President Nandi Ndaitwah, for having entrusted me with the responsibility to oversee the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. I wish to thank and applaud the Honorable Minister of Finance, my neighbor here, and the Director General for National Planning Commission, and their teams for coming up with a budget that focuses on prioritizing key national development demands. I equally want to register my gratitude to my Deputy Minister, Honorable Nawases Tayere, and my team from the Ministry, as well as regional and local authority councils and yes, like you do. Like you do. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, it's my distinct honor and privilege to represent this august House the budget allocation of vote 17. As always, this opportunity affords this august House a chance to assess, evaluate and validate the implementation of
Honorable Swartboy,
programs.
Please.
I'll teach him after.
No, yes, just continue, Honorable Minister.
In this regard, I'm asking for the floor to introduce seek the support of this august House.
Honorable Swartboy, just wait. Honorable Member, Honorable, please. Sit. Honorable Swartboy, please. No, don't, not for me, for the public. No, please, honorable members, if there are issues now, we are at a, okay.
You withdraw. If you want to discuss how to meet me outside, don't hide yourself in here.
Yeah.
In this regard, I'm taking the floor to introduce and support this august House for the budget allocation of vote 17.
Honorable Swartboy, please. No, but show them you are smarter. Show them you are smarter. That's not education. That's not education. Thank you.
Now I want to know, how do you record my minutes?
Come again?
Are we starting afresh? Yes. Okay. This year's budget allocation is broken into an operational budget of 1,442,848,000 Namibia dollars and a development budget of 1,254,969,000 Namibia dollars in the 4 programs. First program, regional and local government and traditional authorities. Second program, enhancement of public participation in development planning and decision making. Third program, support to urban and regional planning infrastructure and housing development. Fourth program is rural development. Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1,257,551,000 Namibia dollars is allocated to this program. A large portion of this allocation is the amount of 931,800,000 Namibia dollars is for the subsidies that will go towards supporting and enhancing the operational service delivery capacity of regional councils, local authorities, as well as recognized traditional authorities. The remainder of the allocation, amounting to 326,543,000 Namibia dollars, will be used in carrying out governance and development enhancing activities. The finalization of the revision and amendments of legal instruments, notably the Local Authority Act, the Council of Traditional Leaders Act, the amendment of Act 31 of 2000, and the Traditional Authorities Act 25 of 2000, with a view to address identified gaps that have been hampering the effective application and the administration of the 2 legislations by both the government and the consent authorities. Finalization of the development of urban land reform policy and strategy, the revision of local economic development white paper into a more comprehensive national, regional, local economic development policy with a detailed implementation and monitoring and evaluation plan. The policy and implementation plan will serve as a useful tool for regional local authority councils in their effort to profile and unlock economic potential and development opportunities in their localities. The upgrading and construction of 10 open markets in various localities such as Bukalo, Enana, Kitmanshoop, Okakarara, Omaruru, Omthia, Opuo, Shivero Settlement, and Ocho. An amount of 157 million is to assist local authorities to pay compensation for land that was allocated and occupied under customary land rights, but has since become part of town land under the administration of local authorities. An amount of 10 million for support to fire brigade and emergency services by local authorities. During the last financial year, 2024-25, the ministry made progress in most of the initiatives that was undertaken under this program. Payment of 113 million was made to regional councils and local authorities to compensate residents for land that was allocated and occupied under customary land rights, but has since become part of the local town land. Budgetary support in the amount of 4.5 million to municipality of Grootfontein for the construction of a fire station. Training of 21 local authority staff on the basic firefighting, as well as procurement of firefighting gears for 11 local authorities. Finalization of stakeholder consultation on the new land compensation policy. Honorable Speaker of the whole House, a budget allocation of 17,848,000 Namibia dollars has been made to fund activities related to the decentralization of additional functions from ministry to regional councils. The budgetary allocation for 2025-26 financial year will go towards reinforcing the ongoing initiatives as well as to carry out the new activities in allocation with the relevant decentralizing line ministries. Will facilitate the handing over of gazetted functions to ministries of education, innovation, youth and sports, and arts and culture, agriculture, fisheries, water and land reform, justice and labor relations, and health services. With regard to policy and legislative reform, the Ministry will undertake to finalize outstanding activities in the areas of decentralization during the 25-26 financial year. The finalization of the assessment of the national status of decentralization implementation process and of decentralization implementation action plan. The enactment of the amendment process of the Regional Council Act 1992, enactment of the Regional and Constituency Development Fund Bill, as well as the related legislation and regulation. Formulation of intergovernmental fiscal transfer policy. The Ministry will also prioritize supporting towards the regional councils' capacity building programs, particularly in the area of financial management planning, human resource asset management, and enhancement. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, let me move on to the next program, supporting urban and regional planning infrastructure. The funding provided initiatives carried out through this program are aimed at enhancing and boosting our national land and housing delivery drive. With the help of the allocation to this program during 24-25 financial year, and together with the contribution of other partners such as the NHE, the GIPF, SDFN, the private sector, and this registration office, the Ministry was able to implement and achieve its objectives. The Ministry recorded 26 newly proclaimed townships, 1,772 plots fully serviced, water, sewer, electricity, roads, and a further 1,064 plots partially serviced and or in the process to be fully serviced in various areas of the country. 6 informal settlements on Shira Extension 1, Upindi, Extension 4, Okanjengedi North, Okanjengedi Northeast Extension 1, and the Oshigambo proper has been formalized and or proclaimed as townships. The said informal settlements are expected to yield a total of about 1,007 residential plots. In addition, the Ministry recorded the construction of 957 housing units which were built through various stakeholders and programs. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, an amount of $1,167,202,000 Namibia dollars is earmarked for this program in the next financial year. The allocation to this program forms a large portion of our total development budget of $1,112,760,000 Namibia dollars. The budget allocation of this program will be deployed to sustain, scale up our existing and the new policy initiatives that are aimed at creating increased and inclusive access to and opportunities for land tenure security and decent housing for our citizens in general, and with a special focus on the section of our population that fall in the ultra-low income groups, as well as those reside in informal settlements with no access to municipal services. As a reaffirmation of its unwavering commitment towards urban land and housing delivery development, the government, through the cabinet, approved the new housing policy and its implementation action plan in November 2023. The policy and the action plan emphasize and provide for increased state budgetary support as well as targeted, yet integrated and coordinated interventions and development approaches critical cornerstones for accelerated, inclusive, impactful land and housing delivery. In light of the above, the housing policy and our strategy provides for support and intervention along the entire land and housing development process and value chain. This entails and starts from the planning and the proclamation of townships, the surveying and subdivision of land into plots, to the designing and the installation of municipal services, up to design and construction of dwelling units that take into account the affordability levels of the intended beneficiaries. In this connection, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the budgetary allocation under this program will, among others, fund the following critical activities: massive urban land servicing countrywide. The target is to service 10,000 urban per annum, which is 5,000 for the commerce region, 5,000 across the remaining 13 regions. 1,250 Walvis Bay, 1,250 Oshakati, 1,250 Kitmasop, 1,250 Rundu. An amount of $445 million will be used to build 3,000 houses units through a combination of initiatives and government-funded programs such as Mass Housing Development Program, and Build Together program, as well as grant support to Sheikh Dora Sassoon of Namibia. Mass Housing Development 362, Ochomuse Extension 10, Phase 1, of 424, Swakopmund 186, China Aided House, Social Housing Project 200, Grootfontein 200, Kobabis. 50 million recapitalization for the National Housing Enterprise. The Minister also made provision of construction of 250 basic shared ablution facilities in the informal settlement. As one of the response to the noted high debts of local authorities to NAM Water for water supply to councillors' residents, the Ministry of Finance has kindly made available an amount of 50 million to help identify the local authorities and regional councils to acquire and install prepaid meters. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the last program is the rural development has a budget allocation of $129,603,000. The specific intervention to be funded with this allocation are 37,050 million towards rural sanitation initiative in rural areas that are implemented through regional councils. During the 24-25 financial year, a total of 749 ventilated toilets were constructed. An allocation of 9,064 million to support self-help income and employment generating projects by rural communities, including food or cash for work projects. During the 24-25 financial year, some 175 income generating activities were supported in these various regions. An amount of 9.7 million is earmarked to support the operations of and the community outreach advisory services by existing rural development centers. An amount of 37 million will go towards financing the ongoing construction work at 8 rural development centers: Rupara in Kavango West, Masokotwani in Zambezi region, Mbahu in Ohangwena, Ovongo in Umsati, Sneyfontein in Karas region, Gideon in Hadap region, Benha in Omaheke, and Okashana in Oshikoto region. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the overall policy oversight and supervision of the core functions and activities that are undertaken by the Ministry as well as regional and local authority councils and other stakeholders, an allocation of amount of $125,612,000 Namibia has been made for this program. I now submit vote 2017 in the amount of $2,697,817,000 Namibia for consideration and approval by this August House for the benefit of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will use a little bit of indulgence since we are accustomed to marathon. There are 5 minutes to the break. We'll now take a health break so that we re-energize and then we can go full out. I saw. Thank you. And I put vote 18, Environment, Forestry and Tourism, 797,626,000 Namibian dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, with great respect and humility, and with deep sense of duty and responsibility, I rise before you, this distinguished August House, to present Vote 18, the budget for the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism for the year 2025-2026 financial year. The Ministry of Environment, Tourism and Forestry is mandated in terms of Article 95L of the Namibian Constitution to ensure the maintenance of ecosystem, essential ecology process and biological diversity, and the utilization of living natural resources on sustainable basis for the benefit of all Namibians, both present and future. The Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism has a major role to play in ensuring sustainable utilization of all natural resources and their fair and equitable sharing of benefits and derivatives therefrom. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, I'm pleased to announce that the Ministry has been allocated a total of 797,626,000 Namibian dollars for this fiscal year, 2025-2026. This allocation comprises the following: 727,626,000 Namibian dollars is for operational budget, and 70 million Namibian dollars is designated for development budget. This year's allocation represents a 16.37% increase in the operation funding, and there is a reason for that. You will hear it later. And a reduction of 30% in the allocation for the development budget when compared to 2024-2025 financial year. Taken together, those result in overall increase of 9.93% increment in the ministry total budget allocation. We extend our sincere appreciation to Honorable Minister of Finance as well as the Director General of National Planning Commission and their teams for recognizing the critical mandate entrusted upon our ministry to ensure sustainable development. For the environment protection, wildlife conservation, climate change mitigation and tourism development, amongst others, and for the notable budget increment. While the allocation remains below what is required to fully implement all planned programs and initiatives, we remain committed to delivering maximum value from this allocation. We will continue with our quest for efficiency, strategic resource utilization, and higher impact outcomes for our environment and community. Furthermore, the current allocation and initiatives are aligned with the international, continental, regional, and national framework, such as Sustainable Development Goal, Vision 2030, National Development Plan 6, the 2024 SWAPO Party Manifesto, and our ministry recent approved strategic plan. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, the programs, allow me to outline some of the ministry notable achievements, persistent challenges, and strategic priorities under each 6 key programs that are falling under our ministry. Program 1, Wildlife and Protected Areas Management. The Wildlife and Protected Area Management Program has been allocated 346 million $95,000 Namibian dollars, focusing on national park management, wildlife protection, human-wildlife conflict mitigation, and Namibian community-based natural resources management program. Key initiative under this program is the upgrade of the Etosha National Park boundary fence, an 824 kilometers perimeter, if you understand the vastness of that, spanning Oshikoto, Oshana, Omsati, Otodonjupa, and Kunene region. Originally built in 1970, section has deteriorated over time. Since 2020, efforts have been underway to reconstruct the entire fence, with 147 kilometers completed and with 677 kilometers still remaining. The Ministry of utilizing its own resources along with staff members, National Youth Service personnel, which is now to maximize that, to use more National Youth Service community members also to help with the fencing of the fence. The ministry is utilizing its own resources along with staff members, National Youth Services and community representatives to advance this project. To mitigate human-wildlife conflict, several preventative measures have been implemented. And like infrastructure from elephant damage, constructing predators-proof crawls, collaring and monitoring conflicting coast species, and developing elephant-friendly water resources. During the 2024-2025 financial year, nearly 9 million Namibian dollars was distributed to 86 communal conservancies to compensate the livestock crop damage caused by wildlife. Additionally, 3,443,470 Namibian dollars was provided to community outside conservancies for loss of life, injuries, and further damage resulting from wildlife interactions. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, we recognize the challenges posed by elephants, crocodiles, buffaloes, and predators like lions, leopards, and hyenas. This year, our focus is on practical solutions, including alternative water points for elephants, protection wall for community water sources, and predator-proof crawls to safeguard livestock. Additionally, we enhancing crocodile enclosure, supporting monitoring teams with camping allowances, ensuring vehicle maintenance and fuel availability for effective wildlife conflict management. Despite the 83 recorded rhino poaching cases, which is said, and 9 elephant poaching incidents in 2024, the ministry remains resolute in combating illegal wildlife killings and plant poaching. To strengthen conservation efforts, 50 young Namibians will be recruited in that aspect into the anti-poaching unit, focusing on protecting rhinos, elephants, pangolin, which are among the most threatened species. Namibia currently has 86 conservancies, benefiting approximately 300,000 people through conservation-linked livelihood and employment. This year, the focus is on enhancing conservancy management, ensuring compliance and good governance, and supporting wildlife management activity to improve community well-being, job creation. Funding for this initiative is not only covered by this budget. Funding for this initiative is complemented by the German government, which is KfW and GIZ, the Global Environmental Facility, and the Namibian Game Product Trust Fund. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, the Program 2, which is protection and management of the key and the natural habitats, this program of the ministry is allocated a total of 45,622 Namibian dollars. This program area is aligned to the environmental conservation and adoption of sustainable practice to protect our natural resources for future generations. The program provides for wildlife monitoring and research to guide the sustainable utilization and conservation of wildlife species across Namibia. The program further provides for the dedicated conservation and management of high-value species such as elephants, rhino, pangolin, which are already mentioned, which are at risk of extinction. Aerial and ground-based wildlife survey were conducted to assess the status of wildlife in selected communal areas, conservancies, and in the state protected areas, while more than 200 black and white rhinos were captured and dehorned, a measure we are applying to protect the rhino from poachers. To support wildlife based economic activities in both protected areas, communal conservancy areas, and freehold land, the ministry captured and translocated 57 wildlife consisting of plain zebra, giraffe, and oryx to various conservancies. More than 100 job opportunities, area-wide 240 plain zebras were captured. More than 100 job opportunities were created through the existing and new tourism concession. The ministry awarded the communities living inside and near the state protected area. As tourism concession provides for improved livelihood, economic benefit and employment for our people. We have 7 concessions in the national parks, and as of 2024, and 11 are planned to be awarded during this financial year. I am aware there are specific concessions that have raised public outcry. However, these matters are receiving attention of the ministry. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Chairperson of the whole House Committee and honorable members, this program, the program 3 now, is allocated 51,255,000 Namibian dollars. And this program focuses on creating conducive enabling environment for the sustainable growth of the tourism and gaming industry so that it contributes to the socio-economic development in this country. Just to catch up with the time, under this program, the ministry will also formulate the National Spatial Tourism Development Master Plan, review the National Tourism Policy, develop the Tourism Act, to ensure a conducive environment to order to attract and to encourage new investment, as well as to ensure product diversification and sustainability. Despite now the financial challenge, the Namibian Tourism Board plans to explore new new markets such as Asia, Middle East, and North America to market Namibia as a preferred tourist destination. Now, Program 4, this program is allocated a total amount of 189,012,000 Namibian dollars. This is the second biggest program of the ministry, involves the implementation of the Environmental Act of 2007, Act number 7, Forest Act, Act number 12 of 2001, and access to biological and genetic resources in Traditional Act, Act number 2 of 2017, for sustainable forest management, environmental management, and economic benefit of indigenous natural resources. To address these challenges, the ministry has developed several strategies to combat those. There are registration reform, and the ministry has also been taking measures to enhance compliance and also aim to focus on some strategies. Because of the time, I will not go to those strategies in detail. And on the access of the biological genetic resources and association traditional knowledge, the Act provides us with the invaluable tool. Yeah. And despite this investment, climate change continues to threaten us, and we're all aware of that. And the last program is infrastructure and development. And this is to upgrade the 214-kilometer tourist and I will jump to my conclusion. I think you will get in. And in conclusion, the program is. Come on, you are confusing me.
Thank you.
But anyway, support the program. It's good for good cause. Oh my goodness.
Thank you very much. I put now vote to 27. Sport, Youth and National Service, 1,268,802,000 Namibian dollars for introduction by the Honorable Minister.
Esteemed Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and Honorable Members of this August House, good afternoon. I rise to motivate and seek your esteemed support for the budget allocation of Vote 27 for the 2025-2026 financial year. In terms of the budget overview, for this financial year, Vote 27 has been allocated in a total amount of 1,266,802,000 Namibia dollars. And this will represent, as you would see, 46% increase from the previous financial year's allocation. And basically, I will also unpack that as I proceed. This is specifically in terms of our commitment to youth empowerment and sports development. The operational budget accounts for 60% of the total allocation. Of this operational budget, the largest share of 63% is dedicated to sports development, while reflecting the youth development as 24%. Underscoring the government's commitment to empowering young people through targeted programs and services. The remaining 13% is allocated to administration and support services, ensuring effective coordination, governance, and oversight of all ministerial activities. In terms of the capital budget, it constitutes 40% of the total allocation, which amounts to 510 million Namibia dollars, and a substantial portion of 460 million Namibia dollars is earmarked for the development and upgrading of youth and sports infrastructure across the country. The investment is critical to provide modern, safe and accessible facilities that support both community level and elite sporting activities. In this amount, the remaining 50 million Namibia dollars is allocated to the creative arts industry, a vital sector with the potential to create jobs, also promote cultural expression, and contribute meaningfully to the national economy. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, we have got 3 key programs under Vote 27 that we are implementing. The first program 1, Youth Development Training and Employment, a total of 301,127,000 Namibia dollars has been allocated to cater for youth programs. Included in the above amount is 117,597,000 Namibia dollars allocated to the National Youth Service and 34,174,000 Namibia dollars to the National Youth Council for their respective mandates implementation. These initiatives under these 2 focus specifically on equipping out-of-school and unemployed youth with relevant skills to enhance their employability, foster self-reliance, and also to enable them to become real productive members of our society. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, we have catered, or in the 2024 financial year, the Ministry recorded several key achievements in terms of youth development, benefiting a total of 540 youth. In addition to that, in the field of youth health and life skills, 57,210 youth accessed sexual and reproductive health education, while a total of 862 youth received skills in various technical, vocational, educational training programs. In terms of entrepreneurship and livelihood developments, which is a strategic focus, 749 youth has received entrepreneurial training and 553 received loans under the Namibia Youth Credit Scheme. 630 young people also through the Charcoal Youth Employment Project were trained in sustainable charcoal production. The National Youth Service continues to offer recognized and accredited training programs, and a total of 715 have been recruited through its three main key programs, namely National Service Training, Voluntary Service, and Technical and Vocational Education and Training. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, I wish to state that sustainable youth employment funding, the ministry will be involved in establishment of the National Youth Fund, which will offer access to business development services, coaching and mentorship. The National Youth Fund we envisage will consolidate all the existing entrepreneurship initiatives, including the 121 Rural Enterprise Program and the Namibia Credit Scheme, for which budgetary provisions and allocations have been made in this current financial year. We are getting there. Under this current budget, the ministry has set aside 50,341,000 for the development programs. The following is the breakdown. 17,541,000 will be used to acquire new training equipment for youth training programs in terms of computers, sewing machines, carpentry equipment, etc. 6 million is earmarked for the Charcoal Youth Employment Project to fund new intake and further support graduates. The Namibia Youth Credit Scheme has been allocated 14.5 million, enabling the ministry to advance loans to new young entrepreneurs across the country and further support youth who wish to expand their existing businesses. 10.8 million has been allocated for the 121 youth enterprises programs, of which 17 youth enterprises have already received financing, remaining only with 104 to be financed. $750,000 has been respectively set aside for the commemoration of International Youth Day, taking place on the 12th of August, as well as respectively for the World AIDS Day 2025, specifically youth-focused. In terms of Program 2, the sports development, esteemed Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and Honourable Members, for sports development, a total of 802 million, 891,000 Namibia dollars has been allocated to continue the development and promotion of sports across the country. In this regard, 200 million Namibian dollars is budgeted for the commencement of the construction of Confederation of African Football Category 3 stadiums, which will enable the senior football, Namibian football teams to host their home matches in the country. I think that has been a contentious issue and a concern for all of us. In terms of the upgrade of the Independence Stadium, I wish to state that we already have received a feasibility study report, and there is also a recommendation for the acquisition of additional land around the existing stadium required to accommodate the envisaged upgraded stadium. Currently, the detailed design and documentation are being developed, and once finalized, the procurement of this work will commence. An amount of 35 million Namibia dollars have been set aside for the commencement of construction of the planned regional sports stadiums at the Category 2 level, which will ensure that each regional capital has a stadium with a seating capacity of at least 10,000 seats. Another 200 Namibia dollars is budgeted for the construction of basic sport infrastructure at constituency level. We have already reached out to the regional leaders, and our target for this financial year is to construct at least one facility for each region. 2 million Namibian dollars have also been earmarked for the commencement of the construction and management of a high-performance center and we have already embarked on the development of this center to nurture elite athletes. Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honourable members, I wish to proceed to state that an amount of 127,500,000 Namibia dollars have been allocated for the hosting of the African Union Sports Council Region 5 Games, the Youth Games, which will take place in Namibia from 4 to 13th July 2025. Included in this amount is the upgrading of competition and training venues, the Games Village, transportation, marketing, procurement of sports equipment and sports results management systems. A total of 2,552 athletes and technical teams from 10 countries are expected to partake in our country, and you are all invited to join us. You will also agree with me, esteemed honourable members, that the country had only 4 athletes at the 2024 Olympic Games, and had we been better prepared in terms of the performance of Team Namibia at both the 2024 Olympics and Paralympics, we could have had much better performances. And therefore the Ministry has set aside an amount of 7 million towards games preparatory for the national teams. An allocation of another 15 million has been made towards the sports leagues, and we are looking into a funding formula where we can equitably distribute funding to all sports codes. Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honourable members, an amount of $4 million Namibia dollars have been budgeted to reward athletes and coaches in accordance with the 2018 National Sports Reward Policy. A further 3 million Namibia dollars have been allocated to hosting the National Annual Sports Awards, and while 2,500,000 Namibia dollars is reserved for supporting nominees at the Regional Sports Awards. The Ministry will also invest 7 million Namibia dollars into the Sports Mass Participation Program to promote recreational sports activities nationwide. And these are sports programs that are run and executed by the regional sports offices across the country. 6,512,000 Namibia dollars have been allocated to the Namibia Boxing Control Board to support its operations. 21,896,000 Namibia dollars has been allocated to the Namibia Sports Commission for their operations, as well as providing grants to selected registered national sports bodies. In terms of the National School Sports Union, which is the implementing agency for the integrated physical education and school sports policy, on terms of school sports development, 4,043,000 Namibia dollars have been allocated. Then, esteemed members, 40 million Namibia dollars will be allocated to Namibia Football Association to carry out the local and international mandate, provided that all conditions are met, which will still be communicated. 4,480,000 Namibia dollars have been allocated for the setting up of the anti-doping agencies within Namibia. In terms of Program 3, which is the Policy Coordination and Support Service, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and honourable members, we have a total allocation of 162,784,000 Namibia dollars under this program to facilitate the implementation of our overall mandate of the Ministry. An amount of 50 million, as I said, has been set aside for the creative industries, and I will gladly unpack that during the discussion tomorrow. Honourable members, Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Vote 27 budget for 2025-2026 financial year represents indeed a renewed hope and opportunity to empower our youth and professionalize our sports. We need all the support that we can get from all of you, honourable members, and I therefore request for your favourable consideration and full support for the approval of this allocation. I thank you.
Having gone through the introduction of the 4 votes, we now revert to the discussions. I put vote 7, International Relations and Trade, Any discussion? Honorable Amupanda. Now I forgot the system here. How do I check? Oh.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our foreign policy has suffered serious acrobatics. So Minister, Honorable Minister, but part of the diagnosis, we need to make sure that this 800 million that we are giving to these diplomats would go for the promotion of our foreign policy and not for the increase of people's breast at the cost of those things. Yes, so you need, it's not just for you, it's for everyone, including those who are. So if there's anybody out there who's planning to increase their breast with 800 million, it was also going to become problematic. But Honorable Minister, I'm very hopeful because you, as an auxiliary foreign policy maker, and the President as a principal foreign policy maker, you cut your teeth as career diplomats. But part of this problem, when you analyze those people who are increasing their breast with taxpayers' money, are actually people who join diplomacy as politicians. People who come by the way, by the side, and they join diplomacy, and they become diplomats. They don't have an understanding of how it is supposed to work. I really hope that you turn the tables so that the diplomats and career diplomats actually get an opportunity instead of these other people who just come from the corridors and they come and use our taxpayers' money to increase their breast. So it's very important that need to change. Otherwise, we'll be allocating 800 million to these embassies and people are just going to be increasing their breast. It is important that it's a very serious thing because other countries are laughing at us. They are saying Namibians in their foreign policies are only focusing on increasing their breast. We cannot be increasing anyone's breast with taxpayers' money. It's a very serious problem. Don't increase your breast with taxpayers' money.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very serious. Maiden speech. Honorable Kanyemba. Maiden speech. Maiden speech, please.
Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members of this august House, fellow Namibians, I stand before you today as Isra Kanyemba, born in Omsati, a Marine, and now the Shadow Deputy Minister for Defense and Veterans Affairs. As a committed member of the Independent Patriots for Change, I begin by acknowledging our visionary leader, Dr. Panduleni Itula, whose guidance continues to inspire our pursuit of justice and equality for all Namibians. I'm not just a politician. I'm one of you. I wore the uniform and I have endured the struggles of our brave men and women in the Namibian Defense Force. I did my military training in Brazil, served over 7 years in the Namibian Navy, and worked the same barracks, slept in the same quarters, and faced the same frustrations as the soldiers we speak of today. I know the military, not from the reports, but from a lived experience. And that is why I'm here. I came to this august House to represent the young professionals in the NDF, the engineers, the accountants, the IT specialists, and the medics who are overlooked, underutilized, silenced despite their qualifications. These are young Namibians who have joined the force with dreams of serving their nation, only to find their skills ignored while the civilians are hired to fill positions they are qualified for. How does it make sense that a soldier with an accounting degree is denied a finance role while the ministry recruits a civilian for the same job position? How do we expect to retain talent when we systematically sideline our very own? Chairperson of the whole House Committee, the days in promotions are not just administrative failures, they are betrayal of trust. Imagine being a capable young officer, giving your best years to this nation, watching your civilian peers climb corporate ladders while you remain stuck in the same position for more than 10 years. This is not just about money. It is about dignity, recognition, and hope. When you underpay a junior soldier, you are not just cutting their salary. You are killing their morale, breaking their families, and pushing them out of the force. And I'm one of them. Imagine how does a qualified nurse in uniform feel when she sees their civilian counterpart earning double for the same work? How many more young skilled soldiers must we lose before this house acts? To every young soldier listening today, I see you. I know your struggles because they were once mine. I know the frustrations of being qualified yet overlooked, of being loyal yet forgotten. But hear me now. Your time has come. No longer will your voice be silenced. No longer will your skills be wasted. This is your fight, and I'm your voice in this parliament. The Defense Act must be reformed to serve all ranks fairly, and this is not just the senior officers. Like they say on the other side of the house, it's no longer business as usual. Chairperson of the whole House Committee, the days of empty promises are over. The days of ignoring our soldiers must end. Because if we fail them, we fail the safety of our nation. I thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you. Next is Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise on vote 07, page 64 of Estimates of Revenue, Income and Expenditure Book, Main Division 04 on Multilateral Affairs. 106 million total Namibian dollars total allocation on membership fees and subscription. 30 million of that is allocated to the African Union. The African Union has a tendency of remaining mute on African problems. What effect do these fees have to the EU, to the AU? Considering their ability to act on the their inability to act on the African conflicts on time, African unity is definitely needed and remains far-reaching this far. Honorable Minister, what is our approach as member states towards making sure that these fees we contribute works to attend to our African problems on time? Honorable Minister, same can be said to the SADC fees as well, because we have that problem. Honorable Minister, I further go on, and I further ask on the same in reference to 21 March this year, on the inauguration day of our current president of Namibia. The venue was changed due to weather forecast, the heavy rain, from the Independence Stadium to the State House. These last-minute changes caused chaos and disorder in the face of the international visitors, dignitaries, and cut out many of the Namibians who wanted to be in attendance. Imagine paying for services and not using such services. Accountability, Honorable Minister, members of Parliament, was an apology given to these dignitaries. It is now a call to start thinking on construction of an all-weather friendly dome or conference center that can be used for all major events. This will cut costs that stem from inflated tent rentals, and will create employment and opportunity to host bigger international conferences. like events, like such events that will bring quality to our capital city. Ramatex is a perfect example we can use and a good option for the future. While I conclude here, Honorable Chairperson of the whole Housing Committee, could you please assist me and the rest of the Parliament, of the members of Parliament, to advise members of Parliament to take their phones off the table when they are speaking, because it interferes and interrupts us from listening. That vibration comes to our ears and to the speakers, to the listeners out there as well. So on that note, I submit, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Likando.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I rise to air my views on Vote 7 of International Relations and Trade, specifically Program 1, Bilateral Relations and Cooperations. The number of bilateral relations agreements expected to be signed has decreased from 10 in 2023-2024, 6 in 2024-2025, and 5 in 2025-2026. Despite the reduction of the number of agreements, the budget has increased. If you check on page 26 of the book Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, the budget has increased from 19,930,000 in 2024-2025 and 27,586,000. Now, the questions to the Honorable Minister. Can the Honorable Minister elaborate to the nation on what specific factors led to the reduction of bilateral agreements and an increase in the budget in the same vein? Number two, what are the key benefits from the targeted 5 bilateral agreements? Lastly, we have realized that the Ministry's own performance data reveals a concerning pattern of underachievement and ineffective execution. The reported statistics, you can check on the same page, that only 40% of signed bilateral agreements are actively implemented by the responsible agencies, points a significant shift in diplomatic pronouncement and practical follow-through. Furthermore, the finding that a mere 20% of initiatives classified as economic diplomatic projects demonstrated any tangible socio-economic impact is alarming. Henceforth, what factors contribute to the Ministry's progress in transforming diplomatic activities into tangible outcomes for the nation? Honorable Chairperson of the whole House, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Honorable Shaningwa.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members in the House. I rise again to make my contribution towards the motivation of the budget estimate for the vote number 707 for the budget year 2025-2026 financial year, as motivated by the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Trade, a seasonal diplomat who has a deep understanding of international relations and cooperation. Honorable members, as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has devastated economies worldwide, with many economies plugged into recession by the pandemic, and Namibia was no exception. as by the time of COVID-19 impacted our economy. Namibia was already experiencing prolonged recession. Various strategies and policy interventions have been employed to ensure economic recovery trajectory. Although economic indicators may look positive, many buildings, and I want to underline this, many buildings in our towns are now empty. Whilst many businesses have closed down, both local and international businesses are closed. Various investment conferences have been hosted, Honorable Minister, notably 2016 Investment Conference, whereby many potential investors attended. But I do not think we have taken advantage of such investors and win them over to invest in our country. Therefore, investment and trade promotion must yield tangible.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I raised on Rule 73D. It says it must listen. It is implying or is talking to any member of this House. Must listen in silence to debate unless called to speak, and may not make noise or other disorderly expressions in order to interrupt another member while speaking. Now I raise on that very important, rule, Chairperson, because when Honorable Ampanda was speaking, Honorable Member Honorable Emma kept on making so much noise, and you as presiding officer failed to protect the member.
Yeah.
They continue making noise, but you failed to continue. On the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You see, honorable members. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You see, honorable members, we all agree that one is not a point of order. And when you continue like this, you make it difficult for the presiding officer. I think what is important is to allow the knowledge of the other person to deliberate that knowledge, how right and wrong it might be perceived by the next person, so that for the conjunction of ideas, you are able to at least make an informed decision after having heard the member. Now, these constant interjections does not allow us, in as much as we want to assist. I think going forward, it's where the presiding officer also at times want to flow, that the person who's having the floor should deliver whatever he has uninterrupted. Yeah, thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Myself and Job, we are from the same clan.
Honorable Job.
That's why, no. It's my son. Honorable
Job.
Honorable Job Ampanda.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just, Honorable Chair, let me just start a little bit. I was saying, therefore, investment and trade promotion must yield the tangible desired results. And also to thank you, Honorable Job, it's not seasonal, it's seasoned. Thank you, that was just a flop of the tongue. Thank you for the rectification, thank you. Okay, I was then continuing to say that Namibia has a potential of opening up our economy to ensure economic expansion, employment creation, and become one of the fastest growing economy in Africa. We must therefore avoid lengthy processes in approving various businesses and investment-related applications, while at the same time adhering to due procedures that must be followed. Honorable members, the Namibian embassies out there, through economic diplomacy, must promote investment to attract foreign direct investment, which will enable capital inflow, and I'm underlining on that one, capital inflow to our country, to create the much-needed employment for our people. This must, however, be done with preparation of our local entrepreneurs from across the 14 regions of our country. Similarly, the embassies must promote Namibian goods and services to access lucrative global markets.
Yes.
We must, however, point of order.
Yeah.
Again. Just wait, let me hear.
Time.
We got to time allocation. We said 5 minutes. So we shouldn't be biased in applying that limit. Because basically we have already got off. So I'm requesting.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Honorable George.
Yes, Chair.
Please.
As I was saying, is that time allocation. Time allocation, we shouldn't be applying the rules biasly. So if my time is up, my time is up. Let's not try and make things difficult.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, we all agree that.
Who agreed?
No, let's. Thank you. You have made your point.
But you can't.
I'm not yet done. I did not say you agree.
She's still standing, Chair.
She's still standing. I'm not yet done.
No, Chair, if you agree, please.
You see, honorable members. Honorable members, I think it's not in dispute that she was interrupted, isn't it? And in that process, I did not check. No, I did not check. I did not check. Yeah, but let's also minimize this in between. Then we will not have this argument of 5 minutes. Let's also do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm about to finish. I
Yeah.
only have a line.
Yeah.
But I am not an easy nut to crack. You must know that. We must, however, not neglect our domestic trade, especially the wholesale retail trade, whereby we must strike the balance between the local businesses, people and foreign investors. Therefore, Honorable Minister, I support your vote, Honorable Minister.
Okay. I think it's a lesson from both sides. Just wait. Let's just give everybody his 5 minutes and let's minimize the point of orders. Because that's where it will. No. Yeah, but the rule.
Why are you pulling simply Sophie?
Okay, thank you. Next is Honorable Mulunga. Honorable Mulunga, thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I rise to contribute to Budget 7, Main Division 4, in the Income and Expenditure booklet.
Namibia contributes an amount of about 106 million towards membership and subscription fees to international bodies, of which over 50% of about 52 million goes towards the Southern African Development Community, SADC. The objectives of SADC are to achieve economic development, peace and security, growth, poverty alleviation, and enhancing the standard and quality of life of the people in Southern Africa. I therefore want to ask the Minister the following. What is the rate of return on the investment in as far as meeting the main objectives of SADC in Namibia? To date, SADC has failed to produce their final report on the just ended elections in Namibia. In actual fact, we have seen many SADC missions going to lavish hotels when countries in SADC have elections, producing reports, but these reports are meaningless and member states are not compelled to implement any of those recommendations, or the SADC is like a toothless dog that doesn't have any punitive measures to countries that violate these rules. If SADC is failing to complete such a very, very simple task, why should we continue paying such high subscription fees to SADC? Thank you, Chairperson. So I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Cooper.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I wanted to draw your attention to the language use of the previous speaker on the floor. No, I'm using my time and I'll come back as well.
You are using your time, Honorable Member. Use your 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, the previous speaker on the floor used a language which is unparliamentary. Therefore, you must call him to order. He said, SADC is a toothless dog. SADC is a toothless dog. SADC is not a toothless dog. SADC is an organ. Useless, but not a
Okay,
dog.
honorable members.
Honorable.
Yeah.
I shall not be moved by you. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members. Honorable Minister, I am on genocide. I am pleased and observed that the genocide negotiation process is regaining momentum. And it is critical that this process is all-inclusive to guarantee that the intended beneficiaries remain central to these efforts. Our family members in the diaspora must not be overlooked, and concrete steps should be taken to align rhetoric with reality. Our members abroad are an integral part of this struggle and must be treated as such because Namibia's history will not be complete. I don't know, therefore, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and honorable members, whether it is under Honorable Steenkamp's ministry, which is that long ministry, or whether it is the correct ministry I'm speaking to call to our historians and researchers to develop educational materials that accurately document the genocide history, to ensure that our future generation is taught the true lessons of our pain and agony, and that these lessons remains preserved. Let us move forward and instead heed the genuine call of our people, the true bearers of the mandate we uphold. It is time we engage directly with the affected communities, rather through intermediaries, as this only carries inaccurate and information, inaccurate information and fiction. That's one. In your motivation speech, Honorable Minister, point 19, you can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your neighbors. But neighbors will not know when they are not alerted. And I'm now on Osira refugee camp. It's problematic. Ministry of Justice, it's now in this vote of international relations, justice and home affairs. The three ministries must look into that camp and its operations. In terms of legal frameworks and other issues, to restructure Osira refugee camp, because it's a very important camp that we have. I so submit and I support the vote.
Thank you. Honorable Amtenya. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to submit my support to vote 7, that is of international relations and trade, with a contribution on the program under the Trade Promotions Division, where 42 million or over 42 million is allocated. The trade promotion aims to increase the volume, the value, and the range of Namibians' goods and services that are exported and also secure external markets and obviously market conditions for local products in the global market. We are so far doing well with some of our mineral exports, like the diamonds, the uranium, and the gold, and obviously the fish products and the beef. But if you zoom deeper in some of these products and the natural resources, you can agree with me, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, that most of them are in the hands of the foreign investors. It's a good thing, but I think we have given little attention to our local products, our indigenous products. They are nowhere in the global market, and that is my biggest concern. For instance, in the northern regions, we have massive of palm fruits on Dunga, and our ancestors have obviously invented a very good distillation process of making a very powerful whiskey, which is called Ombike, and in some areas it's called Kasipembe, very, very powerful whiskey. So it's a gin. Thank you very much. Those that understand the industry very well, it's a gin. So imagine identifying. They participate in the industry and we are doing great. Point of order. Point of order. We must stop the minutes also. Ne?
I raised the issue when we started the new us. The police officers outside, they told us that in here, you are only allowed to come in with this type of guys. But this week again, last week, Honorable Evelyn Taele came with a mug, and the bottle made out of aluminum. It is back again. It is back again. I just wanted to seek your assistance.
Where is the mic?
Even your lady out there.
Okay. Honorable Sergeant of Arms, just as if
we can also look what the content of
thank you. Continue. Just go. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Hello. Thank you very much. Yes. No. Put it outside. Okay, Honorable Willem. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. So while we are talking on that, yes, can I have the attention of the House, Honorable Chair? So while I'm speaking about that market that we have, so imagine identifying a market for our Ombike, for our Kasipembe, support our locals to industrialize with obviously value standards and the volume. I think this will give birth to so many successful entrepreneurs. So we have other products as well, like mutete in the Kavango regions. A delicious mutete juice or jam can actually be made from there. So we have other products like onjove that we can get from the marura nuts. We have ombe, we have onyandi, the jackal's berries that are all over the North Ikunene regions as well. I think we have even handcraft items that are made from our local product, materials like the baskets that are made by our people there, the knives, the spoons, the clay pots that you find actually even the tourists buying them when they get here. How best can we place these items, these local products at the global market? So I think the ministry must look into that. How best can we also have our local products getting at the global market? I think the last part is also on the issue of services. We have expertise in this country. I would also want to find myself getting into Angola and I find teachers and nurses, our professionals that are also employed there, the same way we have foreign goods and services. With that, I think I support the vote, and I'm looking forward for the ministry to look into getting our products, local products and services at a global market. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Samupwa.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to give my contribution to Vote 7, Minister of International Relations and Trade. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, firstly allow me to congratulate Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah for the wisdom and foresight in merging the trade portfolio with that of international relations. It just makes perfect sense because this will enhance better coordination and optimal use of resources, especially technical capabilities. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for Namibia to cement its position on the international stage, especially with organizations like the UN and the African Union, we need to support this sector in totality. In pursuance of economic diplomacy, Ministry of International Relations and Trade should have adequate budget to carry its mandate at the national, regional, continental, and global stage. For this ministry to serve its mandate today and propelling Namibia to the future, the following areas are important for us to look at. There is something that is not on the budget, which I want to suggest that it can be included in the coming MTF, which is the tariff board. The tariff board. The tariff board will be an indispensable institution that will ensure that our trade is well managed by investigating bumping, surges, and setting tariffs. So in the MTF, Honorable Chairperson and the line minister, a budget, I suggest, must be made for the provision of this tariff board because of the uncertainty in today's geopolitical and economic setups. Honorable Chairperson, let me commend the Honorable Minister for International Relations and Trade for initiating the construction, because from my research, I found that most of our embassies are either renting or so. So let me commend for initiating the following constructions in our foreign missions: in Accra, Ghana, at the tune of 10.5 million, In Osokoro, Abuja, according to the budget, at 71 million, plus several other upgradings. This is the way to go, Honorable Minister. Finally, with Namibia being a key partner in the envisioned African trade, it goes without saying that points of entry to Namibia should also have trained relations officers attached there. That could be a smart diplomatic strategy leading to job creation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Jonas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House. I rise to support vote 7, specifically made Division 6, which focus on program for diplomatic mission. The mandate of our diplomatic mission includes the promotion and facilitation of trade and investment, tourism, as well as showcasing of Namibia's rich cultural heritage. It is indeed commendable that, according to the 2024 Africa Trade Barometer report, Namibia continued to maintain its position as the second most attractive investment destination on the African continent. This recognition is a testament to our country's strong democracy, governance, sound macroeconomic policies, business opportunities, as well as world-class infrastructure and logistic networks. Chairperson of the whole House Committee, while these achievements deserve our praise, I wish to highlight an area that demands more focused attention, and that is the integration of labor laws, compliance into trade investment discussion at our diplomatic mission. For Namibia to foster a stable and trustworthy investment climate, we must ensure that discussion with potential investors, it must include clear commitments of labor rights, compliance with national laws, and the promotion of decent work. This is critical for safeguarding the dignity and the well-being of the Namibian workers who will be employed in these ventures. Namibia is a proud member of the ILO, which is International Labour Organization. Therefore, our international trade engagement must reflect our commitment to fair labor practices when we link investment with respect for workers' rights, and we pave the way for sustainable, inclusive development. I therefore support the vote, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Swartboy.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I want to commend the President, Her Excellency Dr. Ndaitwa, for the appointment of Honorable Selma Shipala as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I have known Honorable Selma then as Siali, and now she is a senior Siali. But honestly, as the Secretary General of Southwest Africa People's Organization said, a seasoned diplomat, someone who grew up and who aged in those circles and who brings valuable knowledge, information, above all integrity, to that important position. I wish her all the best and offer our input and assistance wherever necessary. Honorable Siali, Honorable Selma, not Siali. First, I want to ask you whether you are aware of the working conditions of Namibians at foreign missions. Embassies such as the Congolese and many others. I don't want to mention many more names, but...
Which Congo?
The other Congo.
Congo Brazzaville, Congo Kinshasa?
Brazzaville. Are not treating Namibian employees very well. For many months they go without salaries, no explanations. Some of them are abused, and threatened and so on. We raised this issue with the last Foreign Affairs Minister. Not much was done, but it's a very, very serious issue and very prevalent issue
that I think must urgently be looked at, and it's particularly African embassies that are exploiting and abusing our Namibian nationals. Secondly, I would want to find out the Israeli-Palestinian question. I don't know what is driving Namibia or at whose behest we are acting so dramatically against Israel, without looking at the whole historic question of how the northern African continent was Arabized, how the Arab populations took over North Africa, and that we therefore forget the history and begin to pivot only to one side of the conflict without looking at a balanced view so that we can support a two-state solution. You can't just stand up and say we support the Palestinian people without looking at the history of the Arabs in totality as to what Arabs themselves have done to black people on this continent. We must understand that reality. Then on the issue of the genocide, I think the genocide matter must be rebooted. There is no way that government must keep on playing with dates, and this is the 28th, and we are not going to attend activities of communities because we only recognize this date and that date. It sends the wrong message that this government can reconcile with its enemies, but any disagreement with its people and specific communities, those disagreements are irreconcilable. Then I want to find out the number of funds that were given by various countries, Brazil, and you know your documents are also all over the place, by the way. We were struggling to check which document is which one. Monies were given by various countries. Germany, Brazil. Germany gave 1 million euros for climate resilience agricultural programs. Where is that program? Brazil gave 120,000 US dollars for food security projects. Where are those projects? Qatar, Sally, you must be embarrassed, gave food baskets. A purely desert country gives us food baskets in a country where we have received rain. And
thank you,
where are these programs?
Thank you, Honorable.
Where are these projects?
Honorable,
we
thank you.
don't see these projects. We don't see these programs. I thank you very much.
No, it's what you have agreed, Honorable. Honorable Chichavi. Chavi.
Chavi.
Eh?
Tuchavi.
Chavi.
Tuchavi. Tuchavi.
Chavi.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Chairman. I chairperson.
Danke. Chavi. Okay, isha na usherero mundu anje. Bingira.
Are my minutes protected?
Very much.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, allow me to register myself to vote 7 as rightfully tabled by the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Trade. I'm reminded of the significance of regional integration, interdependence, and South-to-South cooperation in fostering socio-economic development. But I'm also aware that we must never be compliant nor satisfied with being too dependent. Self-reliance and self-sufficiency must be priority. As I submit myself to vote 7, I would like to speak under Program 1, which is bilateral relations and cooperation. There is an aspect of reviewing existing and ongoing bilateral agreements, treaties, and memorandums of understanding. I fully welcome this particular program, Honorable Minister, and I think it's very much necessary that we ensure that our programs speak to the 21st century and to ensure that the agreements that we are currently having with various agencies and treaties, they're actually relevant to the cause that is currently present. I further speak to Program 2, which is multilateral relations and cooperation, and specifically under the second aspect of it, which speaks to the implementation of Namibia's multilateral outcomes, documents, resolutions, as well as decisions, declarations, and so forth. I think there's a need to relook at the SACUS agreement in as far as regionalism is concerned. Can we account as a state that the continued membership of Namibia under SACU is a benefit, or it continues to be a hindrance to our socio-economic development. I believe this arrangement is gradually becoming more of a hindrance because while our membership to the union means the much needed revenue, it also constrains our ability to industrialize the Republic of Namibia, as we need to approve, as we need a heads up in order to develop certain decisions. SACU's framework restrains our implementation plan to develop our country and simultaneously lift our people out of poverty. Therefore, Honourable Minister, there is a need to come up with a comprehensive strategy to ensure that SACU is friendly to all member states. The over-reliance on the hegemony has caused a lot of dependence on member states. The issue of human resource development and capacitation, I now take this platform to upload MIRCO, which is now the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, on its rollout of the 3-month internship program that has been ongoing. I am very much grateful and cognizant of the fact that interns have been coming in and out of the ministry on a 3-month basis, and new ones are able to come in. I think with a new directive from the Ministry of Finance for the apprenticeships and internships that need to be rolled out, there's a need to benchmark on this particular ministry and see how they have been carrying out this internship program, and see how you can further roll out this particular initiative in a much faster and progressive manner.
Thank you. Well, Honorable Balotti.
Honourable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I rise to contribute to vote 7, namely the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, and I wish to emphasize trade, where my focus after this context, I wish to highlight, will focus on the trade mandate. Honourable Minister, I note that the 1,177,407,000 budget, of which you shared last week Wednesday, spoke of an 8.5% development budget. The first point I wish to note is the near 100% subsistence allowance increase for the 24-25 of 28.6 million to 53 million for 25-26 fiscal year. Also, I wish to note the capital transfer 24-25 budget of 18 million to 87 million, a near 500% increase to this fiscal year. Under Program 4, namely missions, I also noted the 24-25 travel and subsistence budget of 3 million versus the 25-26 fiscal budget of 11.6 million, almost a 400% increase. Honourable Minister, I note the above as context for the next point, and that is Program 5 of the 6 programs, which is trade promotions, which amounts to 42.8 million, which is less than 5% of the total budget. Comrade Minister, please allow me to emphasize that trade promotion is not merely trade fairs. It is so much more, and Comrade Minister, I ask that you seriously consider the execution of this program, where we collectively, myself included, continue with business unusual. I may be unpopular to say this, however, I do not go crazy for our free market, for our free trade economy that we currently enjoy, where I respect the AFCFTA signature or the ratification, as well as our SA First SACU arrangement that almost exclusively supports South Africa, as mentioned by Honourable Tushavi before me. Free trade is great for exports, but it is not so much great when the roles are reversed. Honourable Mutenya before me spoke of Ombike and the Mutete, possibly even Oshikandela. I'll speak of the mangoes in the Zambezi region, where we need to find means to promote and to trade value addition mangoes out of country. In conclusion, Honourable Minister, I support and endorse your budget vote with the caveat of requesting your serious consideration in the midterm review of the 5% budget allocation to the trade mandate, where I wish to echo the words of my SG, Honourable Shaningwa, equally my mother, Comrade Amupanda, where we stress...
Honorable...
Yeah, I withdraw, please. Where we stress that local entrepreneurs and MSMEs, I want to repeat that, Honorable Minister, where we stress that local entrepreneurs and MSMEs look to you for our trade and scaling efforts. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kandorodu.
Committee, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, my contribution on vote 7. Honorable Minister, I want to know when this negotiation started, there was a report of your predecessor that he have hired lawyers in the United Kingdom to provide a concept note on this matter. And up until now, this report is not yet made public, but we spent quite a substantial amount of money. Will you be able also to see when are you going to release that report and the figure that we spend as a country? Following on that one, we have the negotiators that have been traveling up and down Windhoek, Berlin, Windhoek, where these people paid. Did they receive salary on monthly basis during the negotiation? Is it part of the remuneration of this budget or not? If yes, how much have they received, and up until when are they going to receive the monthly allowance, honorarium, the way you call it? On the issue of diplomats, high commissioners, ambassadors, my request is the issue of representation based on geographical setup of the Namibians. Since independence, 1990, I haven't had any San person being appointed as a high commissioner or ambassador anywhere in the world. Why are they disadvantaged? Even Tswana community, none of them, very few Kabangos, few Hereros there, no Himbas. When are we going to make Namibia ours so that our geographical, our rainbow nation is seen all over the world? So I heard there's a list of 35 diplomats, new diplomats that are going to be appointed. I'm sure they are included in this budget. Maybe if it is possible, you can release their names or not. Oh, so fast. On the manufacturing part, our representative that are in China and elsewhere, they are not advocating for
Behind you. Just a point of order. I just want to appreciate whether the member meant it or he said a word without understanding its meaning. Are you saying Namibia is a rainbow nation? And do you understand what the rainbow nation means? Those colors of rainbow, those are for gays and lesbians. Are you certain that you are a rainbow nation? Are you saying you are a rainbow nation?
Thank you.
I want to understand what the member wants to say.
Thank you.
Because I don't want that.
That's a good clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Veko. Yes, Honorable Member.
Okay. I withdraw in that context.
Thank you. Continue.
Yes, yeah. On the manufacturing, like we have Chinatown here. You have our ambassador in China. Too much on Facebook, not doing much. Why can't we have a relationship between China and Namibia on a manufacturing setup, so that all the products that have been traded at Chinatowns can be manufactured here? We have Sunday community, we have Comesa that can buy from us instead of importing these items from China. Where is that relationship? What is so difficult to get plastic materials and machinery? We bring it here, Ramatex, and we start to produce these things.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
thank you.
On the national day.
Thank you.
No, it was taken. My minute was taken.
No, it was stopped.
We must stop marketing
Thank
cafe
you.
lacquers.
Thank you. You can get the next round is there. The next round is there. We have agreed. Don't worry, members. Yeah, Honorable. I think it's Ligato. Yes.
Thank you very much for the floor. Honorable Chairperson of All House Committee, members of Parliament. I raise on vote 07, International Relationship and Trade.
Thank you.
My contribution to this vote 07 are as follows. I'm having a problem or a concern about the appointment of diplomats, ambassadors, and so on. My point is I want to request, and it's also a question to the Honorable Minister now, the new Minister, and also I congratulate you for your appointment as a Minister of this important ministry. If you can provide a report of ambassadors, those who have been appointed from 1990 up to now, so that the Namibian people, the masses, they have to know. The reason for that is these ambassadors, they have to be a rotation from all ethnic groups of Namibia. That's my point. Number two, also, the budget allocated to this important ministry is not enough because Namibia is in SADC, is in AU, and is global. So in order to this important portfolio or ministry to operate, to save Namibian people, to save Africa, to save the global, it needs a good, more money budgeted to this important ministry. From there, the Namibian people, when they travel in these all countries, they used to face difficulties, mostly the poor Namibian people, those who cannot afford to pay for the visas on those other countries in questions. So I want to propose to the respected minister that, to the minister, that the review of the international policy should be, it should be reviewed, those policies, so that the Namibian people, they must not suffer when they travel, because they don't have money to pay for the visas. Yes, to recommend it, that it should be free from, to enter in those countries. And the other point which I wanted also to point it out is a matter of, when Namibians, when it comes to the investments and so on, it needs, they used to, let me say, that strategy to sign treaties which affect Namibian people, to sign let me say, those agreements without the approval of this house, imported house. It affects Namibian people. It affects the nation. So those treaties, those agreements, they're outside there, should be approved by this house.
Okay.
I support the bill, the allocation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Vilo Itemba. Maiden speech, please, honorable members.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ihemba.
Ihemba.
Oh.
Tate Katamelo, Morogeni.
Morogeni ngapi. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and members of this Parliament. My name is Vilo Ihemba, and I'm the Shadow Deputy Minister of Home Affairs. Yeah. And representing the formidable national, generational, and transformational political party, the Independent Patriots for Change, in this 8th August House. It's a 4-year-old political party, but yet gigantic in its political steps. Let me, Honorable Speaker, above all give glory to God Almighty for the incredible opportunity given to me to serve the Namibian people. And what I'm asking for is wisdom from him, not only for me, but for all of us, and those who believe or who depend on him for everything as we learn and grow in this new role. Honorable Speaker, also allow me to recognize my family, my dear wife and children, whom I consider to be the first members of society who believe in my political conviction and who shares the vision, mission, and political aspirations of the IPC. Your dedication, what can I say, your dedication and commitment rendered in taking the message of change to the people of Namibia in our constituency and beyond is invaluable. I truly do not have words to express my profound gratitude for your unwavering support, and I can only ask the good Lord to bless you beyond your expectation. Honorable Speaker, my speech would be incomplete if I do not pay homage to the president of my party, Dr. Panduleni Tula, a man who brought consciousness. He brought consciousness to the failure and stagnation of the implementation of the socio-economically, developmental, administrative policies, and most of all the betrayal of the supreme sacrifices of our hero and heroines, which led to abject poverty of the majority of the Namibian people. What I can say is only thank you, Mr. President, for inspiring the young and old Namibians, including those who do not subscribe to IPC. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, the betrayal of sacrifices of the Namibian revolutionaries this betrayal deepened the scars of the apartheid South African colonial government. One of One of those people is me that really saw what my father used to tell me fading away when I couldn't see what he used to tell me before independence. Now, sitting in his office, which is very colorful, with painting, depleting images of some African leaders of his time, he could relate to so many stories. My father and mentor, of course, Armo Senior Ihemba, a true freedom fighter and an uncelebrated hero, like many other heroes or freedom fighters who are today living in misery in a country that they helped liberate. Honorable Speaker, this man inspired me politically when I used to see him actively taking part in activities of his political party, the SWAPO of Namibia by then. You know, sitting on the visitor's chair in his office, on these chairs on which so many freedom fighters sat, some known, some unknown to me, including the planned combatants, whom I thought were just local people coming to pay courtesy to him. Honorable Speaker, this man's activism caused him to be marked as a person of interest by the colonial regime, and unannounced visit by Swatif and Kufut were the order of the day. You know, at one stage, after getting involved in a very deadly car accident, while in hospital, the racist colonial medical doctors, under the instructions of the apartheid Secret Service agents, rendered him paralysis, making him wheelchair-bound. I'm using the word wheelchair-bound just to show the intensity of the intentions of this colonial regime, meaning they wanted him to be immobile. I could have used a person using a wheelchair, which is much better and sounds much understandable, because we have them here, people on wheelchairs, who are doing even much better job than those of us who are able-bodied. Honorable Chairperson, this wheelchair of this man became a GSA approved, like a GSA approved storage container. I mean, a place where SWAPO valuable items were kept. It also became the collection and dispatch center of information and very important items to the Namibians abroad. And
Stay informed and inspired with the Daily Roundup with Nina, your
this person is from Namibia. I think as a ministry we could use your help really to train us on how we can be patriots and diplomats of Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Venani.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Whole House Committee. Chair, Ambassador Selma is a good friend of mine and is a very strong hand at the ministry because I know your hard-working personality over many years. Ambassador, on multilateral level, the question of the diplomatic tussle between us and our neighbor South Africa. For the last 35 years, we are not resolving the border issue on the Orange River. South Africa is moving into 30 years now. We are moving into 35 years of democracy, independence, and we have good neighborly relationship, but we are not resolving this matter. What mechanisms as a new Minister of International Relations are you going to put and deploy to be able to bring South Africa back to the table and to resolve the border dispute between our two countries? We will bequeath this country to our future generations, and some of these matters must be resolved in all earnest. And I want to hear your view as a new International Relations Minister on that matter. On the matter of trade promotion, very key now to your ministry, hinge on a very strong policy of economic diplomacy. Madam Ambassador, Minister, trade attachés in important capitals of the world, London, New York, Berlin, Ankara, we do not have trade attachés. How do we really benefit from trade relations if we are not putting up a concerted effort now that the Ministry of Trade is under your watch? What are you going to do to address the shortages of trade attachés around the world? On the question of, very briefly, on the geopolitics, I think the Minister of ICT said something very interesting, and I just want to build on it, that the geopolitics is really turning around. There are new emerging powers. The world is no longer a unipolar power. It has become a multipolar power, and new polars are emerging. So we can't have embassies stuck. 35 years ago, we have the same embassies at the same spots while the world is changing. I mean, we are looking at the South Pacific. We are not represented there in New Zealand, Australia, Vietnam, Indochina. We need to start changing because the dynamics are changing there. The Maghreb region, we were also looking at putting up an embassy somewhere in Qatar or the Emirates. Where are we? Because these are new important polling areas that are really driving the economy of the world, and we can't be left out just because we are not seeing the new trends going forward. Two last points that I want to belabor with you is the question of double benefits of ambassadors, of diplomats. Ambassadors or diplomats are getting a car benefit in a country of residence where they are working. And on their same salary back home, they are also having a car allowance in the country. And I look at that as a matter that needs to be addressed. If I am a beneficiary and I'm an ambassador in Argentina or wherever, and I have access to a car, I can't be getting a transport allowance back home while I am already benefiting with a car. That issue needs to be addressed. And lastly, very briefly, I see this new protocol. I see this new tendency of, you recognize the deputy speaker, you recognize whoever, and then the wife of a former speaker, what is that? What are we doing to this country? There are standards of protocol, and especially when heads of states and heads of governments and their Royal Highnesses are visiting our country, we should know who to recognize, and not recognize everybody in a bundle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Feni Lanyeni. Oh, okay. Honorable Amupanda, Honorable Shitana.
Thank you. Honorable Chair. I have read, I'm at vote 7, main division 1, on objection and the descriptions of the international and trade. So as a musician, this issue has been a very, very serious issue that has been in the music industry since 1990. We have Act number 6 of 94, which is an international act, and it's all what we are using. And we have a code which called, it's an international standard recording code. If a musician or somebody wants to upload the music to all the platforms that are now in the digital internationals, they require your countries to be there. But fortunately, Namibia is not there. Unfortunately, Namibia is not in the market. So those musicians, they have to register as South Africans for you to get that code and all of that. And I'm the only musician who have been with 10 albums, very experienced with good music in the country, but I did not register my music on such. I did not put my music there because I cannot register as a South African. And it's what pushes me to be here, so that we must make sure that the Namibia flag, it must be also recorded internationally. It must be recorded. So it's a very, very serious issue. That's why now our artists are really suffering, because they are putting their music there and somebody has to hold their money. And now they don't have anything. That's why the other side, they have to import the well-marketed musician to come perform at their lives, which is bad. So we need to reform. And we need, here in this book, there is nothing that says about how do we market our musician to the global in terms of entertainment. We don't have such. And it's a serious concern. And musicians are very special people. There is no one who is more special than a musician. Even a president, even a billionaire. A musician can go in a stadium and they will require people to pay $50 and the people will pay to go watch him. Ask a politician to go in the stadium and ask people to pay. Who will go there? Only the executive and others. So this, we must take it very serious, and I'm ready to help. I have attended international through digital platform where we can go and get those records and everything. I'm availing myself to that. So consult with me, then we put the Namibian flag on the map. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Likando is outside. Honorable Shimi. Oh, no, sorry. There are two Likandos. I was watching this side. Honorable Likando.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise to contribute on vote 7, specifically on the issue of our trade relationship between Namibia and Zambia, particularly the challenge first, which the Winela border post that lies in Zambezi region. Honorable members, number one, we have the issue of regional trade bloc overlaps. Namibia is a member of SACU, and Zambia is a member of COMESA, but all these two countries are members of SADC, which creates complicated trade protocols, custom procedures, and tariff structure, causing delays and inefficiencies. The rules of origin and differing standards between COMESA and SACU act as a non-tariff bearers. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the infrastructure bottleneck is a challenge, while Zambezi remained a strategic point, but suffered from limited transport and logistic infrastructure due to poor roads, lack of railway link, and also lack of cold storage facilities that hinders perishable and non-perishable trade. We are all aware that Botswana and Zambia have closed and improved their trade connectivity through the Kazungula Bridge, while Namibia and Zambia corridor lags behind in terms of the infrastructure. Honorable members, the custom and border issues have led to the delay of trucks. A long queue of trucks are always standing there due to border congestion and lack of harmonized custom procedures. This has led to corruption and bureaucracy, which further complicate the cross-border trade between Katima Mulilo and Sheke, as well as DRC. Honorable members, limited trade diversification is also a challenge between the two neighboring countries. Both Namibia and Zambia export similar commodities in terms of minerals. We have copper, they also have copper, they have agriculture, leading to limited complementary in terms of trade. Therefore, there is more competition than complementing each other's countries. Honorable members, the security and the smuggling between the two borders due to porous and also unregulated livestock trade and undermine the entire trade relations between the two. I therefore ask the Minister that there is a need to coordinate the policy coordination gaps that are existing between the COMESA and SAC trade, as they remain reluctant. It's also important that maybe we establish a joint trade facilitation committee for that side, so that at least the residents of that region benefit from the relationship that dates back to the years of the liberation struggle. Lastly, I will also ask the Minister or the Ministry to harmonize the customs and regional trade standards between SACU and COMESA at our border points, particularly the Ngoma, Winela, and as well as Oshikango. With these few observations, I fully support vote 7. I so submit.
Thank you. Honorable Shimi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to the discussion on vote 7, specifically program 2 and 4, multilateral relations. Now, before I pose my questions, I wanted to preface my intervention with some background information. I believe we all know that Africa, or the African population, constitutes about 19% of the world population. And by 2050 is projected to reach 25% of the world population. In other words, a quarter of the world population. But yet, when you look at the configuration of multilateral agencies such as the UN, they still remain the same as they were created in 1945, reflecting the victors of, or the so-called victors of the Second World War. The world has changed significantly, and Africa's role in the global economy, global world has increased.
but yet Africa does not have a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. Now, Honorable Minister, we must consider ourselves privileged and lucky as Namibians because AU established a committee of the head of states, the Committee of 10. I believe it was established in Eswatini some time ago, to engage the UN for a permanent seat on the Security Council of the United Nations. Although in 2022 in South Africa, the former US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said, and I will paraphrase what he said, that the people of Africa will not only in the future shape the destiny of the continent, but will shape the destiny of the entire world. Even with those statements, those remain empty statements. Africa still does not have a representation on the Security Council. So my question, Honorable Minister, what progress are we making, or the Committee of 10 is making, in convincing the world for Africa to have permanent representation on the UN, specifically the Security Council? So that's my question. I shall submit, and with that, I support the vote. Thank you.
Honorable Eames.
Much, Chairperson of the All House Committee. I rise on the budget vote 7 of the International Relations and Trade. Honorable Minister, I have taken note that vote 7, program 3, the protocol and consular, does not contain specific allocation for tailored training program or programs for protocol officers, especially here at home, because those are the ones that I have been seeing for the past 20 years. Given Namibia's growing diplomatic engagements, including hosting high-profile international events and expanding trade relations, how does the ministry intend to ensure that protocol officials are adequately trained to maintain professionalism, uphold diplomatic standards, and enhance Namibia's global image without dedicated budget for their capacity development? Would our ministry consider reallocating funds or collaborating with other institutions to address this gap, particularly as effective protocol services are critical for a successful trade negotiation and state visits? I can give examples for those of us who attended the inauguration of our current president. We were embarrassed to the core. Protocol officials shouting, pushing, and also our visiting, just to echo what Honorable Kalangula said earlier, our visiting friends, be it the president, the pushing was unbelievable. But in some instances, our protocol officials were not there. Knowing very well, having worked for the state, we have a culture of getting government employees from other ministries to come and assist. And I don't know if sometimes we just bring friends or really people that understand the business. So I believe a standalone training program, not on the job or how do they call it in Afrikaans, but a specific program to train our protocol officials here at home, so that we know who is who here at home, and so that we can also avoid this type of embarrassments that we have witnessed this year. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Kambala.
Thank you, Speaker.
Make a contribution on vote 7, program 6. The issues on external trade management. In the budget vote, Honorable Minister, you mentioned that that the SACO agreement, that the SACO agreement no longer benefits us, and you said that you mentioned that you want to establish a tariff board. I just want to ask how far we are with that. With that particular issue, because it clearly we can't do anything without in the current form. The SACO agreement definitely needs to be relooked with a matter of urgency. The other issue is it's on the trade investment board, and now in this budget there is 42.8 million also going towards trade. There's 150 million going to the investment board. And then there's also a little 10 million also for the investment board and the finance ministry, also in that same thing. But then we want to understand now, what is this money? Where is it going to exactly? Because now it's like we're having now 3 kids doing the same thing without any clear indication on what is their clear role. Because the investment board is there doing trade investments, trade investment, that here you're also doing the same thing. So we just need to say exactly what is, because now it means that we're just spending money for the sake of it. So we just want that clear role, and also this 42 million keeps decreasing. Is it personnel? Is it people? Is it economic attaches? Because in the budget itself, there also no clear indication on our economic attaches, because those ones at embassy should be the ones leading trade investments with local businesses. So just want to find out where do we see those are economic attaches, if there's any, by the way, and also just to give us a clear indication that the board is doing that, the trade 42 million is doing this is for this purpose, so that you don't have mixed up. So people can just steal willingly. So yeah, thank you very much for that. Just those 3 questions.
Honorable Thomas.
Very much, Deputy Speaker, for the whole House Committee. My contribution is on vote 07. Yes, for international relation and trade. First and foremost, let me congratulate the Honorable Minister there for your appointment as a minister. I can see your face is not like my face. You are young and aged. I'm older than you, but you are young and very... Okay. Let us not finish my minute, please. And you are young and ready to take our country forward. But, Honorable Minister, I don't know whether you are aware the relationship between Angola and Namibia is so shocking. Our people, when it's come to or in terms of trading like small traders in Angola, they eat and bend. there is no human rights. Human right of Namibians end up at the gate, at the border, inside at the bed, human right. Angola does not have that thing. Our people there, they are suffering. They can be robbed by their money because, simply because they carry Namibian money. They go there, and the chef there, they decided to buy in Namibian notes. If not, you go back. That is one. Second, the cattle headers there, those who go and look after the cattle there. If your cattle get lost, you cannot go as far as 20 kilometers to go and search it. No. Even you can see it there in the kraal of the chef. You cannot go there. Otherwise, you will be taken somewhere. Now, when the Namibians go and complain to our embassy there, they found them, they become chefs also. This is true. They are chefs, they are no more the servant of our people there, but they become chefs. And in Angola. So what is your ministry going to do there? Because I want to give you my teacher, biblical teacher, who told me, after you have done with your study, become a leader to lead others. Okay. You must not become yourself leader to lead others. Become a leader to lead others, not a leader for yourself. I think our embassy there, they must become leaders to lead our people when they are there, so that they cannot suffer on the hand of self. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I contribute.
Honorable Garonda.
Yes.
Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I want to take off where Honorable Shimi left off and perhaps say that the reason why the world doesn't take Africa seriously is because of all things that have remained the same in the world. It is the way in which the West looks at Africa. Even after many years post-colonialism, we are still looked at as a backward continent, and our leaders do not even help in that. They are responsible in perpetuating that. Ministry of International Relations, I see you make reference to South cooperations, but I am not too sure how much committed you are to that. I know as a country, we still want to maintain strong relations with countries such as Germany, the US, but sometimes one wonders to what end. Is it not time to perhaps revisit those relationships and perhaps move closer to the new geopolitical configurations such as the BRICS, move closer to Russia? I would have wanted the Minister of International Relations to say and assure us that one of the embassies that they would open up would be in Burkina Faso. Move closer to people like Ibrahim Traore and move away from the Germans and begin inter- and intra-African trade. A new chapter. Redefine your position as a country in international relations and not continue to depend on the same old relationships. Now, as far as the genocide issue is concerned, I think government has successfully failed at making sure that the affected communities are drawn in and are involved. in his negotiations, and there are repeated calls to involve the affected communities directly. And I think, apart from that successful failure, you have also deprived yourself of the most needed skills in negotiations, because you don't seem to have succeeded at polishing your negotiation skills, and to that end, we keep getting raw deals, whether this German deal or NAMDEP, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. The Namibia Investment Promotion Board, it says that one of the ways to attract foreign direct investors is by offering them land in Namibia, 99 years, to some retired multi-million or billionaires. Now, we are fighting for land here. You still have not made sure that the Germans return the land they stole from the Hereros, the Namas, but there is an investment board that seeks or that wants to give land to some unidentified foreign nationals, and I think this is just wrong politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tushavi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. In addition to the contribution that I was making previously, I was not done. I just wanted to further commend the Ministry of International Relations for the establishment of the diplomatic school under the University of Namibia. I think this was a much needed establishment in as far as the road to diplomacy is concerned. And I wanted to actually propose that there's a need to devise a long-term strategy to train and capacitate the Namibian youth in diplomacy. This is because most of our seasoned diplomats are getting of age, and we need a new strain of ambassadors to represent and advocate the interests of the Namibian people. Therefore, I propose in the near future that a budgetary provision be established to deploy a good number of young people for training and developmental purposes for a period of 12 months at the various embassies. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Imbula.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Thanks for wishing me happy birthday. I rise also to make contributions to this vote 7 that was promoted, or motivated rather, by the Honourable Minister. I have a few questions really, and a few comments and a few suggestions, I suppose. The first one is, I think very shortly after independence, the People's Republic of China entered into a relationship with the Namibian government. Now, from that time, one actually thought that whatever bilateral agreement content, or however it's structured, it basically includes some basically transformation of technology, or rather, transformation of technological skills from the Chinese to Namibians, and then that would lead over time, before Vision 2030 arrives, Chinese obviously becoming fewer and more local entrepreneurs basically taking ownership of these businesses. Basically, that skills transfer. And it has gone as far as having had noticed that the Namibia Training Authority had actually developed what they call industry committees. So in these industry committees, their main purpose was actually to propel the skills enhancement or skills development and enhancement and acquisition at the end for complete competency, so that our vocational training center or vocational training graduates capitalize on opportunities that are available in the country. Now, secondly, especially when one refers to the, I think is part 23 or 13, that basically where the minister says that the full potential of Namibians should be, or Namibians should be given the opportunity to exploit their full potential for the realization of economic emancipation of the country. We seem to have very good objectives and programs and policies, but a very skewed approach to ensure that some of the, or most of these objectives are realized. Secondly is the promotion and innovation, or promotion of innovative thinking. In the earlier days, one was part of what they call the Joint Consultative Committee, later on became council, umbrella body for SME service providers. So that was actually promoting an innovativeness, which now, as we speak, is replaced, or has been replaced by tenderpreneurship. So I wonder whether the minister has ever considered or contemplated putting in place an innovative or innovation promotion agency for our small businesses, which can also facilitate capacity building and also coordinate or help to coordinate the relationship between the various stakeholders, as Honorable Emma was saying. Various ministries and agencies work, they have this silo approach, and that is not very beneficial to our economic development. And finally, Honorable Minister, please consider adding a program specifically for research and development, because I don't see anything there, or rather under any of these programs, unless it's provided for somewhere else. So I think, like very lastly, is the genocide thing. I agree with Honorable Paula. We need to have an inclusive approach to this problem. It's a Namibian issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker of the Whole House Committee. I'm rising up in support of vote 07. And primarily, I would like to zero in my contribution on the issue of genocide, number one. As a descendant of the victims of genocide myself, it's quite an emotive issue. It's quite a sensitive issue and a serious issue that I take with the seriousness that it deserves. I've been listening attentively to the various members that have contributed, and I would like to follow in the same path of those that spoke before me, to say that we need to give seriousness to the issue of genocide in terms of us ensuring that we centralize it around the nationhood that is of the Republic of Namibia. In other words, I'm calling upon a national conference in which the issue of genocide, apology, and reparations ought to be discussed openly, in which all corners of the Republic of Namibia are brought together and the issue is discussed and become a national issue. It being secluded and being at the realm so far actually continues to perpetuate the issue of division, and this division placed only in the hands of the perpetrators, who are the Germans, and as a result it will continue to elongate the issue. I want to thank the effort of the government so far in ensuring that this issue doesn't die a natural death. Negotiations are going on, but however, I'm calling upon a national conference for us to make this issue a national issue, but not only secluded and discussed by a selected few. Moving forward, on the same issue of genocide, I must also give into context. Today, Germany have spent around 55 billion US dollars in support of the Ukrainian war. 27.5 billion as committed amount, 27.6 billion as committed through the EU. But again, on the other side, on the quantum of genocide, Germany says we're only giving you 1 billion euro and we're not moving an inch. That's quite an insult, unacceptable, dissatisfactory, and thus I'm calling upon the Namibian government to take this issue for us to make it a national discourse. I would like to move on to the issue, another issue that I think is a spillover effect of the issue of genocide. When you go to countries like Canada, the UK, and the others, you find quite a big number of Namibians in those countries. Most of them have actually thrown away their passports and, of course, identity and claimed asylum in those countries. And today, they became stateless. But again, what is important is that upon passing on, they would eventually be put in caskets, try by all means to repatriate their bodies back to Namibia to be buried in the soil of Namibia. It means somehow, somewhere, indeed, the roots of Namibia are still there. I'm calling upon the Republic of Namibia, the government of the Republic, through our good ministry. Why don't we carry a study? What were the push factors? What are the cost channels? And what remedial actions can we put in place? Because sometimes these colleagues go through all sorts of risky situations to try and run out of this country and go and seek asylum in other countries. Finally, I'm seeing everywhere, before I touch on the hosting of foreign flags, the Dobe border post. The Dobe border post is one of the posts that doesn't, of course, we do have the arrangement between Namibia and Botswana, but the use of the ID is only permissible through the Trans-Kalahari border post. At Dobe border post, there is no facility that permits the use of these IDs. Today, a person in Gam or Chumke would eventually have to come all the way to Hobabes to travel into Botswana to be able to use those services. Thus, I'm calling upon our government to see what actions can we put in place with the Botswana government for us to ensure that the border posts become operational and be able to function effectively. I so submit in support of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kandorodu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. It's a continuation of my contribution to vote number 7. I was saying most of our embassy, when they are promoting Namibian products, they are only promoting Windhoek Laka, Tafel Laka. And that's what you're also seeing, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will invite NBC to monitor the consignment when it will be distributed among different embassies. But you will never see other Namibian products, such as empe, fish, we have odom-banui, wild nuts, omaire. So we have quite a number of products. We have quite a number of products that can be promoted abroad at our embassies, that can even be used during the national events when the ambassador is hosting the nationals that are in that particular country, and invite the other guests to come and enjoy the delicacy of Namibia. So, and that's how trade is being promoted. And I'm sure they will follow that particular product and say, where can I find the supplier from Namibia? We have a very good initiative, of which me and Honorable Nathinge is party to it. We are the founder member of Namibia, Kenya Chamber of Commerce. So we want to formalize this body so that it can be included in all possible government incentives. So we can give synergy to the trade between Kenya and Namibia. There's a lot of potentials in Kenya. So we can import quite a number of products from Kenya. We can export all ours over there. Finally, are you aware about the Kapeu jail in Angola? Are you aware that there are Namibians in that jail, and the situation is very painful if you happen to see them? So when you are going to do your familiarization tour, please make a turn there. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nekongo.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Before I start, my Chair, I have indicated that that screen is not working. And from this side, you're not able to follow how many minutes are you. So I don't know when are they going to fix it. I hope they are not eating on my minute because I can't see.
Yeah, we take note, Honorable Member. You have got 4 minutes, 44 seconds.
I think they need to restart it because I did not start it yet. Comrade Minister, let me also join to congratulate you on your new role and also to join to contribute on vote 7. I want also to join those who have especially focusing on trade. I want to say, Comrade Minister, we need to start taking unfavorable or decisions that will benefit our people. I want to focus more on joining those that are saying we need to advocate for our own product. I also want to, when I was looking through, I don't know, maybe I will still ask the questions, the program of equipment aid that has been there and that has been assisting our business people. Last weekend, I went to some few business people, especially one welder, that said, if we can be given equipment, we can able to cut any steel and we can able to turn into, you know, they can able to turn into materials that we, or product that we need. So hence I would want to see that program be capacitated to able to accommodate our young entrepreneurs and business people. I also feel the ministry must also do more to able to protect our local business people. And I think efforts to create product that will support our people can able to, you know, uplift our economic situation in the country, because it's only through your business people, your own business people, you can able to drive the economy of your country. Comrade Minister, decision that I'm talking about is, you see, now I don't even know what, oh, okay, now Joe, thank you. Just for example, school uniform. We have spoken many times to say, why can't we just take a decision and say, next year, all uniform must be procured in Namibia. And we must able then to capacitate all our tailors countrywide and say, even if you are from Acremans or PEP, whether you like it or not, buy it from our country, our defense uniforms. And by doing so, we can deliberately create employment for our people. I don't know how many minutes are left now.
Just talk. You will be stopped by me, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel we still need to do those so that we can able to create for our people. The time has come that we must not just continue complaining, because who are we complaining to when we are the ones who are in charge of our own country? So I want to stop there, and I'm supporting vote 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Feni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the second chance. Honorable Chairperson, my contribution based, my contribution on vote 7, based on trade, special in retail trading. Honorable Minister, we have foreigners; those are coming in our country. Partaker in Tokan. We have investor, foreign investor; those are coming now in our country. Invest in a retail trading sector. To me, we need investors, but not in that retail trading sector. Honorable Minister, we have those foreign investors coming from their country. Just imagine a foreign come to sell Coca-Cola product. Coca-Cola company is an international company which is everywhere in any country. A foreigner coming from his country to come and sell Coca-Cola product, a local product, that they are competing with our own people, which some of our our local entrepreneurs. They are not even enabled to pay the air ticket, the international air ticket. A foreigner coming to our country is already well off from his country to come and do business in our country, but to compete with our own people selling our own local product. This is a cry from business people since independence, but nothing had been done up to now. Honorable Minister, we need to protect our local businesses. We need to reserve some sector of economy for our own people. There's a need for now to change that investment act that allow the foreigner to do any business in Namibia. With that few words, Honorable Minister, I support your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, my last intervention will be on what is not in the budget. When you juxtapose it to what is in the budget. I'm really concerned and worried about this over-relation in economic diplomacy and now trade and things like that. So what effectively is going to happen is that our foreign policy is going to suffer. When we are talking about foreign policy, it's obviously based on national interest. And national interest is informed and is based and underpinned by the domestic conditions. So that is why, historically, because of where we are coming from, where we came from, we developed certain foreign policy principles that ended up in our Namibian constitution in terms of Article 95 of the Namibian constitution, 96, eh? Yeah, so because of that historical origin, those principles came in our constitution. Now, to operationalize those instruments, we developed this white paper on economic diplomacy for those specific conditions. Now, things have now changed. And we seem to be concerned about bureaucratization of diplomats and things. Nobody is actually concerned on the politics of foreign policy. Trade, product, economic diplomacy, and no one is actually telling us. We no longer have leaders who stand up and educate society about the importance of foreign policy, the importance of politics. And that's my biggest fear. Now, there were statements being made to the effect that the white paper would be reviewed. And there were meetings that were conducted for that purpose. And because when you look at that white paper of March 2004, it speaks about the key issues, HIV, AIDS, NEPAD, and things. All those things have now changed drastically. So we need to actually do a serious reconsideration. One of the things that we could actually consider that is not here, and there was an attempt to do something about that. You have an ambassador who sits in China, does well, and the new regime comes, he goes back to his village, and he stays at his village until he dies. And we declare him a hero after his death. But the knowledge of that ambassador goes with them. There was an attempt to actually have former diplomats association or institution properly institutionalized, not for them coming to have coffee, properly institutionalized so that they are also able to make a significant contribution. We have to be very careful about praising this short courses certificate that we are giving at the diplomatic school there, because it's run by biologists, geography people, not necessarily political scientists and people and expertise in international relations. I had taken it up with the previous Minister of Foreign Relations. So you need to be very careful and look at what is basically happening there and institutionalize it properly. The frontline states, things have changed. It's no longer the same. Non-aligned movement, unfortunately, is in our constitution. But what is non-aligned in 2025? It makes sense there and then. If an elephant is standing on the tail of a mouse and you come and stand and say you are neutral, you are a friend to everyone, enemy to whatever that thing means, would the mouse agree that you are neutral when an elephant is standing on that tail? So we really hope that you can provide clarity and ensure that this trade, economic diplomacy, we don't give up on politics. We shouldn't give up on foreign policy. Otherwise, it will be a very problematic thing, not because I'm a political scientist. We used to be inspired by political leaders. They don't need to be political scientists, but they take foreign policy seriously. Who is going to lead our foreign policy? And we hope you can do that, and we'll be there to support you, and we'll be there to oppose you also. Thank you very much.
Honorable Emma.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is very short to just supplement what I contributed earlier. Honorable Minister, we know that on various multilateral organizations, Namibia has a quota where Namibians can take up positions, you know, any position really, from an HR officer to a legal officer to a foreign relations person to a PRO. Really, there is provision for whether it's young professionals or Namibian professionals in general, almost guaranteed employment at SADC level, at the AU level, at the UN and its agencies, but we continue to see that our quota is not taken up. I've taken time to ask, you know, the various embassies when I get the opportunity to travel on official mission, you know, what could be the cause of this, and they usually say that many of our young Namibians are scared, you know, to relocate from Namibia and go live in Kenya or Nigeria or Vietnam or Canada and start a career in those foreign countries and those multilateral organizations. But we have seen the success stories of young Namibians who are living in Sudan and working for the International Migration Organization or so many others. So, Honorable Minister, I'd just like to implore on you for us to devise a plan, whether we need to make these positions, and I know you post them on your social media platforms. I follow them religiously. I share them on as many WhatsApp groups as I can, but still we are not seeing those numbers going up. So, Honorable Minister, we are really here to support you. We want a point where we decongest, you know, some of our, you know, professionals in our country, in our institutions, not because they are not adding value here, but we think that they can carry that beautiful brand, Namibia, to institutions outside of Namibia to showcase our talents out there. I'm tired of going to these international organizations and I'm constantly bumping only into young professionals from West Africa or East Africa, and rarely anyone from Southern Africa, and worse, even from Namibia. So, Honorable Minister, really this one, if we can have a concerted effort, and we are happy to support you from the Ministry of ICT, to train young Namibians how to apply for those jobs, to qualify for those jobs, to go through the interview process and to get them into those international organizations to start those jobs, to mark our spot really as Namibians, that we can contribute to international organizations, many that we are members of, but also that we are really lacking a Namibian flavor on those international organizations, and we're happy to support that, Honorable Minister. That is my contribution, and I support vote 7. Thank you.
Honorable Venani.
Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee, in passing, we are tea people and coffee people. Why is the restaurant closed? It's a disaster, really. Fix your problem. Some of us are senior members, we must drink tea. Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee, we have ambassadors, Minister, Ambassador. We have ambassadors accredited to other countries in the geopolitical area. The ambassadors are appointed by the appointing authority, political appointment. But I have not seen one or two countries that ambassadors are accredited to that we derive some sort of economic benefit. Seems to me people just wear nice suits, I'm going for accreditation, but we are not benefiting from those countries. How are you monitoring ambassadors' economic performance? What are they bringing to the country? Because we are letting people live like mini presidents, we give cars, we give resources, we give food, we give what? Why are we not getting the jobs? Why are we not getting the trade between countries? And mind you, I have been chairing a trade committee on the continent, and I know the dynamics of trade. And I look at your ministry, I have not seen a department here at home, a desk that is dealing with Africa Continental Free Trade Area. There is a Setswana saying, it's a Setswana word that says, a beautiful woman is seen by many eyes. A beautiful woman is seen by many eyes. For a country such as Namibia that is seen as a jewel of Africa in many contexts, people consider Namibia to be the Switzerland of Africa. So therefore, we have niche markets that we need to penetrate. But what are we doing? Minister, now you are a minister of trade. You are no longer the ambassador, but also minister of trade. There is this thing that side of the aisle, Swapo, business is unusual. Please, words have meaning. Let it be. Let it not just become another rhetoric of Nekundi, business unusual, business unusual. You are talking about industrialization. Industrialization. In which area do you want this country to industrialize? Do you want us to do shoe polish? You want us to do leather? What? You must have at least 3, 4 key areas and say we are going to invest in this area, therefore that is our industrialization policy. Now we talk about industrialization, talk, but there is no industry that we are creating. Lastly, we must have key areas. And don't give me 7, just give me 4 and thrive in those 4. If you thrive, then you can go to the next one. On the issue of the Malabo Protocol, I and you will have to come and sit down and talk about this thing before we bring the thing to Parliament. But where are we standing as a country in terms of ratifying the Malabo Protocol and going forward? Lastly, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you must listen to this one. See, I'm getting grey now, so I'm no longer young. Yourself too. I know, I'm sure it's just a hairstyle, but you're also getting grey like me. I have been, all my life, been a pioneer of the genocide struggle. When Rirwako, Kaura, when the elders were there, I was the youngest amongst them. So I'm no longer a person who speaks about this thing. I speak now as a person who has been pioneering together with those elders. One thing about our government, and I dare say our government, Kamupurate, you do not listen. The only voice that we had, it was Memene Tumbo, and I'm giving a credit, talking about this genocide. She would call me, for us internationally, let's talk about this thing. The young man there, Honorable Werikwa, was saying, Mukuru Idiai. The young man was saying we must call a conference.
I was going to give you, but now that you called God yourself, it is, you know, it's the
I'll come for the last round.
Thank you. Honorable Doctor.
Thank you very much. This is a topic, unfortunately, I can't let go without saying anything. I think the challenge that we have, first of all, let me say congratulations to the Honorable Minister for the budget submission, and I fully support this vote. However, I just want to take on from where Honorable Ampanda left. See, the question, the issue of national interest in our foreign policy. See, the question is now, do you even have a foreign policy or you have an international relations policy? Because these are terms that have to mean something. They have to mean something. We have a document that was produced 2017. I think it's Namibia's international relations policy. Now, the policy on international relations is a policy on international relations. What is international relations? It's basically a peer view of relations between and among many states, whereas a foreign policy is derived from your national interest. Now, what are those national interests? I'm quite sure if there could be somebody at this door and you would be there and ask any one of us moving out, can you say what the national policy of a national interest of Namibia? I think most of us will be shot at that door because we will not know what the national interest of Namibia is. So you need, first of all, to identify that. You need to document it, all right? And then you endorse it, then you enact it as a parliament. So Unfortunately, international relations and foreign policy are two different things. They're two different things. We use them interchangeably, and that's wrong. That's very wrong. Now, in terms of the Vienna Convention, there are four basic roles of any diplomat. There are four basic roles of any diplomat. The Vienna Convention can list many, many of them, but all of them can be categorized only in four aspects. And that's representation, that's reporting back to your home, that is consular services, and that's media, okay? Media relations. These are the main things that we need to deal with. But in our own situation, I think we lack the fact of interfacing the diplomacy and the diplomat that we have retires from China and goes, but the diplomats that are there, are they career diplomats? Are they political diplomats? Because many a time you find a political diplomat who is appointed politically as a diplomat at a particular time, but has no support from the members that are there who are supposed to be career diplomats to guide this person on how to go about doing certain things. So we have these kind of problems. But so far we've soldiered on. We live in a world where, you know, diplomacy is basically the how do you call it? The bomb that destroyed Nagasaki. That's the diplomacy that we have. And it's a very dangerous thing. We need to embrace it. We need to use it to our own advantage in this particular time of the world. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Venani.
Honorable Chair of the Whole House Committee, I was saying the government, through the Minister, Prime Minister, does not listen. Dr. Mobita, Honorable, you spoke very well about our foreign interest, our national interest. See, this whole genocide thing is very central to our own survival. If we could have packaged and listened to one another, if we could have packaged this thing in a way that we can even develop our own industrialized policy, hinged not only on funds that must come, but on skills that we can acquire from a country such as Germany, that is the biggest economy in Europe, for example. What Werikwa is saying about an intra-Namibia dialogue, I asked the new president, I asked the former president, I asked all the presidents here, why can't we sit down and re-strategize this thing in the broader interest of our country? No, the government has started this process, you guys must join, the committees are there, if you don't join, this thing goes nowhere. If you do not have intra-Namibian support of your own people supporting government effort, this thing goes nowhere, because it's about representation. If the German president comes here and he says, I want to apologize to Steinmeier, and all of us here will start walking out, who is he apologizing to? Who will accept that? So there comes a time in our politics that we must be bigger than our parties, than our... There comes a time in leadership that Namibianism becomes much more greater than who has sent us here, or parties that brought us here. And I think on the question of genocide, what Werika is saying is not something new. It's something that I have been saying. It's something that Chiriwako was saying, Kerina was saying. All of us have been saying this thing, that we're fighting this thing. But I think there is time. Because the problem with the genocide is the following. You can't negotiate with someone who tells you that, I'll pay you 1,000 today. But come for the 2,000 later. And it's a negotiation. What if that person says, no, I said 1,000 was enough. After 10 years, I'm not going to pay you. We must agree on a quantum. There is also people that are saying we must restart the process. There are complexities. You can't restart the process. Where we are, you can't restart. But you can refine the process so that you bring people on board and make the final stages that we all accept this thing going forward. Lastly, you see, Traore has become a hero to Professor. I and him will drink coffee about Traore. But he's doing two good things, that he becomes an international icon. A young guy, younger than many of us.
Traore has changed the price of uranium. France was buying uranium from Burkina Faso for $1 billion every year. He stopped the French to buy his uranium. Today, Burkina Faso is making 85 billion from the same resource. We are selling uranium here. We have no nuclear power. We are just talking, everything is nuclear. We are just selling. Whether the Chinese are paying us the best price or not, we don't know. We are also afraid. What if they walk out of this deal? But Traore, a young man, a soldier, has changed his country. That's why Traore is now building up factories, processing plants of agro-processing, because he has resources. We have these resources. When we say some of these things must not be said in the open, but let's drink coffee and talk about the future of our country, we don't listen to one another. So, Foreign Minister, may your door be open for further engagement, deeper engagement in the national interest of our country, so that we start running, because we are crawling. We must start running. And this country has an opportunity to penetrate Africa, to penetrate the world, but we must run and we must talk to one another so that we get the country going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members. The list is exhausted. Any further discussions? Any further discussions? I always check this side. Okay, honorable minister, please. Yes, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Let me first thank the honorable members for the kind words addressed to me. Many of you here, I've worked with you when I was an executive director, and I want to assure you that the doors of the Ministry of International Relations and Trade will remain wide open. I also want to really thank all of you for the comments, very insightful comments you have made, and for the interest you have shown in Vote 7. It is right that you show interest in this vote, because we are all ambassadors. We are all ambassadors of our country, irrespective of political affiliation. You will be going to SADC, you will be going to the African Union, you will be going to the IPU as Namibians, not wearing your party hat. You will be going there to raise the profile of our country in the interest of our people. The other issue why I'm really happy with the comments you have made, honorable members, when I became Minister of International Relations, I found my colleagues almost finalizing the strategic plan of the ministry. And I've asked them to put it on hold because I wanted to hear these views. And I can assure you that some of what you have said will find its place in our strategic plan. Of course, I'll take the credit. Let me start program by program, and then I'll go to the general questions. Sure. Program 1 on bilateral agreements, which is very important. There was a question on why the budget has increased. Initially, the bilateral agreements were budgeted under policy coordination. We have now moved them to Program 1, where we want to have the Joint Commission and the Binational Commission. That is why the figure has increased. Yes, we are going to review our bilateral agreements, because honestly, some of them, I think, have perhaps become obsolete. It's a process that we are going to engage. For us to bring bilateral agreements to Parliament, honorable members, might not be a very good idea. What we will continue to do is to bring conventions and treaties to this House for ratification. And what I intend to do is every quarter to come with a ministerial statement and inform you on implementation of the bilateral agreements you have. Because when you travel, when you are going to be engaging your colleagues, some of these issues will crop up, and it's important that you are informed. Now, with regard to the Orange River, Honorable Venani, we have two outstanding foreign policy issues: the Orange River boundary and the genocide negotiation. The genocide negotiation, I think we are almost there, and I agree with you. I think certain things we need to have bilaterals. Parliament is conference diplomacy, and you'll understand if there are certain issues that I will not be going into the detail, but please come to the ministry, let's engage. It's a national issue. Now, in terms of overlap of regional organization membership, we are addressing this issue. It's true, some of us are members of SACU, others are in COMESA, but we have put in place mechanism to address that. Relations between Angola and Namibia. Angola is a very important neighbor. All the neighbors are important. And I hear you, what you said. But what I really want to implore on you, honorable members, I think we must begin to respect and advance good neighborliness. Angolans have been very kind to us. They've given us a certain number of kilometers in terms of going into Angola for grazing. And then we decided to basically take for granted their generosity. How do you find yourself 300 kilometers into Angola, and then when they speak up, you get offended? Honestly, let's all of us talk to our people. That's not good neighborliness at all. That's honestly exploiting and taking for granted good neighborliness. Yes, I'm aware of that prison in Angola. Like in many other countries, we have our nationals, but the embassies, all our embassies, are basically obliged to visit Namibian nationals who are incarcerated.
No, he's answering. You will come.
And in terms of our nationals not being treated well, that is something that we will look into. Then program 2, what do we benefit from multilateral bodies? You know, I've always maintained that no country is too big to go it alone, and none is too small to make a contribution to international cooperation. The SADC that we were mouthing here, it's an organization that has really maintained peace and security in this region. And you can only have economic development when there is peace and stability. SADC has played a role in its member states, being it Madagascar, being it other countries. And we must remember that SADC started as an organization for peace and security. It started as an organ. So we cannot really say that we are not getting anything from SADC, because SADC has a political arm and it has a cooperation arm. And there are regional projects from which Namibia is benefiting from. In terms of SACU, I think very few of us here will be convinced that we are benefiting the way we are supposed to benefit. And that is why I said in my motivation statement that we are going to do everything we can to ensure that all SACU members are benefiting. So I'll come back and inform the House on what it is that we are doing. On the UN Security Council reform, I agree. South Africa has a position on the UN Security Council reform because 90% of the agenda of the UN Security Council reform is on Africa, yet we are not represented. I think we have ourselves to blame as Africans. We have a position that we need to enforce, but we are not doing so. Namibia is a member of the CETAN. We'll continue to advocate for unity among ourselves to make sure that we get our 2 seats. Then, South-South cooperation. Namibia is cooperating with a lot of countries in the global south. We have bilateral relations with about 180-something countries, and the majority are in the global south. I think what we need to do is in terms of our economic engagement, for us to harness our collective opportunities and strength. The BRICS, we have been invited to participate, but we are not members yet. So going forward, who knows? We might become members. The Malabo Protocol, Honorable Benami, I don't know whether you are talking about the one on establishing the regional criminal court, because that one, Namibia is a party. We have ratified the convention. Yes. Then on 3, chaos on the 21st of March. I'm glad that you have brought up this issue. Let me just say first that protocol is a two-way. When Namibia is hosting an event and there are foreign dignitaries, and honorable members, I want everybody to understand, when Namibia is hosting an event and there are foreign dignitaries, all of us are hosts. It's not foreign affairs, it's not State House. All of us, Namibia is hosting. So when you find yourself in a situation where the director of ceremony is saying, please, I'm appealing to us to give seats to our visitors, that's very embarrassing. But that speaks to both of us. The director of ceremony will be appealing and nobody will stand up. We'll all be seated and the foreigners are standing. So going forward, please, when you have an invitation card and it says you are the only one who is invited, please don't come with your family. Just come alone. I accept that much could have been done, and this is why we are saying we are going to use part of the allocation to train our officers who are responsible for protocol here at headquarters, but also in the regions, so that every time there's an event in the region, we don't troop from Windhoek and go to the region. But really, it's something that we need to cooperate on all of us. The construction of the International Conference Center, that is beyond my paycheck, but I do agree that we need an international conference center so as to enhance our conference diplomacy. As it has been said, Namibia is a country that is envied by so many. So we must appreciate what we have and we must market it. On the diplomatic missions, Honorable Ampanda, I agree with you on the issue of us needing to balance the ratio of career diplomats and political appointees. Just watch that stage. I will make sure that I walk the talk. Then labor laws, yes, we are going to take that into account when we have investment negotiations. My time is going. Working conditions of Namibians, I think you are talking about Namibians who are employed as local staff at our mission. We have to follow the laws of those countries. That's why there's a discrepancy in remuneration. But we try to at least, instead of getting other people from other countries, we try as much to get our own people. The increase in the DSA, you'll see in our vote that it has really exponentially increased, because this year we are going to have a massive rotation of diplomats, and that's why that amount is very high. You know, when the president appoint heads of mission, really, ethnicity and all that is not a preoccupation, although I understand that, you know, it has to be reflective of who we are. We are progressing towards that, but we really want to send out people who can basically enhance our diplomacy, so that tomorrow I don't come here and you ask them what is the return from our missions. Trade. Initially, I think we need to applaud our president for having merged international relations with international trade. I don't deal with everything. It's international trade and investment, because there was a lot of overlap. And I think going forward, you are really going to see merit in having a focused undertaking of our trade relations. That is really what informed her decision. We have a lot to do. There are so many products in our country that we can market, and we are going to do that. Yes, we need to up our game when negotiating with some of our development partners. I agree that they should come and put out manufacturing shops here instead of us being the receiver of their exports. Trade attachés. Just give me 1 minute for the trade attaché, please. Trade attachés. I think what has been happening is that we have been sending trade attachés from 2 points, some from the ministry and some from NIPDP. Going forward, they are all going to be sent from the Ministry of International Relations and Trade, and we will monitor their value, the value that they are adding. Interns, yes, interns will continue. Money permitting, we can even send interns to our missions, but we will see how amenable the Minister of Finance is going to be. The issue of genocide, very important. Genocide, I was involved with the issue from the very beginning. And honestly, for us to say that the members of the affected communities are not involved is not factual. They are. These people were given to the ministry by the chiefs from the 7 regions. Now, unless we are saying they are not affected enough, we can measure that. But I hear you. Maybe I appreciate, Honorable Venani, when you are saying it is too late to change now. Whether there is something that can be done, I will leave it to the Prime Minister, because that is in his purview. But I think we have come a long way. And I really want to commend the members of the affected community who have been spearheading these negotiations. As the President once said when she was a minister, that let's not allow this issue to divide us. We have been negotiating for so many years. Let's bring it to a closure and see what we can effect going forward. I think I am done. Honorable members, Honorable Mpanda, just to tell you that we have reviewed the white paper in 2016. That's why we have the policy on international relations. The retired ambassadors have an association, and that association is basically supposed to be the think tank of the ministry. So we are going to see how we can, accentuate their work. In terms of the quotas that Namibia have at various multilateral organizations, I think we are not doing too bad. At the UN, we have 39 Namibians. At SADC, we have 11. At the AU, we have 6. At the AFCFTA, we have 2 who are going to be permanently employed. I think they are just waiting for the budget to be passed. So finally, thank you very much, and please My door is always open. Let's work together to enhance our foreign policy for the benefit of all our people.
Thank you. Thank you. The discussion? Okay.
Point of order.
No, maybe just
ask a question.
No, honorable member.
Sorry.
Honorable Thomas, maybe
Yes.
not on a point of order,
Yes.
but just take the floor to contribute because under discussion or to supplement a point, not point of order.
Following.
Yeah. Okay.
Question. Yeah, follow up a question. Sorry. I think Honorable Minister mentioned something. Said Angola give us a certain kilometer to go inside. This is well understood. Nobody is forcing to enter Angola illegal from Namibia. No. But when last time I had discussion with my friend, a lawyer there in Angola, in Lubango, said Namibia are allowed to go as far as Rwanda to collect their items for trading without any disturbance. That is one. Second one,
Honorable Member.
In terms of 300 kilometers is only given in terms of the grazing period for the cattle. But animals, when animals want to go, animals does not carry any passport. Animal go wherever it want to go. But you can't say it now after 300 kilometers, my animal I can see, there is my animal going there, I cannot go there. That's not what we are discussing here. We recognize the right we are given in Angola, but they must also recognize our right when our animals go deeper in Angola. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bishop. I don't think... No, I think Bishop is just arguing a statement. What you have said is crystal clear, honorable members, and I think we can step off on that vote on that note. Thank you very much. Okay. Is this vote agreed to? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Now I put vote 16, justice. Any discussion? No? Chief, I'm the presiding officer. How many are we now? How many are we? Dangi. Honorable Fries, can you lead us? Choose whether it's mines or justice. No, justice.
Yeah. On page 4 of the motivation that focuses on legal aid, I just would like to ask, given the 78.8 million Namibian dollars allocated to the Directorate of Legal Aid, Honorable Minister, how does the Ministry plan to improve the legal aid approval rate, which stood at 62.8% in the previous financial year? I wish further to inquire how the Ministry intends to ensure equitable access to legal aid services in rural and marginalized communities, particularly those without internet infrastructure and located over 100 kilometers far from the nearest police stations. And further to that, on page 6, Honorable Minister, that focuses on community courts. With only 3.82 million Namibian dollars allocated to community courts, how does the Ministry intend to expand coverage and operational capacity, particularly when 37 of the 42 courts are currently active? Lastly, also on page 6, what steps will be taken to ensure that the increasing volume of cases handled by community courts is matched with adequate infrastructure and human resources? I so move, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, and I would also declare my interest that I support the vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Kalangula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Historically and in consideration of the dependency of our motherland, Namibia, unto the laws of the past, I rise on vote 16, page 212 of Estimates of Revenue, Income and Expenditure Book, Main Division 03 on Law Reform. Under International Membership Fee and Subscription, a total of 30,000 was allocated for the British Commonwealth Association of Law Reform Agency for this financial year of 2025 to 2026, and previously 10,000 for that previous financial year. Honorable Minister, does the Commonwealth Association of Law Reform and Agency have any influence on our law through this membership, fees and subscription? If so, to what extent? Now, understanding the same as I reiterate, historically and the dependency of our nation, as said before, how does this subscription benefit our sovereignty from that of the Commonwealth under the King of the United Kingdom? On that note, I so submit, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, the community courts is a success story to tell. And all the communities are also aware of the existence of it, and it helps and assists the communities also to ease the burden at the mainstream courts. The ministry must just continue with the advocacy, the education of the community courts, and the support thereof. I've seen the ED here, so we walked a journey in the previous term. The only headache is the backlog in cases with the mainstream courts. Honorable Minister, you will not go wrong if you find the reports and the recommendations tabled by the Committee of Constitutional Legal Affairs of the 7th Parliament on community courts and all the other matters. However, your capital projects, look at the recommendations. It doesn't look good. It's always budgeted for, by the implementation thereof, there is nothing. When the committees goes to assess and see whether it is there, we do not know where the funds are experimented. We do not know what is done with the funds. There is no explanation. There is no building. There is no nothing. That is not a good story to tell. Finally, human rights. The marginalized communities. I'm not only referring to the recognized marginalized communities, who are the Ovatoes, the San, and all those ones. I'm talking about the vulnerable and the less advantaged people. They are looked down upon by the very ones who are entrusted with the roles and responsibilities to protect them. And they complain, Honorable Minister, this is what we are picking up, and this is what they complain about. So let's protect the less advantaged and the vulnerable who cannot speak for themselves. But I support the vote, hoping that all these matters will be redressed. I so submit.
Honorable Emma.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is not very long. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for presenting to this House vote number 16, Justice. Honourable Minister, my first one is on the Justice Training Centre, the institution that ensures that law graduates eventually become practicing legal practitioners in the country. We still have many issues to sort out there, Honourable Minister. I know it's a collaborative effort between the Judiciary, the Ministry of Justice, and the University of Namibia. But there continues to still be issues around administration of that institution, where you'll find certain students have to repeat modules 4 to 5 times to actually pass and become practicing legal practitioners. And these very students who are at that time working as candidate legal practitioners are getting the necessary training on the job at the law firms they're working at, but they continue to struggle with some of those modules. And I'm sure, Honourable Minister, you know some of those issues, and we can talk about them outside of this debate, that really the administration needs to change in how legal practitioners are trained to become lawyers that are practicing in our courts. The second one related to that are the modules being offered. I wouldn't say some modules are outdated, but times have changed. But some modules are being offered, the same modules that were offered in 1995, while we're in 2025. And that is why, Honourable Minister, I saw with concern that when the Ministry of Justice last year went to represent us and support the case of South Africa against Israel around the Palestine genocide happening, we didn't have a lead Namibian to lead that panel of lawyers. We had to get somebody, of course, who has worked in Namibia for quite a while. And there were questions about, do we not have Namibians who are well vested with the law, international human rights law or international humanitarian law, and be the lead lawyer to lead that debate at the International Court of Justice. So really, we need some reform in that. And then finally, Honourable Minister, is the reform in the access of young black lawyers to certain specific branches of the law. There's still a lot of bottlenecks and there's still a lot of gatekeeping. Young black lawyers are struggling to become conveyors. They're struggling to become liquidators. We need to find an opportunity truly to come up with a program to empower young black lawyers to overtake some of these sections of the law so we can have the necessary professionals and not depend, and I'm sorry, not depend on one race when there are young, brilliant black lawyers, men and women who can take up those particular branches of the law. Thank you very much, and I support the vote.
Honorable Zamupwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise to support the vote on justice / judiciary because some of the things are overlapping. First, I want to talk on fair trial, which is enshrined in Article 12 of the Namibian Constitution. The right to fair trial is not only applicable to persons that are accused, but to also the victims of crime as well. But, Honourable Minister, there is a practice in your ministry where a 350 Namibia dollar application fee for legal aid by indigent applicants must be looked into, because that's why they are indigent. They don't have money. So some of them end up, they just have to represent themselves. That's on the fair trial. Then I want to speak on the witnesses. According to Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, every person who is called as a witness in a criminal case is entitled to a witness fee in terms of that. But we have also witnessed that a lot of our people travel long distances and they don't get these witness fees. And the cases drag on and on and on. Then I come to access to justice. Our citizens are still traveling long distances to get to, to access courts. For example, in Zambezi region, the court is in Katima Mulilo, yet Kongola is 120 kilometers from the court. The same thing happens at Sangwali, in the same region, 140 kilometers from the nearest court. There are not even periodic courts there. When you come to Kavango East, Mukwe is above 200 kilometers. Ndiona, almost about 70 kilometers. Kavango West, Ohangwena rather, Okongo is about 120 kilometers. In some we take note there are periodic courts there, but why can't we move and have permanent courts there? And then in Kunene, they are being serviced by Ochu, which is about 150 kilometers away. So, as I support your vote, I also recommend that you look into these issues. The human resource issues, being magistrates, prosecutors, clerks, interpreters. According to African Prosecutors Association ratio, APA, the norm is supposed to be 2 prosecutors per magistrate. And the international is supposed to be 3. But our current situation is that there is only 1 prosecutor per magistrate in our country. And the workload is very heavy. Honorable Minister, you need to look at this. And then, finally, I've also learned that what we go through here at Parliament, where we are regulated by the Public Service Commission, is also happening in the judiciary sector there. Can all the positions in the judiciary be delivered?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Likato.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the floor. I raise in vote 1-6 for the Minister of Justice. My contribution are as follows. Honorable Minister, since Namibia, with 14 regions, the following services are lacking. So this is including manpower. There's thousands of kilometers from Windhoek, where there is a high court, and also Oshakati, where there is a high court of Namibia, while other regions like Zambezi, Kavango, East, Karas region. According to me, I appeal to you, Honorable Minister, to establish high courts on those regions because they are too far to reach here in Windhoek or Oshakati. And also, I just want to appeal to you, respected Honorable Minister, that time has come for the independence of judiciary in Namibia, so that we need the independent judicial where the presiding officers should be appointed by the independent body. And the other contribution, Honorable Minister, it's been also observed that when it comes to the recruiting of presiding officers, the interviews and all those things, recruiting, should be done by the independent body, not by them, those who are occupied those offices, so that recruitment interview should be fair, should be independent when they appoint those presiding officers. And Honorable respected Minister, let me also commend you for your good, excellent statement, which you, motivation statement, which you have presented here. I support 100% this vote.
Thank you.
1-6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Ita.
To vote 16, and my remark will focus primarily on Program 1, with specific emphasis on the Directorate of Legal Aid. But first, allow me to commend the Honorable Minister of Justice and Labor Relations, Honorable Emmanuel, for his well-prepared budget and for the clarity with which he justified the allocation for his ministry, the commitment demonstrated towards strengthening justice sector it's both commendable and it's encouraging, particularly at this time when the demand for justice continue to rise in our nation. Honorable Minister, the Constitution guarantees every citizen the right to fair trial, legal representation, and equal protection under the law. But yet, for many Namibians, especially the less privileged and marginalized, these rights, they often remain unattainable due to financial constraints. Honorable Minister, it's not uncommon to state that the cost of litigation in Namibia, it's equivalent to purchasing a new vehicle, even to purchase a two-bedroom flat in Windu or elsewhere. This makes it hard for many people to afford the justice they deserve. So this reality raises a critical question. So is justice becoming a privilege for those who can afford it? Or in an effect, is justice for sale? Honorable Minister, the question that I like to pose to you is that what are the legal and the constitutional implications for individuals whose application for legal aid are rejected based on income threshold? How can this align with the rights guaranteed under Article 12 and Article 10 of the Namibian Constitution? The second question, to what extent can we as a democratic state allow fiscal policy to dictate the enforcement of constitutional rights? Can we accept budgetary constraints as a legitimate for justifications for denying justice to less privileged? Honorable Minister, the legal aid ability to meet this need is significantly hindered by resource limitation and rising litigation costs. Yes, the legal aid is doing what it can with its constraint, but complementary reforms and innovation are essential to achieve broader justice for all. Like, for instance, we can come up with a ministry can come up with small court with a simplified procedure for civil disputes under a certain value, encouraging self-representation. And secondly, the ministry can come up with a legal fee regulations, introducing legislation to regulate legal fee so that it can make service more affordable for the generation. for the general generation, for the general population. With this remark, Honorable Minister, and Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Member, I support the budget and I thank you.
Thank you, my dear sister. Honorable Aswara.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I rise on vote to 15. Yeah, focusing on energy and industry. Yeah, lost.
Yeah, sit.
It's not 15.
No, 16. Thank you.
No.
Sorry.
Okay.
15
Ano?
is not.
Okay. Honorable Kandorondu.
Is it on?
We can hear you.
Okay. Justice 16, vote 16. My very first contribution is on the Namibia Maintenance Act 19 of 2003. And speaking on behalf of the single mothers. These people are suffering, Honorable Minister. Men are not supporting their children. Even some of us that are here. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. So,
you are protected.
Make the legal process accessible to the single mother so that these absent fathers can be brought to book and make contributions, because there is no way.
Okay. Point of order. Hey.
Sit down, you don't have a mic.
I rise on 96. The honorable member is provoking us. Seriously, it is completely unacceptable, my honorable friend. If you have some factual information of honorable members of parliament that are not supporting their children, by all means, please mention them. But do not generalize, otherwise we will be offended.
Thank
he
you.
needs to withdraw those remarks. They
Okay.
are truly offensive. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Since you said the members are
No,
here.
I said some.
Some, yes, that's some.
Yeah.
Unless withdraw.
We know. Okay, I withdraw the sum.
Yeah.
But there are men in Namibia that are not supporting their children.
Thank you.
Including all the men where they are sitting. So please, Honorable Minister, make the system more accessible to our single mothers, so that the father can take fully responsibilities. Please make maintenance court separate on its own that will deal with this matter. And secondly, on the stock theft, we need to increase the penalties on stock theft. We need to look at when a suspect is found with a carcass, but there is no ear tag, there is no brand.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, members.
Yes, there is a rule.
there is a rule that, a conflict of interest rule. It's a very, very serious. The rule says you can give the context. Doesn't always say pinpoint of the rule. You know the rules better. So the member is a farmer. He has a direct conflict of interest. No, it's very honest. Because there are many other thefts that takes place. It's about taking things that are not yours. People are stealing the sofa, people are stealing TV, they are stealing others. And he is, no. He is a farmer. He can, no.
Okay, let's hear you out.
Avoid debate.
Yeah.
The rule prevent us to make moves here that we are directly of conflict of interest. The only thing that allows you to make such is when you are speaking about the general theft of any items, and then penalties can then be increased. But the moment he speaks of a penalty to an area which has a personal interest, it's something that's not permissible in terms of these rules.
Okay. I think you are making a point. You illustrate one sector of that prevalent occurrence that you call stock theft. You can use any other, but just as an illustration of a point, and I think you can continue on that.
Stock Theft Act of 1990. Am I not entitled to talk about it?
I said you can continue on that line.
Yes. Now, when a suspect is found with a carcass, there is no sign, there is no ear tags, there is no brand. This person is not being held liable because there is a person who will report that this cattle is mine. So the suspect is freed. But the law must look at, but where did you get the meat? That person also don't have a brand, is not registered as a producer, but he is freed. How will the law keep that person liable because he doesn't own any livestock at all? Where did he get the carcass? So, and on the courts, the accessibility of justice is very important. In each and every constituencies, there must be a magistrate court. It's very important so that our people cannot travel long distance to go and attend courts for more than 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. So you must look at in your budget also. We have quite a number of law graduates that are jobless as we speak now. Get them, if you have these courts in many constituencies, it's an employment opportunities for our law graduates that are sitting at home. Finally, on the community courts, please,
no, thank you. Okay.
Minister, there is 16 million that is going to the Law Reform and Development Commission. The Law Reform purpose is supposed to do research and do recommendations. I just want you to, and that's part of the problems, how we have been fixed as Africans. Now imagine you are a student at the University of Namibia and your father is a hard-working man and he pays for your fees. Then one person kills your father, and because you have killed your father, you have to drop out of school. And this person is arrested and they go to jail. And then you end up being in the street. So the person who kills your father goes to university and is given 10 years, first degree, second degree, and he comes out with a PhD. And you end up just being in the streets there. That is why at the core African justice system was always this concept of restorative justice. So you don't just take a person to jail. The family of that person would have to take responsibility. There would be a certain amount of cows that are supposed to be given to the family for restorative justice. So in other words, you ought to position the family where it was before that crime occurred. Yeah? So is this law reform really just doing research for its sake? Is this law reform also doing research on restorative justice vis-a-vis this Roman Dutch law thing that we have? Yeah? So why is it that they don't do research on things that are affecting us as the Africans? We're giving them 16 million, and for what exactly it is happening there? Also, in other countries, you could actually stand up and go to court. Now, even if something happens today, you see it, you challenge it in court, these judges will throw you out. Why are they going to throw you out? Because of what is called locus standi. You must be materially affected by something to be aggrieved about it. That's the type of society that we are in. 16 million that is going to the Law Reform and Development Commission. Are they doing research to whether it's fair and just? You must be materially affected. About genocide, for instance. You can, if I stand up and go to court on genocide, these judges, these European judges that we have that we call African judges, they will throw me out. They say, I must have locus standi. We've always been told about locus standi law that is coming, and it never comes. Is this law reform, the 16 million, is it doing research and recommendation for locus standi? This Board of Legal Education is about time. I think Honorable Theophilus was speaking to it. You even have a law that says for you to do JTC, you must have a law degree from the University of Namibia. The law is written, it had mentioned the University of Namibia. But Vervicia is now offering it. So how do we have laws that still continue to do these things? So we need to change some of these things. And the Board of Legal Education, and these laws must actually be an independent institution. I'm running out of time. There is something that is very embarrassing, actually. You know, at independence, we had very few black lawyers. So the law has changed in order for you to have rotation of president of law society. One year is white, 1 year is black. Now we have more black lawyers. There is still that rotation. 1 year is white people, 1 year is black people. You guys as lawyers, honorable members, even as a minister, you honorable members from the profession, and you that is leading them, it's an embarrassing situation. How do we have 1 year is a white man, 1 year is a black man, 35 years after independence? So please attend to these things.
Honorable Karonda.
Chairman, thank you, of the whole House Committee. Comrade Minister, without any equivocation, you have our support for the budget, for the vote. I'm glad that you also have the portfolio of labor. The community courts, I'm told that the salaries paid to your, what do you call them? The clerks. You pay them 3,800 per month. The messenger is paid 1,800. Cleaner, $700. And for some reason, these payments are chronically delayed. So I don't know how much this is a common problem within the community court system, but it is a complaint that I think you should really look at. The other issue is, it pertains to the legal aid department. One understands that perhaps if one is sued, whether by a political party or whatever it is, and they approach the legal aid for assistance, they can be assisted. But what about those people who initiate cases, political cases, to settle political scores, and still, time and again, receive legal aid? Is this something that legal aid considers as important to a point where it cannot deny such people such aid? I think those would constitute
my contributions.
the two issues that I want. Yeah, but you have the support, comrade.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Thomas.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Chairperson of the whole committee, I just want to support on the, to give my contribution on the vote 16, Ministry of Justice, in terms of the customary community court. I think the law is very clear. Whenever somebody attends a court proceeding, whether it's under the tree or in the building, the Community Court Act 10 of 2003 is clear in terms of giving evidence. Somebody, whether it's stand for trial or the evidence is very important. But in most of traditional court, these things are really not considered. Here is the in the Community Court Act 10 said, keeping of record of evidence and of proceeding in court and the custody of disposal of such record and duties of a clerk or court in respect of such record. 5. Say, the record of proceeding to be recorded in writing by the clerk of court or community court in terms of section 18(2) of the Act shall include the others. But in most court, traditional court, community court, they are not considering the witness. This is infringing the Constitution, Article 12, let me say C. All persons shall be affordable, equitable time and the facility for a preparation and the presentation of their defense before the commencement of and during their trial, and shall be entitled to be defended by the legal practitioner or their roles. Traditional authority, most time, I think there are those who are called presiding officers. When the trial is commenced, they supposed to consider all this. I think most of the court I attended in traditional court, especially in the north, they are not considering that. They are not even calling the witness or calling what they are not considering. Therefore, I think Honorable Minister maybe have to look into that and maybe rectify. I think some of them, they are doing it deliberately. They are not doing it because but they do it deliberately. Otherwise, let me partial support.
Thank you.
The motion.
Thank you, Honorable Mbakera.
Thank you, Chairperson of the House Committee. I rise in support of vote 16 with the two comments. One is on the estate lawyers. There are instances that have been reported where estate lawyers or executors responsible for managing estates, deceased estates, are misusing and abusing the funds intended for beneficiaries. For personal gain, I know of 2 cases that are going on now for over 4 years. And while the process are ongoing the process of distributing the apparent funds, money is finishing in the fund. In some instances, you will look that lawyers have been suspended, they might not do business, they will go to hearings and so on. But by that time, the intended beneficiaries are suffering on the streets. Some have to go up and down Ochivarongo or other places in Namibia to Windhoek to attend such court cases, and they later give up. And we don't know what happened to some of the funds because you only see the children while you know the father was a dignified, or should I say a business person, or the father was a teacher. But you see the child on the street and you wonder, but what happened to this case? The estate lawyer is somewhere outside the country. So that is really a problem. I don't know what we can do to avoid such exploitation of the vulnerable members of our community. The process is just too cumbersome for the people to get their money that was intended for them. The second one is on maintenance. Maintenance in support of, partly in support of Honorable Kandorozo, where he said that some men, not the honorable members of this house, I know them, they don't do such things. But yeah, it's time that we really, like in some countries, you see that such lists of those people not supporting their children are publicized. It will be in public. It will be in public.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but it stopped now.
Yeah, Honorable Mbakera.
Yeah, we are humans also.
Do you know that half of the children that are demanded to be supported does not even belong to those that you see?
Yes. Very good.
Do you know?
Very good. There are many.
Do you know that the only person who knows who is your father
is the mother?
Is the mother.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Continue, my continue, Honorable
We are redeemed.
Try to defend the team.
Thou shalt be redeemed.
No, on that statement.
You are finishing your minutes. Just continue.
Yeah, because the mother is saying it's your child, it is your responsibility to support your child. Yes, because the mother is the only one that knows it's your child. So when the mother comes and tells you it's your child, you need to support that child. So, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and the Minister, I would really want such people, the culprits who are allowing that the number of street kids are increasing, must be taken to task. Their names should be publicized so that the potential girlfriends will know that that person is the irresponsible boyfriend and they must run away from him.
Thank you. Honorable Zwartboy.
The other way around.
Yeah, so at that time.
Yes, that's your time.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to reconcile myself with the opinions of Honorable Venani on that matter.
Yes.
Just to consolidate the team spirit.
Yeah.
Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee on Estates, I think Honorable Nama Bakera touched on it. It's really a challenge. I think the process must be simplified. There are millions, if not billions, at the muster of the High Court where children are on the streets while the parents have left them with monies.
Yes.
Including what you were saying with the Guardian Fund. Millions upon millions, even Shifeta knows from another perspective, of course. But this process must be simplified. The administration of estates is also taken for certain lawyers only.
Yeah.
They tend to be of a particular color, of a particular law firm, and. And you, as the other lawyer, you have to go through so many processes to qualify to administer these things, while some of these law firms that must be involved in the administration of these estates, even culturally, do not understand the communities that they must serve in respect of deceased estates. This matter must be looked at because millions are lying there and thousands are hungry while their money that parents left them would have sorted them very properly. Very urgent, Honorable Minister. Then the Magistrates Commission is a body that needs attention. It's a very incompetent body that is run by, on a Homcha-like basis, I want to say, in the absence of a better word, very politicizing magistrates, and it becomes a partisan issue sometimes for magistrates to take decisions on. In fact, some political party elected representatives even disregard magistrates openly, and they are not being dealt with. For instance, in Kara's Regional Council matter where they defied magistrate orders. So this body must really be looked at. Then the question of Roman law and where the Africans are. This is a very serious philosophical area, and I remember having asked this issue of why the chairperson of the Law Reform and Development Commission position, why that position was not filled during the tenure of your predecessor. That institution must lead to a new dawn, where we can, at least if we do not totally remove certain principles of Roman Dutch law, at least begin to incorporate our own principles at the highest levels possible. Because we can't be run on Roman Dutch law principles as though we do not have a system of legal thinking as Africans. There is an African thinking around law, around justice, around restoration, around peace, around unity, around fairness. There is a principle around some of these things. Now, if I adopt my sister's child, there is no way that there will, for instance, be a tax rebate, for instance, because the Roman Dutch law says something particular. A medical aid I cannot take, but these children are my own flesh and blood, for instance. But the Roman Dutch law and other European systems would point them as cousins or young nephews, but T1, this is my children. Kakadona is mine. It's not anybody else's children. The DNA I share is with them. You understand?
I've adopted my late sister's children.
He has adopted his late sister's children, and so on and so forth. So Honourable Minister, please let us have this Law Reform and Development Commission taken seriously.
Thank you. Honourable Krone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Mine is, Honourable Minister, the objectives of Programme 3 is to ensure orderly and speedy supervision and finalization of the deceased estates, insolvencies and trusts, as well as the management of the funds. Therefore, my humble request to your office is to decentralize the part of the 100,000 value estate to the regions. Currently, when your estate is more than 100,000, the people are traveling to Windhoek. And many of the people in the regions cannot afford to travel to Windhoek. Calling the staff members from the regions, they are totally not answering the phone calls. Reaching Windhoek, yes, Master of the High Court, reaching Windhoek, the staff members are not available. Some of the children dies whilst waiting. Some of the caretakers dies whilst waiting for this money. And then, therefore, Honourable Minister, please look to this matter. The other issue is, the phone calls are not answered. You must also try to monitor the companies who is helping to register, who is helping the clients to invest with their companies and helping the clients to register their wills with them. Because it happens that these small companies is registering, the companies advise the clients to invest. After all, the estates are not registered at the Master of the High Court. So which means the family members of this person who dies did not benefit from the money. Before I was the Deputy Minister, I used to wrote letters on behalf of the family members without any success to the Master of the High Court. So that is also something serious which it must be looked at, because now it happens is the main member dies, the person who was registering these people's estate also died. So many of them, I have the names, did not benefit. So where should these people go and claim? After all, it's also costly, because applying for a civil matter to the legal aid, it's also sometimes not approved, because legal aid do not have money for civil matters. And then lastly, Honorable Minister, I thank you for the introduction of the case management system, which enables the speedy receipt and finalization of the application and the payments of the guardian funds through the system. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Likato. Lukato.
Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members, thank you very much for the floor again. There are two important points which I want to appeal to the respected honorable minister, which I didn't mention. The first one is regarding the masses poor Namibians for the past 5 years, point of correction, for the past 35 years. The masses poor Namibians, they've been suffered under the law which comes from the apartheid regime or whatsoever. That law is, let me say, criminal courts or criminal matters versus civil matters. In this regard, in the criminal courts, where you get whether it's a poor or rich person, he or she is access for the, let me say, for to launch his or her case, to open a case, or to whether in high court, that's whether it's in criminal court, that's a criminal court. It can take, let me say, decade, 100 years, but you still, there is no law can block you to open a case or to launch your civil matter through criminal case. So when it comes to the civil matters in civil courts, if you don't launch your matters in civil courts within 3 years, then the matter is prescribed. As a result, many Namibians, poor Namibians, they have lost their properties in that law. So what I appeal, just for the record, is one of the amendment provisions, which also I'll bring to court to be amended. Yes. And then the second one, the last one, second one, is the treatment of the law which discriminates there. The government lawyers versus the private lawyers. In this regard, the law should be amended to treat all those laws, because the private laws, they could, when it comes to the private lawyers, Namibians, those who are poor people, they cannot access to the laws or to the lawyers of the private, because they will demand more monies compared to the rich Namibians, those who have money in their disposal. So that is, I wanted to put it in the record, honorable, respected
Minister.
Honorable Minister. I thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much, yes. Honorable Kandorolu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson of the committee. Maybe I will just simplify on the community courts. The issue of the I don't know whether it's honorarium, wages, salary, what do you call it? Please look into that. What we are basically paying as government is what we call peanuts. The loads that these people are dealing with at the community courts is so huge. It have removed a burden from the Roman dash law system that we have. And also we need to customize the whole setup. Like when you compare to the traditional authority in the northern part of Namibia, they have different categories of penalties. They look a bit more organized. If you do this, it's this. If you do this, it's this. So we need to assist the rest of the country and have a formula on how the system will follow each other. If you do this, we'll punish you this way. But the people that are dealing with the system, the custodian of the system, need to be well compensated. And the issue of the summons, the sheriff versus the police, sheriff of the community court, they need to work together, engage with the Ministry of Home Affairs, collaborate, there must be some collaborations so that a police is attached to the traditional courts, to the community courts, so that people cannot refuse to attend these courts. It's very important. On the traditional marriage, I married traditionally, but yes, of course, it's coming from there. But it's not recognized. I cannot give my wife an opportunity to be on my medical aid. I can go to a local bank and sign a loan without her involvement. It's a bit not fair. I'm being regarded as a single person, but I'm married. So let's recognize traditional marriage. Whether it's one wife or two or three or five, let them be recognized.
Thank you.
So it's very important. So we cannot just recognize all the Eurocentric mentalities and cultures and totem and everything. Anything that has to do with Europe is fine. Everything that has to do with Africa is taboo, is bad. So we just spin it. So let's bring it back. We are Africans, we are here. Let's make law that benefit ourselves, that juvenilize our life, bring it to life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Mpanda.
Yeah. So, Minister, there are two perspectives to look at justice. One of them, Minister, is really to look at justice as fairness. Really? Justice as fairness. And the other one is to really treat equal cases equally and unequal cases in proportion to their inequality. So, I just want to take it where Honorable Kandorodu ended. I had actually, again, we are still on this Roman Dutch law and how it impacts our society. So at one point, Honorable Matundu, I actually enrolled my mother on my medical aid as a special dependent. And once I succeeded, I made a mistake. And that mistake was, because I mean, you are young, you are now employed, you don't have a child, you are not married, right? So then I decided at that moment that I was going to enroll my mother on my medical aid. So the mistake I made, Honorable April, was to actually announce so that other young professionals could also do the same. And what these people actually did, NMC, the medical aid, actually called UNAM. And some sellouts from there actually just said, no, we cannot do it. It's a bit of a problem. So they cut my mother off. So I was forced to go and take out. Can you even imagine? But you can put your wife on, but can you ever divorce your mother? You can't. You can't divorce your mother. But you can divorce your husband, isn't it? But apparently the person that you can divorce, who's your husband, is the one that is entitled to your medical aid. But the person who brought you on earth does not qualify to be that. So that's a fundamental problem. When we are talking about Roman Dutch law, we are not just talking about it superficially. And when we are talking, it's real and it affects people seriously when it comes to some of those things. We need to have a general conversation. Unfortunately for our justice system, there's just no conversation. If you ask prosecutors, they never have a meeting with the Chief Justice and all these people, magistrate and other people. There's never a meeting. There's one meeting, and it's called the opening of the legal year, where the president come and open a speech and they go. So magistrate, prosecutors, they are all separate. They never met. Even for a year, we have done it with the criminal justice system. When I was a mayor, we were trying to cancel these tickets. Then the prosecutor general quickly called, hey, what do you think you are doing? We must discuss it at what is called the criminal justice system, where they all meet and discuss. Why can't we have meetings of the judiciary as a whole, of a justice system, not a criminal justice system, but the justice system as a whole, to discuss and resolve? Why are they so-called dictators, but everybody else must democratize? It's a big, big, big problem. You need to be able to do something about it. The last one, I'm hoping that you can engage. Pause, maybe.
Yeah. Both.
His minutes.
2 minutes. No, he had 1 minute. Yeah.
No, 2.
Yes. No, just wait. Hello.
Must I switch off here?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you very much. Forgive me, I didn't want to disturb my young brother. I want to find out whether he's aware that customary law was taught to us by an old German person from some German province. Yes. And that customary law was a different type of customary law than what we know. Are you aware of that? Yeah. Are you aware of that?
Thank you.
So, he taught you also? Hey. Okay. The minister is misbehaving. He's not on the floor.
I will assist you.
Yes, yeah.
It's just a name of the
Professor
lecturer.
Haynes, eh? His
Professor
name is
Haynes.
Manfred Haynes.
Even Honorable Ngarusek.
He actually went to write.
Of people who are not here. But it's
so Prime Minister, Haynes actually wrote customary law of many communities. We have not contested that. We have not contested, but he's an authority on customary law. All your children that are studying law, they are reading his books. I think there are 5 volumes or so. So it's a serious, serious issue. The last one before my time runs out, I'm still deciding whether we must maybe engage you, Minister, or we must deal with it with these European courts that we have. There was a law that was passed in this parliament that anybody who had funds that belongs to the children must hand over those millions to the Guardian Fund. The white insurance companies, they just refused. They refused. Saki Shangala went to jail. They refused to implement a law that is standing until the shortest amendment in the interest of white interest. It was amended, but that law was never implemented. There is actually money that is owed to government, to the Guardian Fund, more than 100 million. But this parliament actually made it easier for those white people. But there was an act that was in place. So let's discuss and see how we can recover that 100 million without going to court. Because the law was there. Everyone ought to have complied. We have a red line, we can't bring our meat because you say it's a law. But why not for white people?
Thank you. Honorable Kambala. Just wait.
All right. I stand to just make a contribution to the Justice Bill. Man, we have a problem everybody was, most of our members were speaking about community courts. Access is beautiful. But then we have an issue of, what if I owe Honorable Gorari $100? But for me to go and claim it back, I need to go to Sisa Namanji, to another lawyer, to but to open up a file, it costs me $2,500. Yes, $100.
You see?
So
the same person.
Am I protected?
Yeah, very much.
All right. So we need to find out how to ensure that at the most basic level, our grassroots members, citizens, have access to fairness and justice. We need to start having small claims courts here. But if members here are owing each other money, there is a financial court that operates from Swabo. The elites have their own court. But we do not have our own people. Community courts don't work in that sense. So we need to, and we are aware that there is a bill that was drafted by law reform to address our small claims courts. So the Honourable Minister, in moving forward, we would like you to please start addressing those matters as well, to ensure that each and every Namibian has access to justice. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Shitana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine it's very short. It's just to say this is the only institution that does not go to share information with the public. I've been on the ground with many institutions that used to come there, and I'm a good attendee. And I have never come close to Ministry of Justice sharing information to our people. So, two, for example, in Ohangwena, the whole region, they all has to travel all over to come and get their license for their subins at one point. And you have to wait that one person who's assigned in that, he or she is the one charging people there, and it is the one again on their license. So they only have that one day to come and attend to that, and the people are traveling from far. And you have to start getting attention to that person from two, and they need to travel back. So it's very bad. I hope the Minister will take note of that. Especially, people are coming from Mongenga to come get the thingy there. So the others, it's on the taxi drivers. These people are being very treated unfairly. This person got 3-4 tickets, and now the day is going to be caught. So maybe he will have already up to 7,000. Now this police officer in the court, the day they caught him, they will demand that person to pay the full 7,000 in one day. And if you look at the situation of $13 that he wrote per day, and he's not the owner of that taxi, so and he has to be forced to be given two choices: either you go to jail or you must pay now. So in terms of justice, we must put these things on the scale to see how much that person made per day for him to be charged just to pay that money in a day. There's a very good judge that I used to follow from America. It's Judge Capiello. Yes. So that guy, he give a fair judge to everybody. he give a fair judgment, because he look at the opposition and say, okay, you failed here, we are giving you this and that, so you must pay this. So I think this has to be taken into consideration, because these people are now forced to become criminal and the bad people to the family, because the moment you fail to go the moment they take you to jail, by the time you are the breadwinner, your family will not have time to come visit you, and they will get to that anger to say, yeah, they did not come to visit me. Then we are inciting problems in our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair of the whole House Committee. I have 2 points to raise. The first one, I wanted to deal with the issue of child maintenance. It provoked, but I believe this August House need to present a fair balance perspective of facts on the ground. Obvious, everywhere there are bad apples, there are good apples. It's there. I take it very much to be generalized as men. I take cognizance that there are certain men who does that. But it's very much important as a house that represents the people out there must present a balanced facts, especially on issues like this. Now, honorable members, it is equally of important that as men must pay maintenance. I believe it must equally be, women must equally pay maintenance where they have to pay maintenance. Permission not granted.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Please.
the second thing,
Hello.
Honorable Chair.
He is having the floor.
Honorable Chair, I'm just saying there must be a balanced perspective, because each parent must be responsible. Not this skewed view that many must be responsible. It's a very skewed perspective. And it's wrong. If we lawmakers believe only one parent must take care, there is another issue that must be addressed. No. They are eating on my.
Don't listen to them.
The issue must be addressed, Honorable Chair. Is there the issue of you find men that provide for the child, but this money is found in a bar, is found in checkers, is found in hair salons, in the salons, and this child is malnutritional, kwashiorkor at its best. That must equally be addressed. Yeah, please, I have 2 minutes, 20 minutes.
Honorable Chair, I would like to ask the Honorable Member a question.
As long as it doesn't eat on my minutes.
No, it's not eating.
No, I mean the answer I'm going to give.
No, the answer is part of you. You have a choice.
Then I don't take it.
Yeah, then you don't. Yeah.
I want to take the question, Honorable Minister, to ask. Do you know that in many of the maintenance court cases, men go to heights of resigning from their work in order not to pay a mere 300, 600 for a child who we all know a child cannot be maintained by 300 or 600 Namibian dollars. Do you know that, Honorable Minister?
Thank you.
I believe you have heard my point. My point is that it must be balanced to each. We must all be responsible, and when a father gives that 200, it must be used for the child. When the mother gives 200, it must equally be used for that purpose. I think for me, that is what is important to me. It's a lawmaker. The other one I also want to address is I'm at pain. I'm not sure whether this thing is a justice or
judiciary.
But 35 years after independence, we still have a monopoly of these liquidators. Liquidators under the leadership of a lawyer called Clinton Swartboy, Honorable. It is still a monopoly of a certain race. So, Honorable Minister, with your capabilities, I'm urging on you that this abnormality, to think it's only white lawyers who can be liquidators, must find the grave that we must put the strongest tombstone that must never resurrect. So it must be addressed. And there's a perspective which says justice delayed is justice denied. I think we have a shortage of magistrates and judges. And this, it is delaying small cases, unnecessary. These things must be addressed. We must recruit as many judges and magistrates as much as possible. To the extent, okay, I will. I will go to the judiciary later on, but it must be addressed at all.
Thank you, Honorable Kalola.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the whole House. I mean, Chairperson. Oh, Deputy is here. Sorry. Okay. Mine is on justice discrimination in terms of gender. As men, I think by birth we are just portrayed as criminal. We don't have that freedom. And is being emphasized in society time to time, looking at some scenarios where the other gender is really taking advantage of justice. Let me just touch on the issue of parenting, for that matter. We have this paternity fraud that need to be taken serious. It should be criminalized for real, because you find out that men are being given kids that don't belong to them, and women are doing this for the economical survival. But this thing does not only affect men as fathers, but it also affects the children. Just imagine at my age, and my mother is telling me that no, this father, your surname, that is not your father anymore. I mean, that is not your true father. Your father is No, please. I don't understand. It's not been there. We have.
Just make your statement, Chief.
We have
Honorable
for
Member.
pleasure and for reproduction. You understand? I should not just be given a kid that does not belong to me. So these people should be really taken serious. We should be taken serious. It should be criminalized. Like, look, these people should be arrested. Yes, they should. The women should be arrested. Yes, justice should be served. We can't be. Look, women should be arrested. We go through a lot. Traditionally, at some point, you might even go
Honorable Member,
customs that
maybe say the culprits must be arrested, not women.
All of a sudden, you are being told the kid is not yours.
Yeah.
It's really psychological. That paternity fraud should be taken serious. Please, we should be protected as the boy child of this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Venani.
Now we are strong.
Right.
So brother Beckman.
Okay, thank you, honorable members.
Well, the young brother, my young man, raised a very important matter.
Very important.
Generally, let's give to each other. Generally, the norm is that men generally take care of women. Our fathers, our grandfathers take care of women.
Yes.
Generally, it's general. Even brother,
Yes.
later.
Of course.
Even if my girlfriend is Sophia Shaningo, who earns more than me, and I'm using as an example.
Yes.
Even if she's my girlfriend,
Sugar mommy.
and I am, yes, she's my lover, she's my mohorike, I will always, if I love her,
yes,
I would always take care of her.
Sophie Bay.
So there is this issue that we shouldn't dispel.
Sophia, my baby.
Men go to mines, steal diamonds, go to the north,
For the sake
and
of
go
love.
give inheritance to their wives.
For the sake of
For
love.
someone who has never worked for it, just for the sake of love. So generally men are providers.
They are happening.
But
Now there is a new breed of men that have professionalized eating women. Someone who just gets involved with someone just because you want to eat. We were not raised like that.
Yes.
I cannot come to, even if I don't have petrol, my car is at E. And you said I must take you to Kleine Coupe. I will not say pakera or put petrol. Never.
Yes.
My standard will be to say that.
Yeah, saying.
That is who we are.
Yes.
That is being men. That's how we were raised. Yes. No, it's not hypocrisy. A man who says to a woman, listen, this is a good.
Veiko, we are on the same side, man.
A man. It's getting really hot now. A man. It's getting hot now. A man who says to a woman, generally a man who says to a woman, I need 400, put. You are not a man. There are new dynamics of building wealth.
Yes.
And if your wife is getting well, it's fine. But there are just things that you not dare ask her. If there is no bread at home and the children are, Papa, you know your responsibility is to, even if you are protected and you don't have security, you must go to the service and bring bread.
Yes.
That is who we are. Yes. But there are men that are also being abused.
Yes.
There are men that are being. Men. You know what women does? You see, I am a father to girls. I'm a father to girls, and I always tell them this. You know, you women, because I'm the only minority in the house. I'm the only man. The cats are female. Everything is female. So I tell them, women are good people when they want the men.
Yes.
The day that they leave you, they forget that this Narusep was the man who was coming with the chicken. When she finds the nanny, she tell you, even my mother doesn't like you. You mean your mother that I gave a goat? My mother doesn't like you. Nobody likes you. You see, when women leaves you, they have a particular way of living that is also straining the relationship with the children.
Yes.
Because you become so arrogant, because you want this new guy, you no longer want to manage the transition.
Yeah.
You must also manage transition.
Thank you. Okay, is there any discussion? Honorable Shifeta.
Okay, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I just want to ask a question and also to say some few comments on the issue that has been raised here about I think we need to think of maybe coming up with a compulsory or a law that compel non-married partners to go for DNA tests. Let me qualify what I'm saying. Let me qualify what I'm saying. There are some men, some of them committed suicide because they were given children, and after that, these kids were taken away from them. After some years, the only solution is the DNA test, so that from the start, a man knows it's my child or it's not my child. So now there are also, can you imagine as we are here, there are cases even going on, more than one man taking care of that child and registered on both of these two or three. And all of them they do. All of them they pay. You know, it hurts after this man discovered that. These are things that are happening. And it was on the news. How these three men ended up paying, whether they were there The child is not there. The child is not there. The child only belongs to one. Probably the child does not even belong to the three of them. There could be another father who is not among the three. So I think the only solution, I'm just asking whether it's possible to come up with it. Please take care of my minute.
No, the man is finished.
My minute.
Oh.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Okay.
I'm not finished.
Do you know that in this instance you raise these children like your own? Or you don't know them because the only person who knows who's the father of the children is the mother. You raise the children.
Like your own.
But the day that you are transitioning from Benani to Dr. Mobita, it's when you tell me, I've been raising these children, fighting for their lives. Now you want Dr. Mobita because he's a doctor, he's a minister of defense, he's wearing even nicer than me.
Yeah.
Now you say, by the way, these kids are not even yours.
You see?
Do you know the abuse that you are putting us through? Yeah.
And that's
torturing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Continue.
Yes. Very good. For not. For not.
This is not fair that our
Yes.
I'm speaking to the principle of the subject matter. There is a rule making provision for that. Now, it will not be fair, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, that all the stones are being thrown to one gender, as if the other gender in the opposite is not enjoying when they are producing these children. When they are producing these children, at the end of the day, somebody must take responsibility of that child. And now, the excuse has been made because the only person that knows who is the father of the child is a woman. But you men have been going to that woman. There is no way that I will call out Honor Benani's name if Benani was never closer to me.
Okay, honorable members, can we get to conclusion? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Let us think.
Thank you.
Okay, let us think.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, let us think the interest of the children as well. The interest of the child. Imagine the child after 5 years, or even 10 years, used to Venani as the father. The trauma of it will be lasting forever in this child. Now to be told, this is not Benani, Benani is not your father. You have another amazing lawyer is the father. That trauma in this child. It is a serious matter. Okay, let us move from that. Okay, can we please the repeal of administration of deceased estate? I think we need to do something on that one. It is long overdue, and also the insolvent estate.
Thank you.
The insolvent law.
Thank you. We have exhausted the list, and I will ask now the Honorable Minister to respond. Honorable Emmanuel, please. Thank you. The mic, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I must indicate that I'm eternally, grateful, for the insightful contributions made by the honourable members and the rapport with which they approached this specific budget vote. I think as customary, I shall approach, the question put and sponsored by the very esteemed members, in a structured form.
Okay.
I will approach it, or I will pigeonhole them into 4 pigeonholes, and I shall give those pigeonholes names, and I want everybody to listen. The first one is legislative reform. I will combine everything that pertains to the legislative concern into one pigeonhole. I will speak to the aspect of process inefficiency and the incidental need for re-engineering thereof. And then I will then speak to the structural and institutional reform. I think Comrade Swartboy did mention to some of the issue. And now I will then speak briefly to I think the fourth one I should skip it out. So I wanted to speak to soft issues as they emerged through the deliberations. But I think for the sake of sanity in the House, I would keep that out of the conversation. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, the first question I think that was put had to do with how do we intend to improve the approval rates of legal aid. I think what is important is to indicate that there has been a threshold, in terms of who qualifies for legal aid, and that was considered to be a little bit low because it was standing at 3,500. And as a result of that, there was really a low number in terms of the people that are to benefit or to be assisted through legal aid. And that has then been increased, I think, as of 2023, from 3,000 to 7,000 Namibian dollars. And we then regard that as an initiative that has actually widened, the accessibilities of the legal aid, and we then hope that so it will lead to the reductions in the number of, while it would increase the number of application in terms of those that are seeking for that assistance, the approval will be very fast because the number has actually been increased in terms of those who may benefit from it. So there was an aspect of a question pertaining to how do we then ensure the accessibilities of legal aid in the rural areas. So like I have indicated that if you go to rural areas, majorities of people that are in the rural areas are regarded to be low-earning citizens of this country. And by lifting the threshold, our net is catching more citizens, and by so doing, we are then enhancing accessibility to justice, also permeating into the rural areas. The issues of, there was then an issue pertaining to the volume of cases at the community courts. Yes, we must indicate that since the introduction of community court, there has been an exponential growth of cases in community court, and what is contributing to that as well, and I'm also partly answering the questions by Honorable Kambala, is that because community court are perceived to be compensatory as well as restorative in nature, majorities of citizens are withdrawing their cases from magistrate court, opting to go to community court. I agree with you, and the leadership of the ministry agree with you 100% that there is a need to strengthen community court because it appears it's the preferred forum of justice or seeking justice by by our citizens. But I want to correct you, Comrade Honorable Kambala, that it's not true that I think your assertion was to the effect that where you spoke about small claim. It's not true that community court is not necessarily affording access to justice, because what is happening in actual fact, community court, even if you owe or you are owed, you know, a $200 or a $300, you can still go to community court and claim that, because if you have regard to Section 22 of the Community Court Act, it clearly gives you the order that are afforded or are given by the community court. Among them is compensation, payment for damage, restitution, as well as specific performance. And if you locate, restitution or compensation of somebody who owes you to restitute you, in your position, so you will then realize.
Let us finish him to respond, then you can come in. No, he's responding. Let us finish. Hello, Honorable Kambala. He's responding. So once he's done, you can come.
Honorable Chairperson.
That's what I'm saying. Allow him to finish. He also listened.
Thank you so much for protecting me. Because had you continued, I would have handled it myself. But be that as it may, what I was saying is that Section 22 of the Community Court clearly spell out, the order that the Community Court may make. And in my professional understanding, it provides for compensation, restitution, as well as damages. And I'm not saying that in downplaying the role that the small court will play. So it will indeed add a significant improvement to our legal system insofar as access to justice is concerned. But I just felt that I should provide that clarity. The issue of law reform insofar as it appeared to be lacking African jurisprudence. I agree with you 100% that the practice and the business processes and the ideological orientations of the law reform somehow need to be anchored in the African jurisprudence so that it speaks to the reality that we face on a daily basis. I could not agree more with that. And as part of our reform trajectory, we are focusing on how we can actually help that institutions to speak more to the social economic context of the Namibian people. The other part, I think, speak to the issues of human rights, how to protect the vulnerable members of society. I think insofar that is concerned, if you look at the focus of the legal aid, making sure that it provides accessibility to justice, it's also part of the mission to protect the vulnerable and the indigenous members of our society. The issues of people or witnesses that are not paid when they are called upon as witnesses, I think that has to speak with the process inefficiency, and in actual fact, in the few visitations that I have made to various courts, including community court, in fact, we have addressed this issue, and I have expressed lucidly as to what actually needs to happen insofar as the way forward is concerned. The same thing goes to the delay in the paying of justice in the community court, paying the magistrate court, the messengers in the community court, as well as the clerks. So that also has to do just with the administrative efficiency, and we are trying to address that as we move forward. The issues of Justice Training Center, the issues of students, again, repeating module year after year and all that, all those issues are speaking to administrative processes, and part of our one of our strategic pillar is really to see how to bring about, the operational efficiency in those aspects. But of course, I must mention that the Legal Practitioners Act, as you may know, my learned friend, is that it's under review, and as such, any other legislative bottleneck, we will definitely address it very boldly and unpardoning. The fair trial, I think it was the issue that has to do with the payment of application fees. Remember that when one is applying for legal aid, you are required to to pay a $350. But also, for those that may be captured, you may soon, realize, without a reminder, that the regulations equally provide an exception to say, for somebody that is maybe in a position to be, maybe in a position of unaffordability, you can actually be exempted from paying that particular fees. And we think that is really fair. And the fee that get to be paid is really just for, is toward, just the operational expense, administrative expenses as may be incurred in the process. Aspect of traveling long distances, from Kongola to Katima or from Enana to Okongo, as it was put forward, I think, and it should be combined with the questions of whether access to justice must be constrained by the budgetary provisions, or must be linked to fiscal policy. I think that questions we all need to address it here, because it cut across. So people in the health sector, we are asking ourselves as to, whether we must have clinic in all the hospitals, and it boiled down really to what our budget can accommodate at a particular time. We mean well. Our intention is very clear. If it's something that is within our purview, we would want every village, and in fact, if it means every household, to have a magistrate in front of in front of that household. But I think it has to be balanced with other competing national interests as well. No, I'm saying...
Yeah, you are protected, Honorable. Just respond,
Honorable. If it was within our purview, it's our intentions that we would want every village and every constituency to have a magistrate court. And if it means we take service to the people to bring it to your house in Omarala, so shall it be. But we don't have the means for the time being. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House, deceased estate. The Estate Administration Act is equally under review. The monopolizations of the liquidation process, it's one thing that is causing me sleepless night. And in actual fact, we shall enter that space. And once we enter, I think our arrival will be very evident. I think, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I may have done justice to the question. I may have left out something, but I think it must be understood in the context that the budgets, vote 16 is interlinked to vote 21, as well as vote 35. If there is anything that I have not specifically addressed in providing answers, I will attempt, to answer it, as I answer the questions in the other interrelated budget vote. But be that as it may, I thank you so much for your support. I have never picked up any reservation or any contestation towards this specific budget vote, and I really want to thank you sincerely for being always who you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any discussion? Oh. 2 minutes.
I think the minister might have misunderstood me. Minister, I did not say that community courts are not effective in addressing small claims, as you rightfully corrected me earlier before. What I said is a choice that because people are not aware of it, people are looking, want a small claims court. Yes. So we are going to, so they just don't lose each other. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Noted. It's just a correction. So it's now, I think, any objection? Agreed to? Okay. We now have again vote 21, Judiciary. I have vote 21, Judiciary. Okay. Honorable Venani. Oh. Now give to Honorable Swartboy, then you come. You are neighbors.
Yes, very good neighbors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just give him, you will come. Yeah. What does the House say? Okay.
Because it's 1%.
In labor.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's okay. Attorney General.
It would have been ideal, but I think what happens is that we actually lose a lot of, because some of us are making, if I make I was on, because this system, once you raise a
Yes.
Okay, but it will still be on, I was the third. So the point you were making is that it would have been ideal, because some of us are actually making notes to say, maybe this will take it directly with the minister. We keep missing important questions. We are not just, it's not just a talk show.
Yeah.
Yeah, some questions are material, never answered. So I would have agreed. I'm just afraid that we might miss crucial information, but I would have agreed.
Okay, the House, we go vote by vote. Vote 21, then we go to vote 35. Me, I'm here, I'm duty bound. No. Huh? Combine. There are two lines of thoughts. Yes. Huh? Come again? I've given you the floor.
Those of us that are asking questions, one answers.
No, this is, just wait, Honorable, this is a collective in about what we say. So there is one line of thought of saying individually, there is a proposal here, there is Honorable Mouton. Okay, we can combine and give 30 minutes response. And the member on the floor, how much? 5. Okay, 5 minutes. And the minister have got 30 minutes response, but we combine. Is that the agreement? Okay, thank you. No, you did, you see?
What are we combining?
No, honorable members. The consensus. Am I first? Okay. There was a proposal from the Deputy Prime Minister to combine vote 31 and 35. Honorable Jopa Mupanda responded to it in objection. Then there was, again, sentiments of saying, let's combine. Because we can only sing together, but we can talk alone. I've given then the floor to a particular member, which is Honorable Mouton, who cemented the idea of Honorable Ithete. So that means, come again?
So the meaning there are two proposals?
There is a proposal that is seconded and consensus more because I said it emanated from the House. So, and therefore I reach what I'm trying, I don't want to put the question to vote, But you can see there is a general consensus that the House is inclined to the idea of combining the two votes. That's what I can get. Yeah, that's what I said. Then the minister has got 30 minutes, which means in terms of answering, the minister's time is extended to include the two votes. So that, yeah?
7 minutes then for a speaker.
7 minutes?
Yeah.
One go or two?
No, I can retreat and say 7 minutes per speaker and then we give
You just want...
Yes,
Is there a difference between 5 and...
Yes.
There
is. That one is from 15 to 20 to 30.
Okay, so that's the consensus, ne? 7 minutes, one go, Minister 30. We are in agreement. Okay, thank you. It was Honorable Venani, 7 minutes.
Okay, I will not take so much.
No, but we want to be fair.
Yeah,
Let's take
Honorable
7 minutes.
Chair of the Whole House Committee, Minister, Judiciary is a very respected institution in this country. Our judiciary is also very lauded, that more and often they make pronouncements that are very unbiased and so forth, and we respect that. But the judiciary is one of the most untouchable, it has become an untouchable institution on its own. If you look at the salaries of judges, Supreme Court judges, High Court judges, some of them are earning equal to what the president is earning. We have never discussed it, we have left it. As legislators, it is our right to discuss the role and conduct of judges in a country. But because we want to maintain the independence, as Montesquieu and Locke have articulated the separation of powers, we always left the judiciary to run itself and to control itself, and we have kept quiet for far too long. To a point where I want to say the following without fear of contradiction, that sometimes the conduct of our judges at postponing cases, I know, understand, have read about it, studied about it, how difficult it is to arrive at a legal judgment in terms of the authoritative sources, precedent cases, and so forth and so forth. But when judges let a person travel from Divundu to Rundu 6 times just to postpone a case, and these are highly paid people, the most highly public servants in this country, it's not even the president, the judges. The judiciary has become very slow, non-responsive, and justice has become a delayed process in this country. If you have to make a comparative analysis of South African judiciary, how they deal with cases, they're expeditious dealing with cases, comparing to Namibia. In Namibia, if you go to High Court, your case will take you 2 to 3 years. In South Africa, not even longer than 4 or 5 months. So we must address the judiciary before it creates problems for this country. The backlog is a serious problem. And these people are well paid. They are well staffed. If there is any public official in this country that is well paid, it's judges. Judges are earning 1.5, 1.6 million, 1.4, 1.5. They have support staff, yes. You see, I used to joke with the previous president because we were political opponents and friends. I used to tell him, you think you are taken care of. You are getting Malema's salary in South Africa. An MP in South Africa gets 1.3, 1.2 million. Yeah. The president here in Namibia, I was telling her, these nice suits, you are just bluffing me here. You don't have money. It's true, eh?
Living down, poverty here.
Yes, I mean, Minister Luvinda, when she came here, she thought probably this was something. I'm sure now she's just saying, oh my goodness, what did I allow myself to? I don't want to talk about the salaries of politicians, but judges are well paid. We are taking care of them. But are they taking care of society?
No.
They are not taking care of society. So we will not be I would keep my distance away in terms of mingling in the decisions of judges. But for them to delay justice, for them to oppress people, because we are oppressed by the judicial processes in this country.
Yes.
You go to court, the case is postponed, the judgment is not ready. Come after 2 months, the case is postponed. Until you forget what was the reason you went to court. You are also forgetting what was the purpose of going to court.
Yes.
I mean, look at even at the marriages, the nullification of marriages in this country. Archaic, long processes. You have to explain why you don't love this one, why you didn't come at home, why you didn't what. Come on. So really, I am trying to say the judiciary has our respect, but I have eagle's eyes on them. Guys, you are being well paid, service our people. Really, the backlog is just unexplainable, and it's not acceptable, and something must be done to really reform the judiciary to become expeditious in its conduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next was on I think there was a glitch, but I have the handwritten one is Honorable Swartboy. Then I will come.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
because this was
Chairperson.
right, that's why I was saying.
Yes. Before I retire, I will give you the award of the best chairperson in the history of the Parliament. I thank you. I want to speak about this matter of the judiciary and the JSC and how unfair they are in terms of generally sourcing the good legal minds of society. You look at the person that drafted the first labor law in this country, Clement Daniels. One would have thought that a person like that would end up in the judicial branch to be an expert in labor law.
As an example.
As an example. It's not there. And the people that get promoted from magistrates' courts, if you look at the number of cases that have been reviewed and negatively reviewed by the High Court on those magistrates, some of those magistrates actually got promotions because they are ethnically connected to whoever else sits on the Judicial Service Commission. Then they go to regional court. Now there is a civil mandate, I think, about the regional courts. But then they would also further continue to be escalated to High Court. Without ever having practiced as a prosecutor, many of them, never having been a defense lawyer, never having been a sophisticated magistrate, never having been a sophisticated regional magistrate, becoming an unsophisticated High Court judge, and is now vying to become an unsophisticated justice of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Namibia. Very sad. Very sad. That matter must be looked at in terms of how we source justices of the High Court, and as I previously said, the Magistrates Court Commission must also be looked at. You go and look at the application of basic laws and processes of court. In a court in Usakos versus a court in Khobabas versus a court in Tsume versus a court in Keetmanshoop, and you wonder, where did these people ever get to school? But they are magistrates. And besides, the salaries of magistrates are so poor that so many of them are trying to leave the system yesterday. And that creates other problems of corruption. And that has to be looked at, Honorable Minister. I don't know the extent to which you have practiced law, but I respect you as a person. But the legal field is one of postponements.
Yeah.
5 years, a simple theft of a chicken in Korigas is postponed.
Yeah.
Somebody's life is put on hold for 5 years. And I'm speaking of actual experience. So what have lawyers begun to do? Keep on agreeing to the postponement, hoping that eventually the matter will be thrown out. But the cost of that life that is being put in a 5-year period of uncertainty is problematic. And we must remind the judiciary that whereas there are 3 tiers of state, the judiciary is the only unelected bureaucracy that is glorified. We must remind the judiciary, nobody elected them, nobody. They don't carry a particular moral high ground, neither a particular intellectual high ground. They are but a sophisticated number of people, allegedly according to the Judicial Service Commission, that have become justices. Because you can't even criticize them. Some of us, after we speak in Parliament, we are threatened that the Law Society will withdraw our licenses. For 5 years, our lawyer had to defend us because the justices are so super sensitive about even free speech in the National Assembly and in the country. And it's a problem. They never engage with society around issues that they are taking decisions about. So it's really something that the justices must be reminded. In fact, there's a report out that lawyers are even afraid to complain about various problems that the judiciary has, because you may tomorrow appear in front of that judge and he may take a decision to your detriment. Minister, are you listening to what I'm submitting? Yes. Then the Attorney General. That office was meant to be the advisory office for the President and for Cabinet. It has become too broad and too powerful. It was never meant to be as broad, political, and as powerful as it is today. It ends up advising the National Assembly. Where does it get that mandate, including government attorneys, to act even for the National Assembly? That must stop, because that's completely outside the mandate of the Attorney General to actually be the advisor of one arm of state and also be the lead lawyers for the other arm of state. It can't be. There must be genuine separation of powers. So the Attorney General's powers are trimmed. And by the way, there are others in the government attorney, I don't know, Chris Gamwa and others that retired and were brought back. Perhaps you can articulate on some of these issues. How do these people retire and get back, on what basis? And there's a major problem in government attorney general's office about relatives being employed, about people having political connections and untouchables that are roaming the office space there, without necessarily having a particular unique set of skills around the law itself. Very sad state of affairs. I get calls from people, lawyers, some of them that have now gone to Germany, to the United Kingdom, because if an opinion written by an independent arbitrator in the Attorney General or in the government attorney's office, if that opinion does not suit the ruling regime, the Attorney General changes that legal opinion. It shouldn't be like that. And we've had that experiences where we get an opinion drafted by a lawyer versus how that opinion has been changed for political reasons, signed and sealed by the Attorney General or by the government attorney. It's wrong. These officers must maintain legal integrity so that posterity will judge all of us in the right way in terms of the Constitution. And besides, this judgment around the elections, the court lied. There is no implied power for a president elected through a democratic process. That's for kings and royalties. The judiciary imports legalities from jurisdictions that have no application here. So the decision in the election case is wrong. I thank you.
No, honorable members, I was listening attentively to the last speaker, and I think it's a case of note that everything in our life centers around the judiciary. And I was just thinking, more especially with the last reference, is it fair, prudent, and just to bundle the two? I'm trying to say, yes, I understand that we wanted to kill two birds with one stone. But the task at hand, in terms of the narrations that he has made, is of sincere and expeditious importance, that we separate stupidious. Okay, S-T-U-P-D-U. I can spell, maybe the pronunciation, that's one has spoiled it. But we are products of Debrane. Wilbar Tusiku. Ja. Ons praat Engels met die deeltekens daarbo, nie sonder dit nie. Okay, so I'm just saying the task at hand. No, Honorable Opindi, please. I'm just trying to say, in view of the decisions that we have made earlier, I think it's imperative that we now deal with the judiciary, finish the judiciary, and then we go to AG. Just to give fair process and care. Come again? No, that's why I bring it. So now to say we are dealing now with vote 21, judiciary. Then, no, please listen. Yeah. No, it's not. No, just take the floor, honorable member. I'm not carried away. As I sit here, I also listen, and also on the procedural aspects that we need to follow. Sometimes we can be timelessly right, but procedurally we can create a precedent for ourselves. Yeah. So it's on that basis that I'm reversing the earlier decision. Let's deal now with vote 21, Judiciary. Once we are done, we'll go back now to, yeah, please. So agreed. Okay. Now it's Honorable Upindi. Members, 5 minutes.
It's a little bit unfair to change the rules in the middle of the game. But having said that, just like what the honorables were saying, if you look at your projects under, I think, page 561, in terms of the projects that are your capital project, your development budget, you are carrying out, and the project in Nkuru is very good. I must compliment that, because for the first time, I think the Judiciary is bringing a very serious project, probably one of their biggest capital projects in Namibia, because you are integrating, it's a fully integrated court and support system. That project is worth 974 million. But in terms of your development budget, you have only budgeted, I think, 66 million for this year. Then it goes down to 32. It picks up again at, I think, 90 million for the third year. I don't know maybe what you intend to do there, whether there will be some other external funds that you are going to marshal, or you are just going to keep rolling on onto the future budgets. But it is a good project, and I commend you for that. I support it fully. With regard to the, and now I'm being conflicted because I prepared myself to discuss the two things in one. And as the Honorable Swartboy was talking about, it is true, I don't want to criticize the judiciary, but it's also true they are not above the law. They are not above the law. We are elected official, and therefore we have to somehow say what we feel is right. And if you look at it, they are very sensitive to criticism, but when they do something that is venturing around conflict of interest, they then want to shut people up through the Judiciary Service Commission. It is not right. For example, and this is something we raised, I think myself and Honorable Swartboy had raised for some time, maybe for future references, so that we revisit the Constitution. If you look at the differences between Article 78, 85, 87, and 88 of the Namibian Constitution, including that article which talks about them being the appointing, literally recommending to the President on the recruitment of the Prosecutor General. That is a conflict of interest in itself. How do you decide? You interview a person who's going to decide cases that are going to appear before you. It just doesn't go. It truly doesn't just define any logic. And then if you look at in your KPI, Minister, and I support your budget, by the way, there is a provision of a fund. Is that because there will be funds that are appropriated by the National Assembly, by Parliament? There is also other external funds. But are you then talking about those funds? Have you set up the fund? And then the other issues, if you look at within the judiciary, the Supreme Court and the High Court, they're operating fine. But the lower courts are left there to just operate like animal farm, not so very good. And there's a lot of leakages. They hire senior counsel from South Africa, coming here to do work that is not even specialized work. And that is draining Namibia's fiscus. And we need to stop that. With that, I support the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Likando.
Thank you very much. Equally rise to support vote on judiciary. It's just a submission to the Minister that I checked on the projects, that there is a serious omission of the gazetted periodic court at Impalila. I think most of the honorable members, they are aware of this special island. I know I met in the middle of the river, of the Chove River with Professor Mpanda. We have a situation, Honorable Minister, where the people who are to appear before court, they have to go through via Botswana and back to Namibia, to Ngoma, and sometimes they have committed serious crime, they need to be apprehended or scaffolded, crossing to another country, which becomes a problem. It touches equally also the health sector, where a patient has to travel from Namibia to Botswana and again back to Namibia. So this periodic court had been gazetted for 3 years ago, and it might one day land us into a problem because we are really not complying with the set standards. So the establishment of a periodic court around Impalila Island is very important, especially during this flood season where it's completely inaccessible unless you go via Botswana. Then the second one is on the amount of abuse by regional and local authority councils that are spending millions of dollars using private legal advice and legal private lawyers while they have access to the office of the Attorney General. Because if you look how much they've spent, some of the cases drags for quite a number of years, and secondly, they've entered into agreement with these law firms just to collect the debt, and they have also a fully structured, organogram established to collect funds, but now they are using lawyers, they are suing ordinary citizens using private lawyers when they have access to this Attorney General. Maybe we'll need the advice because this money needs to be diverted to save the poor citizens. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Mpanda.
Firstly, I just want to say I've been on the street protesting against the judiciary, and they have done some concession, and I really just want to highlight that firstly. At one point, there used to be secret interviews of everything. We now see that judges are interviewed in the public. So we slept in the street, so we welcome that. There was also a corrupt judge who went to negotiate privately in private deals in Oshakati, who went to protest for the removal of that judge, and that judge was removed. That doesn't mean that you are interfering. You are simply just saying, even as ordinary citizens, that look, we see you, we respect you, but we don't agree. So I just want to thank the judiciary for doing that. But there are big problems. One of the first big problems, I've seen it, even the executive, and people are saying, no, we are changing it. Capital project is going to be, the Chief Justice is going to decide on capital projects. And nobody sees anything wrong with it. How can you rejoice one person and one person only getting power to decide on capital projects? You can say the bureaucracy is a problem, but you are celebrating one person. So using what framework? Is the Chief Justice going to take his relative, or what is going to happen? So we have to be very careful of treating the judiciary as a holy cow, because it's going to lead us into serious problem. We are the only country where a judge president is at the same time the deputy chief justice. Deputy judge, yes sir, deputy chief justice.
Yeah.
DCJ. So the judge president assigned judges on matters. He decided that, okay, this you must hear this and not this case. And when that matter goes up on appeal, he still sits on a matter that he have assigned is a big problem that we're also having. So we have to look at the judiciary very carefully. And we are not talking about individuals. We are talking about an abnormal situation where effectively the Chief Justice in our country is not the current Chief Justice. You literally have an all-powerful person in this parliament that gave him those powers. A judge president who's at the same time a deputy Chief Justice. Lastly, because time is also running, you see this Judicial Service Commission, it has what is called, when there's a vacancy, they write letters to so-called designated organization. And those designated organizations are the one who must recommend candidates. Now, if a judge has an aspiration, that judge must lobby Law Society, Namibia Lawyers Association, and all these things. So what if those lawyers refuse? And this is what happens. When these vacancies were there, they were receiving calls from judges. So these type of problems, they are very serious. We need to actually be able, why don't you just, every judge can apply by their own. They don't need to lobby anyone. They must advertise, judges apply if they want to apply. We need to seriously look at these things. In our country now, maybe, can you believe it, Minister, that apparently we don't even have when you have your complaints, because there's never been a judge who was ever taken under disciplinary. 35 years, all these judges are so perfect. When they are lawyers, they are always under disciplinary Law Society, but when they become judges, they don't make any mistake. 35 years, no judge was ever taken for disciplinary. So that's why you can lay a complaint to the Judicial Service Commission. It will take 6 months or a year for them to respond to you. These are all problems, and I guess the others will come back to them.
Thank you. Honorable Lucato.
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Members of Parliament, I raise on vote 21, that is judiciary. According to my contribution, that the judiciary, as I have already stated in other vote 160, the judiciary should be independent so that they can serve Namibian people fair, so that the masses of this country can be treated equally. Judiciary currently now, as I have been in all corners of this country, when it comes to the judgment by the presiding officers in those courts, whether it's regional courts, high courts, when the judgment is not fair, the people they are watching, they could also state that no, that judge who have presiding over that case, he was not neutral. So that's a concern which I have picked up from our masses of this country. That's why I say that the judiciary should be independent. So separation of power should be implemented in Namibia. Then also judiciary, when it comes to, let me say, terms of office, let me say, those, I need, let me say, pose a question to the respected Honorable Minister, that the terms of office of the President of, Judge President, Deputy Judge President, and the rest of presiding officers. Yeah, I need to know what the terms of the office, because a judge may stay over especially on the top ones. And then it become like a farm, and if you stay over, then it's a problem to the masses of this country. Yeah, and then the last one, which I wanted to contribute, is that it's a concept of many power when it comes to the presiding officers, because shortage of judges, shortage of presiding officers is a problem countrywide, and the delaying of the cases to be handled, and then it becomes a reality that we don't have enough judges, we don't have enough judiciary to handle cases in time. So this was this consent is coming a long way from 1990. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Philippe.
I support the vote. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Philippe, maiden speech. What? Maiden speech, take note. Elder.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise today for the first time, exactly 10 in this chamber, in terms of Rule 91 of the Standing Rules and Orders and internal arrangements of this assembly, to deliver my maiden speech. My name is Elder Fernando Felipe, former Regional Councillor of Grootfontein, as well as Member of Parliament of the 6th National Council, where I served in the Committee of Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, where I was the Vice Chairperson, and by God's grace, I'm the future President of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I first give thanks to our Heavenly Father for guiding me, His servant, from the dusty roads of Grootfontein, Appelblad Street 503. My journey to this chamber was not smooth. It was fraught with potholes, headwinds, and turbulence, far worse than even the now defunct Air Namibia ever faced. Yet through faith and determination and unyielding commitment to serve, I persevered. I refused to succumb to personal attacks, political sabotage, or jealousy of others. My mission has always been clear: to help build the Namibia our forefathers dreamed of. And what an exciting time to serve on this historical time when we are led by our great country, is led by a great woman, our own Blood Queen, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Ndaitwa. The remarkable path this woman of substance walked is not only an inspiration for us, but for every girl child present or the future. She is a living proof that no dream is too big and no mission is unattainable. Honorable President, may I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly congratulate you on your election to the first office of this country. And may I express my admiration for a humble, although sometimes tense character we have become used to. Testimony to is the recent State of the Nation address you presented in these very chambers, in a time when we have more questions than answers, where we were grappling with an extraordinary high number of unemployment, an alarming rate of poverty, outdated interventions to improve the economy, relentless complaints regarding the application of our natural resources, and on the eve of a possible oil boom and a promised green hydrogen holes for our land. You took the podium and steadied the ship, instilling calm and belief in the future of Namibia. For the first time ever, we had an undisputed approval of a SONA across political lines. Honorable Swartboy Bernardes, known to be a difficult man under normal circumstances, led the line, and I quote, "I want to congratulate you and commend you on the pledge of our support wherever necessary to make sure that you will succeed and you will succeed. Because once you succeed, so many young women across the continent will say, there was a great woman, president, that became our hero, our role model. We want you to succeed," unquote. And I absolutely agree with him. Honorable members, as the great Lucky Dube once said, not every black man is your enemy, and not every white man is your friend. This truth guided me through a landscape of betrayal, gossip, and division. Today I call upon one of us, across party lines and tribal affiliations, to unite us as one family in service to our nation. 2 weeks ago, a member across the floor delivered a powerful speech, sometimes using his mother tongue, which is Afrikaans, expressing his disgust at the unequal treatment of some of the sectors of society, and passionately advocating for a better Namibia. I respectfully ask him now to take that message beyond this house to the white business leaders who control much of our economy, and urge them to join hands with us in building the Namibia he so eloquently described. We are not here to trade insults across the aisle. We are here to craft laws and policies that ensure peace, stability, economic prosperity, human rights, poverty eradication and food security, anti-corruption measures, job creation, and the rule of law. The task is immense, but so should we, our resolve be. Honorable Chairperson of the committee, honorable members, the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture and Land Reform is the backbone of our employment. And the expectations are enormous. Honorable members, I'm sure that you will agree with me that the fisheries sector demands urgent reform. It is incomprehensible, Honorable Chairperson, that this resource only benefits a selected few. 1/3 of the century after independence, I am overly confident that the incoming minister will develop a framework that is acceptable to the majority of the Namibians. Similarly, honorable members, the land redistribution program faces widespread criticism. While excellent farmland now lies idle because of unplanned resettlement farm allocations, agriculture must become Namibia's economic game changer, ensuring food security, job creation, value addition, and foreign earnings. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform develop an agricultural technological centers, ATCs, and green schemes with main objectives to provide comprehensive sustainable agricultural mechanisms to support farmers ranging from green projects, small-scale farmers, as well as subsistence farmers throughout Namibia. The purpose of the ATCs entails the inclusion of research and development functions of agricultural manufacturing and technologies suitable to enhance the Namibian agricultural landscape and benchmark best practices to assure the improvement of local activities. The need exists for technical services to the farming communities, especially the support of repair and maintenance of agricultural implements and fodder equipment, provisions of engineering solutions and technology services. Currently, these centers are not being utilized to fulfill its mandate to support the farmers with the necessary technologies available as they are dormant. Thus, I ask the Ministry to ensure that these centers are fully operational to support the green schemes, small-scale farmers and subsistence farmers for the much-needed support to enhance local production and employment opportunities. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, honorable members, a healthy nation is more productive and it can contribute immensely to the economy of this country. We have the responsibility as elected members to ensure that in the rural areas, informal settlements and low-income households, quality health care is attained. Our system is currently overburdened, it is underfunded and fragmented. I commend the Minister of Health and Social Services for personally inspecting medical facilities and acknowledging the urgent need for improvement. We must now act, and even if it means deploying well-equipped mobile clinics to reduce the travel distances for rural patients, long queues and awaiting times for health services. Honorable members, I am a man that speaks truth to power. We must dismantle the private healthcare monopoly that forces our people without luxury of medical aid to go into debt for a special treatment. And I'm going to repeat that one. We must dismantle the private healthcare monopoly that forces our people without luxury of medical aid to go into debt for specialized treatment. We will agree with me, honorable members, that billions spent annually on CMS could have built many state hospitals. According to the online research, CMS has been funded over the tune of $25 billion since 2016. All that money goes into the private healthcare sector while our hospitals suffer and our patients must do without essential medicine. Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, honorable members, let us revamp the public healthcare so that every Namibian, from the bankers to the men on the street, can rely on it with pride because the money to do so is there. Our education system remains trapped in outdated colonial frameworks. We must rebuild it to prepare our youth for a globalized world. Why should a child complete his preferred field of study at a university and become known as an unemployed graduate? Does it even make sense? Why can our system not equip the child to become an employer or equipped to seek a greener pastures across our borders? I frankly believe that we should study best practices from all over the world, particularly countries which emerged from wars and trauma and developed into success stories. Germany, Austria, USSR countries. Why don't we see how they managed to be war-ravaged the one day and exporting skills the next? Then we have countries like Singapore, South Korea, and Finland, who receive rave reviews for their excellent education systems. Their prosperity is a testimony to this. Will we be far-fetched to suggest that from primary school, each learner and students are given the opportunity for quality education in the areas of vocational trade, sports, innovation, science, engineering, mathematics, culture, and nationhood? Honorable Minister of Education and Innovation, Youth, Sports, and Culture, our primary, secondary, and tertiary system and the infrastructure must align, equipping learners with practical skill long before university. Honorable members, we have learned that over 400 Namibians live in informal settlements, many without clean water, sanitation, and proper housing. This is not just a policy failure, it is a violation of human dignity. For too long, we had the impossible dream to build houses for the people and the marginalized as part of our social responsibility. If we look at the cost of a decent house today, this burden is almost unsurmountable. I am aware of our Honorable President's commitment to build decent houses for our people. And I know she made the decision as a caring mother, like a hen looks after her flock. Honorable members, Namibia has the most expensive electricity in Southern Africa. The reason why? Because we prioritize imports of over self-generation. Every dollar spent on foreign power is a dollar lost to our economy. I urge the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Mines and Energy, my comrade and dear brother friend Natango Ithete, to ensure that NamPower reconsiders their model of sending our money across our borders to keep the lights on, instead of rolling out power purchase agreements for local energy producers to keeping wealth within Namibia. Since I have the floor, honorable members, I'm compelled to applaud Honorable Veiko Nikundi for getting into office guns blazing, insisting on local participation in construction projects. Well done, comrade. Your compassion for the youth is admirable. You have heard the cries of the struggling local companies, and I thank you for the valuable intervention. Honorable Minister, we must legally mandate 40% of our local ownership in major contracts. Gone are the days where foreign firms receive billions of projects only to repatriate our profits. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, allow me to call for unity and action. Honorable members, we have 5 years, not just a term, but as a national mission, let us work integrity, urgency, and unity to fulfill the vision of Her Excellency President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. I dedicate this speech to my dear mother, Sisi Rebecca Philippe, who raised us as a single mother, ensured that not even one evening we slept hungry. May God bless you and bless Namibia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kandorondu.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you so much. Our secret. Only the two of us. On the judiciary, when you look on the capital project, I don't know whether it's culture or systematic. Everything, when it comes to high courts, is just centralized. Namibia, we are too Windhoek based. I don't know why. It's just something that frustrates me. Why we don't have high court in Katima, Kidmansur, even on Maheke, Wolfish Bay. It tells something is wrong. The way we plan, the way we execute our decisions is very biased. So we need to decentralize our systems. Let's take state funds to the people, state service to the people. Secondly, I don't know whether it's a culture in court. The audio, the phonic, hearing judges and lawyers making argument, it's so tough. Is it not possible to put microphone like here? I can hear from that corner up until here. But in court, while you are sitting closer to the lawyer, you cannot hear the argument. Can you please simplify it? Is it so difficult? Or why so rigid? You cannot be a bit elastic, change, move with the world. It's very important. But all courts, it's very remote. You look at the badges, the sitting places in courts here, at our High Court in Windhoek, it can only accommodate certain numbers. I know there was some refurbishment or renovations, upgradation, but refurbishment, yeah. But it's still not inside. It was only outside. But even the size, we are not that small anymore. We are big. When you sit there, the seats, you sit like squeezing one another of yourself against the wall, against the seat. So change the setup, allocate money, invest the money in us. Please, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nekundi.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I have one or two issues to raise. I think a number of colleagues here have attempted to discuss on the same matter. It's really the issue of the judiciary. I believe that Namibia is three-legged institutions. But it is of misunderstanding that we believe the judiciary is superior to the others. It does have no logic. The legislature, the executive, and judiciary ought to be of equal arm of the state. But nowadays, the judiciary, when a law is taken into court, the judges have a right to throw that thing left, right, center as they wish, attack it as they wish. But apparently lawmakers cannot attack a judgment. Something must be wrong. And this premise must be destroyed. This understanding, appreciation that they are the master of Namibia. And mind you, what ought to be correct, all arm of the state ought to be a reflection or ought to be a representative of Namibian people. The legislature, we are here, we are the representative of the Namibian people. The executive It is. But the judiciary, it is a club of its own. It is a club of their own. They choose themselves like that. And I've given an example saying, look at any other judiciary jurisdictions. The Judicial Commission of those, it is made up of people that represent the population. But here it's like those who represent people must not never participate in the judiciary. It is just wrong. And Government Minister, I really urge you to ensure that we amend the Namibian Constitution, that all three legs of the state must have a Namibian representative. It is very much of importance to appreciate that. The other issue that I want to address is really the issue of the judiciary, in particular the Supreme Court. The Namibian Constitution makes provision under Article 81 that the Supreme Court judgment is binding. It can only be changed once they have done the contradiction or by an act of parliament. But they decide that how you want to contradict us is not correct. While we are contradicting themselves, it's just wrong. We cannot have a thing like, and they are the one up to now. There is no definition when it's right to contradict by parliament. It's not there. They make their own judgment. When we want to contradict, they tell you no. And you can see it very clearly from the issue of this gay marriage, whatever this thing came in this country. We want to contradict. They are saying no, we can't contradict. But the Constitution says we can contradict them. For that matter, we know that it was wrong, that thing. So these gays, we are saying they can, when they marry in a country where it is allowed, in Namibia it can also be allowed. But if you marry a minor in another country, here it's not acceptable. But for gays, it is allowed. Conflict of interest. It's conflict of interest. So these things must be addressed. They cannot make a judgment. I will come back.
Yeah, Minister, I have three things. Firstly, I think our country has grown really to a stage where we need a constitutional court. And I'll explain why. And you could clearly see there are already issues that I've already dealt with in terms of what basically happened. But I'm really seriously concerned about bad precedents that have been set by the Supreme Court that are apparently binding on all of us. Yeah? So, but the proximity between the High Court and the Supreme Court, and we must just accept. We will never be able to get anywhere as far as labor relations are concerned with those precedents that have been set there. We need it because these are three, and it's the same thing with the same-sex marriage. And you just listen to one of the judges, the dissenting judge. It's a very serious constitutional matter. You have a judge who's dissenting, and we must just, what must we do with that minority judgment? Raising serious constitutional matters. That's why we have reached, actually, Minister, the time to consider a constitutional court, where at least we will have maybe 10 or 15 judges who are deciding on important constitutional matters. You think of 3 judges, it's a bit of a problem. Number 2 is, and unfortunately I've seen that this thing has also crept in terms of our rules here. I was engaging the head of legal here at Parliament. The principle of sub judice. In society, you just hear people, no, it's sub judice. You can't say it's sub judice. And do you think there's any matter here, even tenders? Do you think there's any matter that is not in court? Every matter is in court, meaning if that principle is applied here, I can just show up with a case number. This sub judice you can't discuss. But the principle of sub judice meant historically that 2 parties that are party to the case, nobody wants to make comment on it because it's going to jeopardize their own case. Sub judice does not mean nobody must discuss it. And you have seen it has crippled in our rules here. Yeah, apparently, no, it's sub judice, you cannot because it's before court. If this interpretation, Minister, if you allow it, I'm going to come with a court roll. Any matter, including budget or tenders, I'll just say sub judice. Because there's no matter that is not being adjudicated in court. So it is important for you as Minister of Justice to lead this conversation and also be able to explain with clarity what does sub judice mean. The only thing that is sub judice as far as our parliament is concerned is a matter between Parliament and Bernardo Swartboy. That matter was live in court. That is the only matter that you can think that is sub judice because Parliament is engaged in legal proceedings. Honorable Swartboy is engaged in legal proceedings. But anything where Parliament is not party to can never be sub judice. And if we don't explain, there will be nothing that will be passing here because there is no matter. The tenders, Honorable Steenkamp, the tenders in schools there, they are there. They are being adjudicated. So we must also not talk about it because it's sub judice. Lastly, you see here, the President has 5 years. Speaker of Parliament has 5 years. The Chief Justice is permanent. In South Africa, there is no permanent Chief Justice. The Chief Justice is 3 men in 1. You can't have a situation like that. We actually need to have term limits for Chief Justice like what is happening in other countries. That's why we are in this mess. Because these people are permanent, they are guards and Jesus. So Minister, we need to lead this process properly.
Honorable Freeze.
Right, thank you, Honorable Deputy, Honorable Chairperson of the Aulas Committee. I just have 2 or 3 questions to make. On page 3 of the motivation that speaks about the Public Procurement Court and the Small Claims Court, given the proposal for a Public Procurement Court and a Small Claims Court, is there a medium-term expenditure framework that anticipates the recurrent costs of staffing and infrastructure for these new entities, Minister? And on page 3 of the motivation that addresses the issue of vacancies at the Magistrate and High Court, with 27 Magistrate and 6 High Court bench positions being filled, how will the Judiciary ensure that recruitment timelines, training, and deployment are synchronized to prevent resource underutilization? According to page 114 of the MTEF booklet, only 40% of registered criminal cases at lower courts were finalized during the previous financial year, with the same figure applying to backlog criminal cases. Now, this low disposal rate raises serious concerns regarding access to timely justice. In this context, I wish to ask, what specific methodologies or interventions are planned for the current financial year to enhance the completion and timely finalization of all registered criminal cases? I so move, Honorable Chairperson of the Aulas Committee and Minister of Justice. And I support the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nekundi.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I move now to the issue of how judges in Namibia protect the capitalists in this country. In particular, in the issue of the tenders, Honorable Ompana just raised. Honorable Minister, we have a tender for the food for the hostels. 10 years is just in the hands of this white capitalist. It have expired, they run to the courts. The courts sit relaxed. They are not finishing the court for that judgment for 10 years. Because once these guys go to these colleagues in the courts, they continue to supply, and nobody can do anything. For 10 years, and nobody does that. If it was a black company, you would have had, because in Namibia, only blacks are corrupt, for that matter, by the way. Only them. But The whites in this country, they are never corrupt. They are judiciary, legally corrupt.
Yes.
And nobody wants to speak about them. And nobody can tell me a sub judice. Nobody can tell me about it. I am speaking for the interest of Namibia. Nobody else can tell me. The court have no interest in Namibia because they are not representing the people. My mouth is elected to come and speak here. And I'm speaking. Yes, my mouth. That's why I'm sent here to speak. And my paycheck is on my mouth. For those who come here and don't talk for 5 years, you're supposed not to get a salary because you're paid to come and talk. So it is just wrong. This judiciary must either do it what you want or they must ship out. If there's a law that protects them to that core, then we must change that law. I think it's high time that we must identify which piece of legislation making them to be super gods in the Namibian landscape. It cannot just be correct. 10 years. 10 years. Including these things here, how they were manipulating here, the what? At the airport. They just run to the command because they have money. They run to the court for 10 years. They are just there. Nobody can do anything about it. That thing must be addressed. It must be addressed. The judiciary must be reformed. The next thing I want to deal with is the issue of deputy sheriffs. It is just wrong, comrades. It's just wrong. I don't have their names, but they are no. It's just not true. See, you must read Article 80, 40, 40L. 40L, Article 40L of the Namibian Constitution. We must safeguard, in particular, they as the executive members, we must safeguard so that the scourges of apartheid and colonialism does not manifest itself. But the moment we allow the race that have been there and remain there on the premise of the colonial regime practices to remain at our hem, and nothing we think is nothing wrong, then we are wrong if we don't see anything wrong to that effect. We must address that. It cannot be correct, Chair. So we must be charged enough here. And we must not be political cowards, neither legislative cowards here. We must speak to the facts, because we are elected to address the abnormalities and bring forth what is right for our people. We must be able to do that. So that abnormality of the deputy sheriffs must be addressed. Just as the one I was talking about, this judicial commission. It must be addressed, Commissioner Chair. And I'm supporting this vote with the absolute understanding, with knowing your energy, that you are going to bring amendment to the August House to effect legitimate changes.
Honorable Member. Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee and members of Parliament. Thank you very much for the floor. I just want to add two important appeal to the respected Minister, Honorable Minister. You see, when it comes to judiciary, this including the judicial themselves, the presiding officers, judges, prosecutor general, the office of the prosecutor general, the attorney generals, and since I was also acting in the courts, I have discovered that when it comes to the judge, they are excused. They say that cases is being delayed because of witness. Witnesses, they don't attend the hearing or cases. Secondly, the Attorney General representatives or to represent the defendants. Then also they say the delaying of attorneys to adjourn to contact those those who represent them. Then also the Office of the Prosecutor General, when dockets are being sent there, they can stay more than a year or without sending back to the court, so that the cases can be handled in time. So my appeal, let me say, recommendation to the Honorable respected Minister is it should be a quarterly reports, annual reports, and to see that the safe seed delivery is so important. And those reports, annual reports, quarterly reports, should be revealed to the Namibian people so that the masses of this country, those who suffer in this reality, they should know that which office is delaying to handle these cases, so that they have to pull their socks so that to save the Namibian people, not to delay cases, not to be handled in time. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and the Honorable Minister, and the members of Parliament. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Swartboy.
Honorable Chairperson, I really didn't want to speak, but I want to say one or two things why I am so scared of the judiciary of this country. First, in the Itula case, the election case, the court says that the use of the EVMs was wrong. Then they say, but the election can stand, and then it goes back and does what the principle of law prohibits to do, and retrospectively validates all the decisions of the governments that were elected by using EVMs. The decisions of those governments retrospectively validated by the Supreme Court. That's a very strange phenomenon. Then they come to this case, the last election case, and they say a president can sit on a circumstance and decide he takes an action, and the law upon which he takes that decision is implied. In other words, a president in a constitutional democracy certainly has no limits in terms of the power. Then it doesn't do what we expected, at least, that it would do, like the Americans did with the Al Gore versus the George Bush case, where in that case the court said this case, because of the unique nature of this case, will not be used as a reference in any court matter for interpretation of the law, so that they exonerate the court's application of the law and keep a particular level of purity of the law. They don't do it. This court imports a different legal approach and says presidents in this country have now implied law. Outside any law, there need not to be any law that exists. They have implied power. And then they leave it at that. In other words, when we now have to go and argue matters about legality, that case in the Supreme Court will be quoted. If a board fires a CEO illegally, that case can be quoted as one where the board may have implied power. It becomes problematic in terms of legal interpretation. But the Supreme Court goes and gets an importation that is not domestic to our legal system. Can we trust such justices? Can we? There is the Judicial Service Commission that interviews a judge. Accusations are made that he is a card-carrying member of a particular party. This man admits he's a member of a particular party, and then goes and sits in a hearing where members of his party are suspended and rules in favor of these people. Doesn't recuse himself, in fact refuses to recuse himself, and precipitates a conflict of interest, but continues to preside. So the judiciary is doing exactly what it lectures the legislature and the executive not to do. And so, Minister, you've got to really look at this judiciary from a very different perspective. We will do our part, but you've got to do your part to safeguard this country's constitutional democracy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Opindi.
1 minute. I'll be 1 minute.
The issue, in addition to what the Honorable Minister of Works have said, Comrade Nekundi, of appeal to the Supreme Court and somehow someone is subjected to pay healthy fees. I mean, what is the foundation of our democracy? You know, the access to legal representation and right and a legal decision that is timelessly correct is the foundation of our dispensation in terms of the Bill of Rights. Now, I can just put myself in the footstep of a person who does not have the 300,000 to pay in order to get that appeal. That person will have to live with that judgment because they do not have the money. It clearly states that justice seems to be for the rich. And it is true what the Honorable has talked about, because if you look at, as long as the rich people are before court, or they don't even have to be before court, it's deemed to be correct. But when poor people are coming to court, or something that is right for our community and our society, we're the first people to retreat. This cannot go on, and we need to take action. And my last advice, Minister, really the High Court, the lower courts, you need to declare them as a national disaster. You need to go down there and really provide proper training at the lower court, because I don't know, maybe some of them don't even have legal training. I'm sure they don't. Completely, because it is, and I repeat, it is animal farm, but I recommend that you are competent enough, Honorable Leonard colleague, and I do recommend that you must please go there, and I'm sure you have personal experiences, go there and experience it and try and institute strategies to change the operation, the modus operandi at the lower courts. Then you have succeeded in that portfolio. I thank you and I support your budget.
Honorable Imvula.
Thank you, Chairperson of the All House Committee. Mine is a one-liner. Honorable Minister, can you kindly look at the issue around the court interpreters? I got reports, and it's for quite a while now, that some of them can work for up to 7-8 years without a permanent contract of employment. That shouldn't, I don't think that complies with the Labour Act. As well as their compensations, that probably would desire a bit of a review. Thank you.
Real one-liner, thank you very much. We've exhausted the list. It's now the time of the Honourable Minister to respond. Press.
It's been a long day, but be that as it may, we are raising to the occasion to respond to the questions that the members have put forward. Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I think the first questions that were sponsored by Honorable Venani had to do with the balancing of between the remunerations, the performance, and the I think there were two elements to that. Remunerations, and the performance of judges vis-a-vis their contract, if I have recorded it very well. I think what is important to indicate here is that insofar as the contact of judges is concerned, and I think you have linked this to the backlog of cases, that quite more often than not, so they lean toward postponement of cases, even in cases where, or in instances where, the litigant have traveled a substantial distance or something. I think what is important is that we need to indicate that we are facing resource constraints insofar as appointment of judges is concerned, and quite on average, what you would realize, you know, for what you would realize is that on average, each day there are about 220 cases that judges or judicial officers are dealing with on an annual basis, particularly in the High Court. Now, if you take an average of 220, yes, my learned friend there would be able to confirm exactly what I'm saying. It's quite exposed and conversant with the operations of the judiciary. So if you take the cases on average of 220 cases assigned to a particular judge, so that involves, you know, adjudicating the matter itself, as well as involves writing of judgment, and you compare it with the number of judges that we have, you know, it's really, we really have a challenge there, you know, from a staffing point of view. But I think the good news is that, and it's not necessarily a good news, there are other jurisdictions, you know, within the regions that have actually, you know, have experienced substantial delay in the delivery of judgment. I think the most historical one, as Honorable Swartboy would recall, it's actually a case in South Africa that I think was delivered last year, where it has actually taken up to close to 12 years just to get the judgment delivered. That is not the directions that we intend to go at all. So, but we are just demonstrating by ways of statistic what is happening elsewhere in the regions. But of course, the call for us to find a model of efficiency and a model that will give us efficiency gain, it needs to be advocated. And right here, what we are doing here already today is a form of that advocacy to call for efficiency within the judicial system. But I'm just highlighting the challenge that is being encountered insofar as the staffing is concerned. The appointment of judges, I think I want to combine that questions with the concern of their retirement. But before I get to that, I take it that we are all conversant with the fact that when they are concerned with a contact of a particular judicial officer, so if it's with the judges in the High Court or at the different levels, so those complaints are to be brought before the Judicial Service Commission, and if it's in connections with a magistrate, so those complaints are again to be brought before the magistrate commissions. Whether then the magistrate or those commissions in a form that they are indeed addressing those concerns with efficacy and effectiveness, I think that's a question that we probably need to engage in at a different level as part of the overall reform. But what is important to highlight, and as I touch on the issues of appointment, issues of whether there is a retirement for judges or whether they get to retire only, you know, when they reach the age of 60, as provided for, I think in section 82, subsection 4, in Article 82, sub-article 4 of the Namibian Constitution. It's important to know that both the Magistrate Court, the Magistrate Act, as well as the High Court Act, they were just here in this Parliament last year. They were just here in this Parliament last year, and those are the piece of legislation that deal with, you know, issues of the appointment of judges, issues with the appointment, with the retirement of the judicial officers, respectively. Issues of their contact are also contemplated in terms of those piece of legislation, and they were just here. In actual fact, when I came in the office now, what I have discovered is that they have just not been operationalized pending the finalizations of the rules for both the magistrate court as well as the high court. So the best assumption under which I sought refuge was that because they were recently here, we have done due diligence as MPs, you know, but be that as it may, I have taken note of the concern that there may be some areas that or the 7th Parliament may not probably have ventilated properly. You know, I don't know now whether my senior Venani was absent in a session that debated the same, but I have taken note. I've taken note of the concern, nevertheless, and as we continue to reform, I am then going to open my eyes to see where probably there are some legislative gaps that still need to be closed. Issues of the decentralizations of high courts, I think that my elder brother from Okakarara, the honorable member, my elder brother on the other side, so called for, I think again it speaks to the issues of physical consideration that we have just spoken about earlier on. You know, to say our wish is really to if possible, to put up, you know, those facilities and those platforms that will enable access to justice in the best way possible, but we are limited by the budgetary constraint. Yes, there was a concern of the hearing also, that there are some challenges with the audio within the High Court. I don't know whether it's in it's both in the High Court and the Supreme Court and the Magistrate Court, but I think the briefing that I have gotten is that the administration is attending to that to see how to improve the audio within our court platforms. So the issue of the concern that judiciary gets to be very radical in criticizing laws that are coming from this house, but then there is a perception that it can't be criticized and all that. I have taken note of that, so we will analyze how we actually find a balance in making sure that the independence that everyone is calling for each one of the branch of government is maintained as such. I may not have an answer on this one specifically now, why there is probably a perception then that, judiciary cannot be criticized reasonably so, even by Parliament, while judiciary can criticize a law that is coming from Parliament. But I take it that what the judiciary does primarily is just rendering an interpretations of the law, depending on the choice of words and phrases that has been used by the law, by the legal drafters, as well as the constructions of the law, as the case may be. Of course, using the different means or different approaches of interpretations as we know them in terms of the legal order. The issue of the need for a constitutional court, and issues for the needs for constitutional court, under the current arrangement, constitutional court, remember the feeling of, and also it's also related to the desire to clear the backlog. So that right now under the current arrangement, what happened is that the acting judges that get to be appointed, they primarily, fill the casual vacancies that may be existing on the bench, but also primarily concentrating on dispensing of constitutional challenges. Whether now we have, we need a self-standing constitutional court, I think that's the conversations that we need to have, and be able to determine a definite position once we have then consulted with the stakeholder. But I think the voice of the Legislative House is already recorded by way of the minutes as the premier advocate, for any legislative reform that is necessary, that is recorded. So we would probably then need to branch out and do a wider consultation on the need for that proposals. But we are not downplaying it at all. We are valuing every views and every proposal that is being presented in search for self-improvement. What have I left out? Issues of Judge President being the Chief Justice. I think that is really the current constitutional orders. But I think in terms of what reform may be required, I think I should couple that together with the issues of whether there is a need for the Constitutional Court or not. Judiciary must be reformed. I have spoken to that. The principle of sub judice. I think the principle of sub judice, it's really as explained, by the members that have contributed, to the effect that it should be a live matter between, parties, but it's also a principle that has probably been institutionalized in order to prevent, matters that are before court from being influenced unnecessarily by public opinion. So I think it's really from the conceptualization point of view, it may have been formulated and shaped in such a fashion in order to safeguard the independence of the judiciary, which we are all calling for. There was an aspect of the locus standi. The locus standi, I must announce to this House that the bill has been drafted to that effect, and it's actually due for CCL consideration, and after that it will then come to Parliament. So the other questions I think that my brother also again indirectly hinted this time around was the issues of customary marriage and how the judiciary is interpreting that. It's important that customary marriage under the constitutional order, our current constitutional order, they are recognized under Article 66 of the Constitution. Maybe there may be some formalities that need to be addressed either through an act of parliament or through any other policy intervention. I think once consultation has been done, that will be done. But also what is important overall is the fact that Her Excellency the President has made an announcement in her State of Nation address to the effect that if there are any piece of legislation or any amendment that we would like to propose, we must submit those amendments to the Minister of Justice. That was an open invitation to the public members, but it's also an invitation to the members of the House, just in case the time under Rule 85 is limited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is the vote agreed to? Thank you. We now deal with vote 35, Attorney General. Aye. Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah. Honorable Swartboy was doing very well on it in dissecting that office. At one point, just sharing this for the purpose of a context, you see there is this fish rod thing that we are having. People who are alleged to have been involved are sitting in jail, including implementing laws that have been passed by this parliament. But there's a corruptee. Yeah? I think the terms is corruptee and corruptor and things like that. So at one point we have done our own, so I have 15 minutes.
No, 5.
Okay. Okay, so at one point we have done our own research and we actually discovered that Sameji had assets in the UK. Yeah, so you are keeping all these guys in jail for 5 or 6 years, but the person who corrupted or who worked with them, this government is not willing to go after Sameji. And the assets are there. So that's why you actually find, we actually had a meeting with we went with our legal team to see the Attorney General. At the same time, to also see the Prosecutor General. What is going on? Are we really interested in fighting corruption or only a select few? Because it's like you are guilty because you have been corrupted, you have been paid by Sameji, but Sameji cannot be taken, we cannot go after their assets. Yeah? We even mobilized international support to be able to go after the assets, because once you freeze the assets, that money comes back to the people of Namibia. The amount of money and the asset of Sameji is actually into billions. So the problem that Honorable Swartboy was talking about, the Attorney General, is that the Attorney General has become almost like a personal assistant type of, it's not an institution of state that is supposed to be very strong. Yes, Saki Shangala, he sued me with personal problems, but at one point he was thinking about reforming this institution of Attorney General. Yeah? So, you say sub judice. You say Honorable Emmanuel. You say you must deal with these things. So this Office of Attorney General needs serious reform. And part of the problem, Honorable Minister, and this also goes to Minister of Finance and Prime Minister. Article 79(2) of the Namibian Constitution says this person called the Attorney General can just go and draft and make a submission and ask the Supreme Court, Supreme Court, can you please interpret this thing for us? And the Supreme Court can make a judgment there and then the matter is done. In the history of our country, there has only been one approach to the Supreme Court. And that approach has only been when they were fighting for powers between Attorney General and the Prosecutor General. So you don't need to be in court always as government. You simply just approach the Supreme Court in terms of 79 for an interpretation. Once that interpretation is given, it's binding on all of us. So, but obviously comrades must get money, and some law firms must benefit and things like that. Colonial legacies must continue. That if we, Honorable Minister of Finance, if you simply just look at how many of those cases are in court, how much is government spending, and what is, you might actually discover that just by taking that decision, the two of you, you might actually discover that you can save this government and this country even 200 million in legal fees. You simply just, if somebody is saying, joint declaration, or go there and ask. Instead of fighting these people in court on joint declaration, go and get an interpretation from the Supreme Court in terms of 79(2). And the government does not need to be able, then we will have those 200 million for our children, for the employment that you want to create. And you become a government of contradiction. On one hand, you have those instruments to rehabilitate our people from poverty, and on the other, you continue with continuity of colonialism and the suffering of our people. So these are all things that we can do for our country, all of us.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the floor. I raise on vote 3.5, Office of the Attorney General. This office is being paid by the taxpayers, and is one of the offices which was supposed to be an independent. And according to my contribution on this vote, is that the Office of Attorney General has already proved itself that they are care for the people of this country, they are care for the resources of this country, because the reports which come out today, the Attorney General's reports indicates that many capitals has been stolen or been misused. That is a clear report which I have observed so far. So now the powers of the Attorney General, after published the report that, the example, state of Windhoek, they have misused the capitals, the resources of this country, taxpayers' money. So now he lack powers to recommend for immediately charge of those who are involved. That power should be vested on that office. Otherwise, Attorney General is doing a very good job.
Thank you.
And I support the vote.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Honorable Kandurundu.
Yeah. The Attorney General, the government lawyers, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister, where are the balls of the Attorney General office? Where are the power?
Yeah. But first withdraw the other one. Withdraw. Oh.
You know, that
Honorable
office.
You are right. Just withdraw.
Withdraw.
Okay.
That office is so weak. We have the case of the Ministry of Youth, former Ministry of Youth, where the Attorney General advised the minister not to do it. But then the minister hired a private lawyer. Who's who? Where are they? Why are they inexistent? Yes, they don't have. So if they can be overruled by a minister to move out of the government structure and hire a private lawyer to be paid by taxpayers, why are they inexistent in the first place? There's another case of, it's a conflict of interest, let me declare, where Attorney General advised the Ministry of Urban to pay leave days for the honorable regional councillors. Yes, but then the ministry and cabinet overruled that decision again. And they only pay 1/3 instead of the whole, all days. So why is your opinion is seeked if you are not there to obey to that opinion? So,
no, please, honorable members, he is entitled to his floor. Just take the floor after him.
So,
no.
So, I want to know the power of that institution. Secondly, there is a cartel within the Attorney General in terms of hiring and allocating legal representations when it comes to litigations. Only few lawyers are being favored to get an opportunity to represent Attorney General. Some are not. I think it's very important for the minister to do some audit. Who are the beneficiaries of Attorney General cases and who are not? What type of system can we implement to accommodate all the law firms to get these opportunities and break that cartel that is that is in office? that we cannot break it away. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Haikola.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I'm with my honorable brother there because really, Minister of Justice, how is it possible a case that has to do with colonialism, the red line, and the white advocate and white lawyers are being instructed to work on this national, a very, very important national matter. So this is aggravating the people. And it's very important that, Honorable Minister, you relook at the instruction, especially when dealing with these matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Eames. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Mine, Honorable Minister, I just wanted to get your input. Last year, we had gone to court. We took ECN just to seek clarity on the issue of dual candidacy. And then ECN ran to Attorney General to seek interpretation, and. To this date, today is what? Tuesday is the 6th of May. What is the time? Up to this hour, the Office of the Attorney General has not gone public or otherwise to give that legal opinion. I think as a people, as an institution, we have that obligation to make sure that we don't get out of the way, but to remain focused for the purpose that we were created for. So I don't know how best you are going to advise on that matter. That's a short question I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kamek, you didn't get me. Last year, we went to court, we took ECN to get an interpretation on the issue of dual candidacy, where you have individuals standing for both parliamentary seat and for presidential candidate. Because in our view, we felt it is unconstitutional to do so. But ECN went to the office, to the Attorney General to seek a legal opinion, which we believe they got. But up to this hour, as the owner of the matter, when we did not have an opportunity to get that opinion from the Attorney General office to be shared with us as the owners of the matter. So how do you, what is that?
Thank you, Honorable Mubita. My honorable members, this opening.
You may excuse me, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I speak under correction. I think the two issues, the Attorney General and the Judiciary, it is more like we are asking a fisherman to tell us the conduct and behavior of wildlife. You need to look at the Judiciary and the Attorney General. To whom are they accountable? Are they accountable to the ministry that broke the budget? Because in terms of the Constitution, it says no member of cabinet may interfere. It says no member of cabinet or the legislature or any other person shall interfere with judges or judicial officials. Now, is it only for administration purposes? Or is it the judiciary as a whole? Is it the Attorney General? Maybe I need to be educated on that.
Yeah.
Did you pay child maintenance?
They are there.
Yeah, point of order. I think we need to appreciate two things. And I want to engage my comrade here. Whether it is interference or we are intervening, it matters of our importance. Yes, of which we are here. Number two, do we assume because they don't account to the minister, so the minister tables the report or the budget and you keep quiet and you don't talk to that budget? I just want to appreciate that. How do you consider that? We just come in here as a zombie MPs? He presents and then we keep quiet? How do you reconcile that too? Being active members of parliament to engage on the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I fully understand where you are coming from and where you are driving to. My problem is we are asking the minister to engage with the judiciary to change certain things. And that's where my problem is. Are they accountable to him? There are certain things of building courts in Impalila and other things that he can do. But in getting the judiciary, that's where I have a bit of a problem. Do they account to him or they don't account to him? Maybe you can clarify that to us.
Yeah, no, I think the minister is here. He will clarify that. What? Point of order. But he's done. He's done. He's done. No, he's done, my brother. If you want the floor, just take the floor. If you want it, no, but it's first Honorable Venani. You can come.
I don't want to belabor the matter. It's also very late.
Now let's go on. 2 o'clock.
Well, maybe it's your first 2 o'clock. We have done a number of 2 o'clocks.
Yeah.
Attorney General, I think we need to understand the premise of the office. Attorney General's role constitutionally is to advise the President. It's a legal advisor of the President and government. And by giving advice, when you say somebody is your advisor, I had also this problem. When somebody is your advisor, they assume what they are advising you must take.
Yeah.
Advice is
Just that.
It's optional. You can advise me, I can agree or disagree with the advice. So that's how the office should function. So I'm hearing this thing, and this is what we need to discuss, Minister. I'm hearing this thing where the Attorney General would give advice to the regional councils.
And it's binding.
And it's binding. There's no such a thing. The Attorney General is the principal advisor of the executive branch. It cannot go and take a case of IPC and ECN,
Yes.
and it has a role to advise. It's not its place.
It's illegal.
It's illegal. It's not the place of the Attorney General, unless if the argument is that the Constitution has been infringed upon. Therefore, they are giving a declarator to say that this is our opinion because the Constitution says so. The Attorney General, and this is what we need to do, to try to divorce the office of the government attorney from the principal office of the Attorney General. They are not one and the same thing. Because if the government wants to save money, for example, and say, we don't have money to go to private lawyers to advise a local authority, therefore we are using the office of the Attorney General. You could use the government attorney's offices based on a decentralized system where you can say, we are sending 14 lawyers across the country that will be based at the regional, at Rundu, at the regional level, at Katima Mulilo, what have you. But to have a principal legal advisor of the president, advisor of government, on key matters of the state, starting to advise Parliament. Parliament is a very separate body with its full mandate. Tomorrow the judiciary would seek advice from the Attorney General, and that can't happen. If they want a legal opinion, they must go seek it from whoever they want, but not that office. So I think we are confusing the office to be, we have relegated the office of the Attorney General to become a advisor of everybody. The Attorney General is not the advisor of everybody. That's why Trump works with his Attorney General more than often, because that person must just be there to peep in your ear and say, this is constitutional, this is not right, this is not. But now in Namibia, the Attorney General has become everything. At local level, he's advising Werikwa. At regional level, it's not his place. Trump is a problem, eh? No? You know what makes Trump is the most... In fact, people should write book. Trump is using Twitter and cell phone to redirect geopolitics of the world so easily. And I mean, I've never seen, and I'm out of order now. I've never seen a president who calls another state. You are calling Canada a 51st state of America. And it's normal to him. Oh my goodness. But anyway.
I think we are fine from this perspective. If there is an amendment to Attorney General Act or anything of that sort, do we assume that Honorable Steenkamp is the one who's going to introduce that amendment? Who is going to bring that amendment to this House, and who's going to motivate it? You want me to repeat it, Honorable Nkongo? So let's assume that, yeah, because there's a wedding at the Fidi. So if there's an amendment that is coming, he's going to do it for those bodies. So we are 100% okay in terms of addressing those specific issues that are there. And the issues that we are raising are material. Mind you, this same Attorney General person that we want to locate only within advice, this is the same person who sits in the Judicial Service Commission. So at one point you are there litigating with him, he's appointing these other lawyers, then you complain about the same judge, then he's going to preside over your complaint in the Judicial Service Commission about the judge that you are dealing with on the matter that is sitting on. So these are serious matters. When the Constitution was amended, that gave this, because remember, we always had, we never had a Deputy Judge President who was at the same time a Judge President and a Deputy Chief Justice. It came to this House through a minister responsible for justice, yeah, that constitutional amendment and leading that process. But part of the problem that we are talking about matters of justice as well. So those matters of justice, be it with the Attorney General, how do you dispense justice? How do you treat equal cases equally and unequal cases in proportion to their inequality? Those are all matters of justice. So the Minister of Justice sits at that center in ensuring that justice is dispensed, be it by the judiciary, be it by the Attorney General, be it by this body that we are talking about. It will be a mistake for us to only look at the Attorney General only for the purposes of advice, what is mentioned there in the Constitution. Most of the damage, to my view, that is done by the Attorney General, not necessarily done through legal advice, is done by this litigation. The decision to oppose, the decision to initiate, the decision to sit on, the decision to instruct, and that is a part of the material question that happens. Look at the ECN matter that we are talking about. We now know that when the case was filed, the ECN ran to the Attorney General, who's part of the executive. He's now sitting and deciding which lawyer must be instructed from. So when Attorney General decides who must litigate for ECN, that means that person is actively involved. Why are they choosing lawyer A or not lawyer B? You actually understand. Inherently, that basically means that the executive, that's not a case of the ECN, is a case of the executive. When we are talking about the executive, we mustn't think of those who are in government today. It could be anybody. Yeah? Because, by the way, a government can even have a case against you, even if you are a member of SWAPO. So we must look at those matters like that. So the challenges that we are having here, in terms of we are right, but the problem that we are talking about, it will still come through the same channel. I just wanted to add that perspective, that we have not lost anything. So we are doing it correct. Or you are suggesting, Honorable Mubita, that we must subpoena the Chief Justice through public accounts for him to come and tell us.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members. Oh. Yes, Honorable Eames.
Thank you, Chairperson. A quick one once more to the Honorable Minister. In the past, I have observed a situation where the Attorney General was declared as a full member of the cabinet. You can go out and get those posters. And in my previous life, a colleague almost lost her job for doing the right thing, for saying this is not correct. Is this the case? My understanding is that Attorney General will be just an invited guest whenever necessary into the cabinet meetings. So perhaps you need to guide us. You need to guide us here to have that proper understanding, because we have that obligation and responsibility to always make sure that that culture of self-correct is in place so that we don't lose it. On the next one, Chairperson, you can rule me out of order.
No, okay. It's not me, it's the time.
No, but...
Yeah, thank you. It's Eames. It's Honorable Eames in his new life. 60s. Oh, I think we have exhausted the list. You want to come again? No, just rule yourself.
You can rule me out of order on this one, because I've been trying to understand where can I put the Prosecutor General. Honorable Minister, yeah, perhaps why don't we look into transforming ourselves from Prosecutor General, the individual, to at least something like a prosecution authority, so that we strengthen that office, then centralizing it around one individual. It's just a question.
Thank you. Okay, we have exhausted the list. Honorable Minister. Tell them that 15. Press, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson of the whole House. Sometimes I get tempted to, to deal with those that I think I can't effectively handle that. But be that as it may, I'm called to the floor to respond to the question. The first question, I think it was posted in the last round of questions, and that is really the question surrounding where the Attorney General, correct, Swart boy? Yes, it's really evolving around where the Attorney General derives his or her power, to the extent of advising the National Assembly, and all the other outlets or national outlets. I think if one has regard to Article 86 of the Namibian Constitution, there are 4 functions that are spelled out for the Attorney General. The first one being that of exercising full responsibility, for the office of the the Prosecutor General. That's the first function. The second one is that of being the principal legal advisor that is to the President and the government. Okay? President and the government. I know I don't want us to get into lexical semantics in terms of what constitutes the government and whether the definitions of what a government is also the definition of what the state is. Because if you have regard to other provisions of the Constitution, they speaks about the state and they speaks about government. But I know there are numbers of literatures that are in existence that are specifically giving the definitions of that, and one will immediately after having regard to those literatures realize where the problem may exist. But as it is, I'm providing it to you in a form that it is, or in the formulation that is, that it refers to government, and it may be that. So when the office assume, those responsibilities, probably giving interpretation to what it means, the last part of Article 86B, which talks about the President and the government. So that conversations of what the government may mean in this context, we can engage on it, in it at a different time. The second function that Article 86 assigns is that of the office to take all action necessary for the protection, for the protections of the rule of law. If I have it correct, or the constitutional order. So let me just quickly go to that specific provision. Yes, to take all action necessary for protections and upholding of the Constitution. Okay, that's the third one. The fourth one, and this is very important, and it goes to a self-introspection by those of us that have been here a bit longer than some of us. Yes. It then says, to perform all such functions and duty as may be assigned to the Attorney General by an Act of Parliament. Okay. To the best of my recollection, there is no Act of Parliament through which this very august House have delegated the power to the Attorney General so that it can remove this ambiguity that we are coexisting with at this point in time. I do not want to blame, all the past the past parliament, but I think we must take this in a positive light so that we see where we need actually to improve. If there is some lack of certainty in terms of what the office needed to do, we must also point a finger to ourselves as MP that maybe we have not done what we ought to have done in terms of Article 86D of the Namibian Constitution. And then yes, of course, I'm finalizing. The issue of whether they should everything that every litigious matter that the government is involved in, there was a question on whether we should go to court and engage in intensive litigation, or we can probably go to court and seek for mere decrelata from the court and so forth. I think that is a normal practice in law. So, but of course, it's an alternative ways of getting clarity on any legal questions that may be facing a particular office. It's definitely doable, depending on the facts surrounding it. The question of whether the legal advice, I want to phrase it differently in the way that I digested your question, of whether the legal advice by the Attorney General are enforceable. I think that's what you were referring to when you were talking about the balls. So I think as it is
No,
for any
Honorable
advice...
Minister, we have asked the member to withdraw. Now you use the same word.
Oh, okay, I withdraw also. Yes. So I think as it is for any nature of advice, the advice is really, as Honorable Venani has explained it, the advice is given. The recipient of the advice exercised value judgment whether to accept the advice or not. So the advice that the Attorney General gets to give to government and to the President is really for them, for those officers to exercise judgment on the advice and then accept it or not. But of course, being that it's of a legal nature, and sometimes why people or officers went out to seek for it, it's really because they may lack in terms of the legal understanding. So they may also find it very hard to turn their back on that advice if that is what they went to seek for in the first place. The beneficiary of the Attorney General's instruction, I take it that you are referring to those that get briefing from the Attorney General as to who they are and from what specific race are they coming from. To be quite honest, I don't have that statistic at this point in time as to whether there is maybe a certain race that is enjoying brief from the Attorney General's office, or there is a certain group of lawyers that are getting brief from the Attorney General. Please, I respected you when you were asking questions. Please respect me when I'm providing answers to your question. Yeah. So, no. The chairperson is busy. I can deal with it. Yeah. But that aside, let's be back to the serious business. So I think if there is a concern, the concern that, or what I'm actually deriving from the concern is that there may be a certain systematic challenge with regard to how the briefing are concerned, and at this point in time, I can only sponsor the commitment, and the readiness, a self-readiness to probably have a conversation with the office concerned so that we can see whether those speculation are anything bordering on the truth, and if it is so, what intervention we are going to put in place. The other question was that with the case, I don't know whether it's still alive though, with the case, with the red line case, how come, the white advocate is briefed on a matter? Is briefed in a matter. I think my answer on that is, I think really the briefing to a certain extent, and we need to be very fair, and it's part of also of us decolonizing, our conviction. The briefing, set to a certain extent, is informed by the nature of law that you are dealing with, as well as the types of expertise that you may be looking for. But it can also be dependent on availability of a counsel. As you know, counsel deal with different matters, and depending on whether you are bringing your application on an urgent basis or it's in an ordinary course. So you may approach, two lawyers that are coming from a certain household or coming from a certain village, and they will tell you, I'm engaged, from now until September, and that's the reality of lawyers.
Hello, honorable member, please.
I think the member that asked the question was this one.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the collateral interest. The collateral interest that the Honorable Mpanda has. But anyway, what I'm explaining is that so it depends on a number of factors. In this specific one, I have not been afforded the courtesy to understand what were the intricacy and the complexity that informed, the briefing of the council concerned. But I think as part of the commitment that I have made, it's really for us probably to working in unison with other departments, because we are trying to create an integrated system and a system thinking to make sure that where possible we definitely advocate for the welfare and for the benefits of our own. The turnaround time in terms of the provisions of legal advice by the Attorney General to the intended client, by the way. So, but I think the questions that Honorable Nashinge asked specifically, and the case that he exemplified was where ECN requested for the opinion from the Attorney General, and the ECN has not made this opinion available to APC or to any other interested party. I think, there is a principle in law called attorney-client privilege, where I don't know what has actually regulated that and under what context ECN requested that particular opinion. I am not privy to the facts. I can only give you the specific answer if I was privy, to the facts that fed into the process. But I think the client in this case was the ECN. It was the client of the Attorney General, and it was only right for the Attorney General to make that opinion available to ECN, and whether ECN could make it available then to any other third party, I think that is something that has to be informed by what were the fact. I mean, what were the fact of consideration at that particular point in time. But I thank you for asking the question, and I think my answer has also assisted you in just providing some clarity. If there is anything missing, we shall engage bilaterally. Remember, we are all Emmanuel. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, not today. Thank you. Do I agree that there is no objection? The vote is agreed to. Thank you. I just seek indulgence for a little bit of latitude from you. The Minister of Works and Transport wanted to inform us about something of, about floods, and so maybe just to share with us and the greater public.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Just to inform the August House and the public out there that the situation of the flood is developing very, very fast in the Orange River, and the water level from the bitumen is around 150 millimeters, not even meters. So it is really away from the tar road, and the road might be closing off any moment. So the situation has been monitored. The contractor is on site, and we have now created a berm along the road to see to what extent can we prevent, but the water is very strong. So in the event that it closes maybe tonight or tomorrow, it will be unfortunate that we have no any other choice, but we would redirect the cars to use the route into South Africa. So that will require our passport if it need be, or other things that are instruments. The instrument, the other road that is available is the one to Ludres area. That then to use a private, and it's again it's a delicacy to use that road. So, but today those if that will close down, but it's developing at a very, very fast rate. So that our people are aware and that they are using this road tonight and tomorrow. All these days, they must really be very, very cautious. They are saying it is 150 millimeters away from entering the road path. So,
thank you.
Yeah, it's heavy rain and the dams are
the sluices of the dams are to be open.
So just need to inform the member of parliament and through this August House, the public out there. Thank you very much for your
Thank you very much. Okay. I shall report progress and ask leave to sit. Thank you very much. Speaker must be there. She must. There is no stretch there.
Namibia's fashion industry has become a force to be reckoned with more than 100 students enrolling at the University of Namibia every year. She is one of the lecturers equipping students with skills to contribute to the growth of the fashion sector.
Our students are prepared in a way that they're actually ready to face and enter the industry. With our experiences from the international platforms in the design or the fashion design world, we actually share these experiences with them, and we also show them how to better prepare themselves.
Maria knows how to bring the skills across because she has been